ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún léje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú ọ̀rọ̀.
Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo it's everyone be free
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Fubara'S N800 Fubara'S N800 no basanye ga kwantumo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu ugwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. Sunu baby Fubara'S
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am, right where I am. There you are, wherever you are. And what does that mean? Here we are. So here we are, and here we go again. Another banging session on the Woman Went to More platform. But then, whenever has it never been a banging session on the Woman Went to More platform? It's the mesh of the collective that come together that makes it this unique and just so intoxicating, addicting experience. So come get your fix of the. I don't know where I'm quite good with that metaphor. So let me just roll it to where it lands. Come get your fix of the. And by the way, I've got a bit of news for you. By the way, you know, one of our panelists, Adewale. So yesterday, I think it's not I think I know his wife gave birth to a baby girl. So congratulations to Dewale from the platform. I'll arrange chocolate and flowers on behalf of all of us to see how we can get that over to him. But whatever it is that I was saying, let me say this instead. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you onto the screen if you want to be part of the cool kids. Not that with my bald head, I still, so if you want to be part of the cool crowd, let me put it that way, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and then come mesh around with the likes of Ajanle Koko and all of these superstar names that you've been hearing for God knows how long. So do all those. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then let's just roll straight into it. It's somewhat of a Spurs news cycle this time around. But we have been able to put things together. But then, of course, as the panels turn up, they will hopefully come in bearing gifts. And between all of us, we put something together. Between all of us, we will put something together. But let's start putting it together with this. So let's start putting it together with this. Fubara'S budget presentation, expenditure, illegal. So the fight between Fubara, I think we may well just let's take it from a video clip instead. Save me having to read it out. The fight between Fubara and the MC Wike, it has not come to an end, and it is not coming to an end anytime soon. So now that and by the way, there are no surprises that his 800 billion naira budget will be declared illegal. There was always the anticipation that would be the case because when that budget was passed, I think there were about no more than 5 to 6 parliamentarians in situation when they passed that budget, because that was that phase when a lot of them left the PDP to cross over to APC, and they were somewhat in abeyance. And that was also that phase when Fubara went to burn down the state assembly in Rivers State. So there was nobody to pass that budget outside of about 4 to 6 assembly members. So there was always the anticipation that that budget will be, it had problems, and that problem, it crescendos into this. So that problem crescendos into this. Let me just give you the readout, and then we can listen to the clip as well. Update: Court declares Rivers 800 billion naira 2024 budget illegal. So there it is right there. This guy is not suited for governor. It's more of a thug than a governor, somebody that is actually going to burn down. Let's just go through it. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday nullified the 800 billion naira budget signed into law by the Rivers State Governor Simi Fubara. In December, the governor presented an 800 billion naira 2024 appropriation bill to a faction of the assembly comprising of 4 lawmakers. Following the passage of the budget by the lawmakers, Fubara subsequently signed the budget into law. The Rivers Assembly became divided following a move by 24 lawmakers loyal to ex-Governor Yemsen Wike to impeach Fubara. The lawmakers loyal to Wike approached the court after their seats were declared vacant by the Edison here-led Rivers Assembly, following their defection to the All Progressive Congress. In the matter marked FAHC blah blah blah, the Rivers State House of Assembly and Martin Ameawule are the 2 plaintiffs. The National Assembly Senate President, Deputy Senate President, Senate Majority Leader, and Senate Minority Leaders are the 1st to 5th defendants, respectively. The House of Representatives Speaker, and then it goes on to add all of the federal space. Other defendants are the Governor of Rivers State, Attorney General of the state, Commissioner of Finance, Accountant General of Rivers State Civil Service Commission, Inspector General of Police, and Edison are here, the 11th to 17th defendants. The plaintiff, amongst others, sought an order of injunction restraining the 1st to the 10th defendant from entertaining any request from Fubara to take over the performance of the functions of Rivers State Assembly, including its role to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of Rivers in respect of matters that are within its constitutional and legislative competence. Also, here instituted contempt proceedings at a state high court in Port Harcourt against the pro-Wike lawmakers challenging their sitting and legislative activities after the okay, so let's say all right. Let me leave it there. Let me leave it there. Let's just go to the video clip. Just save me having to read through all that. Let's go to this.
Where's the boutique? Not the enemy now.
The judge just made some very well-pronounced decisions. Give us a summary of the key points made after the judge.
Well, basically, His Lordship granted substantial parts of the relief sought by the plaintiffs. That is the Rivers State House of Assembly and the Speaker, Right Honorable Martin Ameawule. And indeed, in clear terms, condemned various acts of the 11 defendants, that is the governor, and equally the acts of Honorable Ehi Edison, who had purported to be the speaker. The governor, his lordship in clear terms, declared that as at today, the National Assembly do not have any reason or justification to take over the constitutional functions of the Rivers State House of Assembly. So they cannot exercise such powers, and he restrained them. Okay? Secondly, the court equally stated clearly that all acts done by the governor, the 11 defendants, the Attorney General, and Rivers State government while this suit was pending, and after he had made an order on the 30th day of November 2023, were a nullity, including proceedings wherein the governor had purported to have presented to 4 members of the House led by Edison, Honorable Edison, appropriation bill, that all those proceedings were nullity because they were done in clear violation of the order of court. And he therefore set all those things aside, the proceedings, the budget, etc. The court equally held that the House of Assembly is, and indeed the members and staff, are entitled to their emoluments and funds to run their affairs as provided under the Constitution. Therefore, the governor does not have the powers to, in whatsoever manner, stop the release of such funds to the House of Assembly. So, in all said and done, the court has restated the law as to the separation of powers of the various organs of government, and trying to say in clear terms that nobody should interfere with the function of the other or try to be dictatorial in their approach to doing things in government. So that is the position of the law.
So that is the position of the law. So that's the position. If you want to draw an equivalency, imagine then Tinubu trying to pass the annual budget, and then the Senate is either on recess or they are on strike or they are not available to pass it. So 4 senators are available, and then Tinubu then tells you that the budget has been passed. So that's essentially what happened in Rivers State. So no, it doesn't know the accoutrements of governance. This is what we're seeing of Fubara. It's going to be a roller coaster ride for that guy all the way through his tenure. And Yemsen Wike, of course, ever at the background with the whipping stick. Yemsen Wike ever at the background with the whipping stick, and Yemsen Wike still in play. Some politicians are making sure that President Tinubu's government does not survive. Wike blames politicians for insecurity in Abuja. So now, there is, you will struggle very, very, very hard to go against what Wike is presenting here. You will struggle very, very hard to go against all of the smoke signals. And by the way, for every government, there has to be an opposition and an effective opposition. But then, of course, the operative word is effective. So not and by the way, being in opposition, it is not then to try and negate and paint in negative tones any and everything that a government is doing. In instances, you can acknowledge that the government has taken a right step, but then, of course, as an opposition, you can then go on and describe how you could do it better. So that is also in the accoutrement, in the armories of an opposition. But what we're seeing in the opposition space is just to try and rile the populace against the governance. And that is not opposition at all. That is almost a subversive movement. That is all. I'm not going to use words like treasonable, but that's certainly almost a subversive movement. And off the back of that negative campaign, that campaign of calumny that we're seeing from the opposition space, we're now seeing outshoots of things that are actually raging against the very fabric of the country. And I'm talking about insecurity, which has spiked to an alarming proportion over the last 6 weeks, 2 months thereabout. And it cannot be a coincidence that we're suddenly seeing this spike up in incidents of insecurity. So there is not that the criminals have suddenly woken up and they've coordinated amongst themselves that they want to act in a coordinated way. No. So the only coordination that can explain now this real heavy spike in insecurity has to have a political undertone. Wike goes there.
Mind you, too. Some of these things are political.
This one.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. The so-called alarm. You don't know. Some politicians are bent on making sure the government does not survive. And how do you do it? By creating unnecessary tension. By, carrying propaganda that something just happened there. They tell you it has happened 25 times. You must understand how our system works. There are those who are blackmailers who are paid. They are paid. Tell me, how am I going home on a Friday? You understand what I'm saying? How does it affect you not taking security serious?
They say you're distracted, and that's
What?
Distracted
Distracted what?
by reverse politics.
What is the politics? So the only time the kidnapping is when I'm not around on Saturday. So they don't kidnap Monday to Friday when I'm around. So these are the things we tell you. So you now see that is political. That is propaganda. That is blackmail. When we came here, people said everything in Abuja has collapsed. The refuse are taking over the place. No street lights, no road. Right? People are saying so. How many of you have even come out to commend us that in these 5 months you have been in office, we are seeing changes? All you do is pick one that has not been solved or that appears to be the problem then. You forget the ones that government have put effort and which are yielded results. It has not got into. Even when there was insurgents in Northeast and this, such people, has anybody canvass for people that carry taking up arms to defend themselves? That there's 1 or 2 kidnaps. I've told you, you cannot stop total crime. Let one person tell me, as a professional, as an expert, that there's anywhere in this world where there's zero crime. Tell me where. Even in where you are caught, they amputate your leg, or you go to prison immediately. There's still crime. So it is difficult for people to say, because kidnapping has happened last night, or 1 or 2 places, therefore there's insecurity in the whole of FCT. That is not correct. You've talked about CCTV. When we're discussing about CCTV in Abuja, and we look at it, the chief of army staff, we're all talking. You know what somebody said? Go and put the cameras. Our people will go and vandalize it. Go and put the cameras now on the road. People will go in the night and vandalize it. Our own people, you are providing security. We are telling you of solar light. Solar light. Go and put solar lights now. In the midnight, 2 a.m., people will go and vandalize it. Look at the roads that are being constructed. For you.
All right, a bit of lamentation of Sodom by Wike there. So I think that's sufficient enough of that for us to get the gist of what he's saying. So let's go on from there to this. Northern senators fought allocation of resources in 2024 budget. So, yeah. So do we even really need to have the readout on that? The 58 lawmakers under the aegis of the Northern Senators Forum have alleged that projections and provisions of the 28.7 trillion naira 2024 budget were unfair to the North. They also alleged that some federal agencies have been relocated to Lagos. The Northern Senators, however, said they are committed to addressing the concerns and feelings of their constituents in the North regarding the decisions and policies put forth by the federal government, including seeking legal redress if possible. The senators made this known in a statement signed by their spokesperson, Senator Suleiman Kawu, on Monday in Abuja. So the Northerners are fighting back. So are they even fighting back? Is fighting back even the appropriate term for that? Quite what they are playing out there, no one knows. So there is that. So that's sufficient enough of that. Let me just give you this as a headline as well. Canada to cut international student visa by 35% in our 2024 restrict work permits for graduate programs. So we're seeing the pulling back now of that space that opened for about 3-5 years in the Western space. Canadian authorities have commenced plans to reduce the number of international students' visa by 35%, whilst restricting work permits for the students who undertook graduate programs in the country. The Canadian Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship made this announcement on Monday. The cap on international students' visa and work permits, according to Mr. Miller, is the latest in a series of measures to improve program integrity and to set international students up for success, maintaining a sustainable level of temporary residence in Canada as well. Mr. Miller said, for 2024, the cap is expected to result in approximately 360,000 approved study permits, a decrease of 35% from 2023. The move to have a cap on international students' visa and work permits, Mr. Miller said, will check private Canadian universities taking advantage of the students' international visa to run under-resourced campuses. It is unacceptable that so they are hiding it under that banner, but essentially it's an immigration move. So it's an immigration move. So that's an immigration move. So that's an immigration move. So I think that's sufficient enough. Hopefully the panelists will have a bit to add on to that. We play the Kegite music and then we commence with our proceedings. But first, you know what's coming. The Kegite.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà àgbéṣe o.
ìgbàlà tí èlé ìgbàlà tí èlé.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agwesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So joining us are War Peace from Japan. Good to see you, War Peace. The regal presence of the mighty King Emeka, always a delight when Emeka is here. General Thomas to keep things 100, and Ajan Lekoko, of course, as ever. So still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. So anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. Let's kick it off with Emeka if he's ready to go. Mekus.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening to the fellow co-panelists, the comment section, viewers at home. I greet you all this Monday evening or morning or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're enjoying yourself, and whatever you do, I hope you enjoy doing it. Well, man, we're back again.
Yeah, back
on
again.
a fresh Monday evening. It's getting colder here.
Well,
And everybody is trying to stay warm and stay at home. Anyway,
it looks as though you'll be staying at home by yourself. Your Canadian government now, they don't want Nigerians in your country anymore. What's going on with this immigration subject?
apparently, they don't want it to become an election issue. So they're trying to address it now because people are complaining about the high increased surge of immigration and the rising cost of houses. You know, when students come in, they come in with some good number of funds, not the ones coming from Nigeria, the ones coming from China and India. Those guys come in with good money and they are buying up all the houses. And the prices of houses are going up. People can't rent anymore. People can't even afford to buy houses anymore. There, you understand. There was a case where refugees coming in and some people were being seen sleeping outside in the cold in this winter. So to avoid it becoming an immigration issue, I mean, I say an election issue, the current Labour Party decided to see how to curb the rate of immigration. I saw the news. It's been anticipated anyway. It's coming. It's coming. We knew it was going to come. I saw it, and say starting from September 2024, that it will be very difficult now. They will curb dependents, except you are going to be doing courses in medicine and I think 2 courses, medicine and something else. So you can come with your dependents. Others come alone.
Are people reading a racial undertone into this?
No, it's not racial. There's nothing racism involved in this. It's just about inflation causes the high price of goods and services. In short, the main cause is the high cost of houses. So some people have been proposing that immigration numbers should determine that the houses that will be being released to the market, right? In Ontario, where I stay, the province where I stay, prices are so high. The houses here, right, that you can buy for in the United States for 300, 500,000, you get it for 900, 1.5 or 1.2 million. You understand? So, and you're like, come on, what's going on? People cannot afford to buy houses anymore. If you want to do that, it's either you're working 3 jobs or you're doing, it's strange. And notwithstanding, the guys coming in from Asia country, especially the Chinese, those guys they are balling. They are rich, man. Their kids, when they come in, they give them a brand new car, buy them houses, buy up the condos. The Chinese are buying up all the places, you understand. And the average resident or citizen in Canada can't afford to buy houses anymore. People are leaving Ontario and going into the other provinces so that they can be able to live the Canadian dream. And if you are not bought houses like 3 years ago, to buy one now will be very difficult. Even to pay rent now, to rent a place will be very difficult for you. Renters are now going from a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom, average 2,900 to 3,200. one bedroom in downtown Toronto, 2.5, 2.2. If you see 2.2, you will start kissing the girls. So it's just, and again, the housing prices is not the main driver of inflation in the country. Now, when you now factor that into the cost of goods and services, as well as job, the affordability and availability of jobs, you see, even students are even looking for jobs in McDonald's they can't find. So it's making things very tough. And again, I think what they now did was they increased the hours of that students could work from 20 hours to 40 hours. So it's now making it so tough for uh, that's the normal residents, young residents or citizens in Canada to find jobs just to get that work experience. So that's what they decided to like. Okay, let's copy it. They said they're going to monitor it
But
for 2 years.
this seems to be repeating all over the Western space. Under different reason, under one reason or the other, like in the Scandinavian countries, for instance, they are finding pressure on their resources in terms of school places, social housing, healthcare access, just this mass influx. And then what they are finding also in especially those Scandinavian spaces, they are accusing then the migrants but this one has a racial undertone of creating a parallel society within their society. So they can congregate within one space and they ghettoize somewhat that space. So they are even now putting into law that a certain percentage of migrants cannot be resident in, and of course they've cancelled all the libertarian sort of positioning that they had previously.
Even today, I saw that to become a German citizen, you have to spend 5 years, and if you can speak German, it should be 3 years, I think thereabouts. So immigration, they are not seeing the negative impact of immigration, right? Not immigration, high influx of immigration coming in.
Is it negative impact, or are they afraid that the demography of their country would change?
I can't speak for those countries like the Scandinavia country or the United Kingdom, right? Where in the United Kingdom is a small island. Now the population is overblowing itself. I can't speak for those countries, but for Canada, there is no racial undertone. Canada actually needs immigration. There is a positive side of immigration, the positive impact, as well as the negative impact. Now, they did not, for Canada, they didn't manage the influx properly. Now, what is actually also driving the house prices is because there are limited number of houses being released. For developers to get the license for your land to be approved, for your building to be approved, it takes a long period of time. The government is not just wanting to help out. The government is not just trying to make things seamless and easier. So when you are releasing a small amount of the supply of houses into the public, and there are a huge demand to mop it up, you begin to see the prices of house prices going up. You understand, and that's the major problem. Then when you go around, then again, and Canada the country is very big, but the people, the places people are situated is small. So they now need to see how to expand that place, and it comes with a lot of resources that is needed. So they didn't plan that. Yeah.
So what you are telling us is the policy of the government on
immigration,
on housing is not encouraging for investors to.
Oh, they've even stopped. They've even made it very difficult for investors. That happened like 2 years ago. They made it very difficult for investors to come in. You have to pay 50% of the listing of the house. They made it difficult for investors initially.
So is the policy of the government that is causing this scarcity in housing?
Yes. They didn't manage it very well. So getting
influx, not the influx of students into the country. So is the government policy that is not encouraging investors, to invest in and
No,
building more houses.
let me also. So
The
there's,
plus
people are
I
coming
believe
in.
it's good for the economy of the country because they're going to pay um, for their school fees, and
Yes.
that will keep the university revenue, going high and stabilize, and even for them to buy houses is good for the economy of the country
I,
too.
I agree, but
Yeah.
that indexes, that the indicator, the housing indicator that are used is just one indicator alone. Now, these students, when they are in school, they need placement too. You understand? For internship, there are no availability jobs for internship for them. Now, also the many jobs like McDonald's, Tim Hortons, the grocery stores, they are not even available anymore for these students, so that they can be able to use that to support their living cost. Right? It's not even available. You see students who are looking for jobs now. Refugees are also coming in, and the refugees are the ones now mopping up those jobs. You understand? Now these students, so what they're not looking at is, if you want to come in as a student, you must have your money. They've increased the living costs for and living expenses rather for students to come in. Now, apart from that, then the pressure on housing, the renting of houses, and also when these students are done, they don't want to create a situation where the unemployment rate will go up as a result of not providing enough jobs for students who are
Why
coming
can't they
in.
just expand the economy? Why didn't they liberalize housing, whatever it is, which would then create both employment and accommodation?
It's a gradual process, right? So the beautiful thing is that they've been able to see that this is a problem now. This is not creating that the negative impact of immigration is now more than the positive impact. And that's why they're looking at ways to address it and curb it and hold it for 2 years and see what it's going to look like. Because the rate of inflation has gone up, even is affecting everywhere in the West, everywhere in the world.
That's a drastic drop, by the way, Emeka, 35%, because of course, a lot of those universities would have built, this is what they are finding in the UK, they would have built their economy around that steady inflow of international students. So how are they going to insulate then that 35%
No, for Canada, it's not like the United Kingdom, where you see you can have so many mushrooms colleges in the UK who just depend largely and solely on international students coming in. So Canada, before you,
Emeka,
yeah,
I think 2 years ago, one man, if you can bear me, I think I was in BC, and during my vacation in BC, I think your Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, did something. Because where I was staying in BC, it was very close to a big university, very renowned university in downtown Vancouver. So, so my point is that he put there was a moratorium, a freeze on housing. That if you're a non-Canadian, you cannot buy homes.
Yeah. That was 2 years ago. Yeah.
The Chinese, the Indian, like for example, downtown Vancouver, all those high-rise buildings, those skyscrapers you're seeing in downtown Vancouver, they are all bought by the Indians and the Chinese.
By the Chinese mainly, and people are not living there.
That's it. That's what I'm even going into. So, if the reason why they are taking these stand now is they're restricting work permits, could it be because of they don't have enough housing? Because a lot of those skyscrapers, they are empty. These guys just buy them and just put them there, nothing done.
So you're right. So
what's the premise for this? What's the basis for this restriction of work permits?
No, they've looked at it. A lot of people have started complaining. How pressure on housing, pressure on jobs, pressure on other factors as a result of this immigration. So it is like just to dispel the notion that whether it's racially motivated. No, not at all. This is pure economics. And that's what they're trying to address. Okay, you don't have students coming in because some schools can't find houses for the students. That was how it started. Schools can't even find housing.
I think there are bigger underlying issues here than just what you just said. Could it be Justin Trudeau is failing in his governance style?
No, I think elections are coming, and usually
Elections are coming,
when
yeah.
elections are coming, they usually play the It's almost like a race card that is playing now.
No, no, it's not race. Elections are coming. They don't want immigration to be a huge factor, right, for the conservatives to run with. So rather, let them address the immigration issues, and then you come with what you think you can do better than the Labour Party. You understand? So with elections can come in at the when, especially like when this stuff now creates a lot of problem. The Conservative Party will push for elections so that let the people decide if Trudeau is doing a good job with the housing issues or not. So they don't want this to trigger an election, and that's why they're trying to address this factor. Which is, if you ask me, I think it's a good idea. It's not like they're totally banning immigration via student routes. Other immigrations
Yeah, also
routes are still
restricting them
open.
from bringing their families in. Is that
Yes,
not?
to reduce demand, even with healthcare too. So they are not outrightly banning. You can still come in through the investor route. You can still come in through the economic scheme migrant route. You can still come in through the refugee route, but that refugee route is very difficult. You understand, because a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
that's
people
a
used to go
totally
to
different narrative,
yeah,
isn't it? That's like
a lot of people used to go through the US through New York, so they've closed that road. Now I think they've addressed the other transit from Quebec. So to now come in as a refugee in the United to Canada, it means my God, you would have flown into the US from the US, or you would have gotten a visitor visa directly to Canada. And to get a visitor's visa to Canada is very tough. It's quite tough. Even from Nigeria, it's quite tough. Which means you must have strong family ties here in Canada. And then anybody who is bringing you here will not want you to come and mess their record up. They are ready to pack you back and to ship you off to where you are coming from, either Nigeria or the rest.
Well,
And again,
let me digress a little bit. So, how are these people now doing it? A lot of people, because I heard recently some people were talking about there was this guy who is doing a certain visa for people for Canada, because getting this student visa is becoming very difficult.
oh
Now,
yeah, if you have a business here, if you have a company here that is probably doing well, or you have a company that you want to recruit people, you can offer them to, like, you can do sponsor them on work visa, right, directly,
really?
and they can work. Yes, they can come work for you. So but it's a long process. But if you have a lawyer, an immigration lawyer would do that. You sponsor the person, but the person won't be able to work elsewhere, right? They only work for you throughout the duration of their visa, and for a while then maybe they can now change their visa route. So some people used to, especially those, like, I know a couple where my very close friend is an immigration lawyer, so I know a couple of Nigerians who came in through visitors route and decided to, like, okay, they don't want to go back to Nigeria anymore, and they're trying to address their immigration status. But it's quite tough anyway, and and if you're on the refugee situation, it can be really very terrible. Or if you are not accounted for, it can be very disastrous. But the student route still remains the second most convenient route to come into the country if you are not within the economic scheme migrant, which they've made that cadre of immigration routes to be for young professionals or young high mid income earning family who can now come in. You're coming in with the money. So once you're coming in, you're not coming in to come and start begging or struggling or so. You're a top professional. You're coming in, and those are the kind of people they want: young people or single top skilled professionals. You understand? So that's the way they made it. But with the student route, so they look at the statistics, right? A lot of people coming in via student, and they say, okay, let's restrict it for a little bit for 2 years. Let's see how the economic indicators look like. Then we would now evaluate this immigration route for students and see what we can do. You can't just bring students in, and the colleges cannot give them where to stay. At the same time, you cannot place them for jobs. And many students have been promised jobs. You're being promised that you will get job internship, where you get gain experience, and after you gain, it used to be very easy. After you're done with school, you get a job, you land a job almost immediately. You understand? Things weren't that so tough, but now students are still my place now. We used to get a lot of students for placement. Now it's we don't even need them. We don't need them anymore. So it's so bad at this point in time now. The economy, we need the economy to begin to expand. But I think once the economy hopefully begin to expand from this year, next year, and
Is your
possibly in
economy
2026.
Is the Canadian economy in a recession?
I'll say yes. I'll say yes. They've not officially called it, but I'll say a lot of things. It's not, our country is not like the United States. The United States is a different ballgame entirely. But I think things are slowing down. Like especially the housing market. Is now out of reach for people. People can buy houses now. If you are not lucky enough to have bought it earlier, you can't see houses within Ontario to buy, except you want to go far off like Calgary or that's Alberta, or you want to go to Nova Scotia. Even British Columbia is out of reach. He's well off. He's out. He's done.
Emeka,
So, yeah.
Emeka. No, you're spot on. You're spot on. I used to live in Mississauga.
Yeah.
And but I had to go to Ottawa to buy. The prices in Ottawa are a lot better though, or even though it's 4 hours away.
But they still are, or they were when you bought. Are they still, or they were when you bought?
It's gone up slightly, but they were.
What you say is gone up slightly. Is it the 700s, right, or the 750s?
Yeah, it depends on. Single family or 700s, mid 700s.
These are the Canadian money, 700. You know how much that is?
Well, how much is it in real money? That's
probably
in the US, like 500.
That's 650. 750 is 620, 650 United States dollars. Right?
It was like 1 to 1.33 now, Abi.
Yeah,
has it gone up now? Yeah.
Even if the US dollar is not even falling, it's 650, 620 US dollars. That's 750 Canadian dollars at the moment. So now you are going to buy a house for 750 Canadian dollars, right? That house is if you take that money to go, if you take 650 or 700 US dollars to go and buy a house in Texas, you are buying a mansion. You're buying a mansion with so many lands where you can even have cattle ranching in that house as a chief. Then you are not seeing houses. You're buying houses 900, 1.1 million Canadian. You take that, you sure you are the mayor of the town in somewhere in Texas or somewhere in Atlanta. You are the mayor of the town with that kind of, and that's what people are buying here. So that's a lot of Canadians are screaming, and the prices seems not to be coming down. It's not going to be coming down anymore.
They rarely ever.
They rarely come down.
Yes,
they rarely come down
because house prices they go up in a 3-5 year cycle. I've never known house prices to ever go down ever.
So my recent visit to the clinic, right? So you understand, if you go, those Canadians who are watching or on the platform would also bear me witness on this. If you have emergency and you go to the hospital, you wait for a very long period of time before they attend to you. But if you go to clinic, you will still wait, but the difference is that they will just write you a prescription if your problem is not so serious. So when I went to the clinic, I sat down and I was waiting, and there was a white guy beside me, and there was a line. He just looked at me and said, "Look at what's happening." I said, "What's happening?" He said, "This is immigration causing all this." I just laughed. He said, they need to close the border. That look at the problem.
Are you getting as right wing as the Americans? Is this what we're saying?
No, he is trying to, but let's be very realistic. It's when you open the borders, the services, especially those essential services which has to do with healthcare and others, you see there will be pressure on those services, and that's the effect. So reducing the influx of people coming in, you understand, enables those services to be provided on time to other people. So I welcome the development, you understand, so that the economy can expand and grow and accommodate new immigrants. Because the positive impact of immigrants is very good, you understand. It creates that demand, the demand. You know, if you're a landlord, you can rent out to students. You know, you're always going to have your house on the market, and nobody is going. You understand? You're able to rent that place out and make some income for yourself. If you are in the car dealership, definitely there will be demand for cars, as well as other services or products that you have if you're in business. But once things are now getting so tight and they are increasing interest rates, they've increased interest rates like 7 times, and you know a lot of people are stretching out the living cost for the average individual. So what do? You have to begin to look at the effects. Do you want to kill everyone because of immigration? There you have it.
All right. Let's segue back to or let's gravitate. It's not even a segue to Nigerian politics. Court declares Rivers 800 billion naira 2024 budget illegal. So this should not come as a surprise to anybody.
It's not a surprise. You should. So one will wonder what was the governor thinking. This is even a primary school judge would call it illegal. Why would you present your budget to just for members of the House of Assembly and you think it's just going to fly? This is an impeachable offense. If you know, I think the governor, you know, they were just probably the lawmakers were just laughing at him and say, "Let's get our shit together. You will see, we'll deal with you." Oh God, that's no day again. So you know, the guy just went. His lack of understanding of how to manage people. I think he can't manage people. That's where he's losing it. He can't manage upwards. He can't manage downwards. And now only God knows what the gentleman agreement that were not codified. Right? Maybe the president would have said, "Okay, let's just wait. Everybody chill. After 4 years, if you don't want him, let the people decide." But what he has done is impeachable offense. They can impeach him. The only thing, people will come out to the street to riot. The police will come to see how to address the situation. Because what he has done, he has taken the laws into his hands. He burnt the House of Assembly complex. There was a coup. Someone presented himself fraudulently and illegally as the Speaker of the House, and then he presented the budget to not even a quorum. They didn't even form a quorum, just 4 people. And then you are now implementing the budget illegally. So what he has done, he has decided to become a dictator in Rivers State, and that's what the court has said. You cannot become a dictator in Rivers State. The legislator is a different arm of government. You as the executive, you're a different arm of government. So there must be separation of power. You must respect their powers. You don't want to give them their funds to operate. What are you up to? Those are impeachable offenses.
Hold on. Why would the courts like you see this conflicting judgment that courts they give? It's such just so. Let me say this. You remember that immediately those people decamped to a different party. Their seats were declared vacant. I think there was a court injunction that declared vacant. And so after that, hold on. There's no. I just want you to understand that there's no illegality. There's no illegality here.
PDP wrote to INEC to declare their seats vacant.
At least I think there was a court injunction that declares their seats.
No. There was no court injunction.
I'm not sure that
there was no court injunction. PDP wrote to INEC to declare their seats vacant. It is now up to INEC to do that and run a by-election.
No,
that was what the party did.
Hold on, there's a subsisting judgment that says as soon as you decamp.
No, it's in the Constitution. It's not just a subsisting. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution. So if it's acting based on what the Constitution says, then what is the legality there?
It has to be activated now.
Exactly.
How? When the other 3 people that did not decamp, they declared their seats vacant, and there were only 3 people in the house. And they nominated
it is not left for INEC to
I don't know that INEC that you're talking about. It's not left for INEC, but for me, it's not. So it's not acting out of the Constitution.
Rational mind, you are not wrong. No, nobody is saying you are wrong, right? So now it's left for them to go ahead to implement. But those guys have said, oh, we jump ship, then we saw our former ship, we jump back the same former ship again. So you understand the confusion there. But let's now the court is ruling on this, right? Separation of powers. The court is not saying you must impeach the governor. No, the court is saying respect the state house of assembly and let them function as a different arm of government. Release their funds and let them operate and serve the people who have put them there. So what the court is actually saying is that respect them. Now it is not left for the State House of Assembly in Rivers to now say these offenses that this our governor has done is impeachable. But I think maybe they may not do it because they want to maintain the peace. Right? I think they may not do it. But I hope they shouldn't. There's no need to keep fighting. The court has ruled, let them continue to do their work and let the governor release funds to them and let them maintain the peace. If after 4 years, River State people say they don't want him again, they kick him out. So the infighting.
Hold on, Nigerian judicial system is so flawed and very inconsistent. I mean, I'm not the judges that made this law, and I'm not a judge, I'm not a trained lawyer, but I just go by real logic. Our constitution says these people, when they decamp, they vacate that seat. So what right do they have now for them to oversee the budget that was passed by the remaining three? Was it 3 or 4? How many other legislators that never decamped?
Are three assembly members sufficient enough to pass a budget?
One man. It is. There are certain things they call. What do they call it in governance? What was that thing that Tinubu used? Obasanjo used in removing Dari at that time. Is it state of emergency or something? There's something that calls for emergency. And if he has to pass his budget, and these people they've already decamped, and by the constitution, they have already forfeited that seat. Then whoever remains, they can go on ahead and just pass the law. So what can this court see from that point of view?
Don't forget something, right? You see, so I think maybe the problem is they want the governor to come and represent the budget again. Maybe
I know, but he has already done that.
No, he has not represented that budget again. Maybe the governor does not want to.
Last time I heard, they said he did it. He represented it to them. That was the last.
If he has represented it to them, then there's no need for them to go to court. So I'm not aware, but I doubt if he has done that. But there's no need for them to go. Maybe they
rational mind. Yeah, don't defend what is indefensible. The National Assembly is totally a different organ of the government. So the governor have responsibility, whether they are people of the same party with him or opposition. His responsibility is to present the budget before them. That is what he just need to do. Present the budget to the National Assembly, whether they have cross-party or not. That is not an issue. As long as they've not been taken up by the law court.
What is the law? What is the ground law?
Hold on.
No, this one-sided.
Listen now. Let somebody land now. Let me land.
Okay, land.
Let me land. It is not the governor that can interpret the law. It is the court. All right? So until the court declare those people not fit to remain in that assembly, until then, they can still run. They can still represent their people. So what the governor just needs to do is to present the budget before the assembly. They have the camp, it doesn't matter whether they are going to cancel it or what do they declare the budget as not well appropriated or do some correction. It is their job. You can't take the budget meant for the assembly to four legislators and you think that that will be regarded as a legal budget. No, it's wrong. Let us call spade a spade. Yes, they have problem among themselves, but what it should do, according to the law, is to present the budget before the National Assembly. And 4% does not represent the Assembly. They are minority of minority. So when anybody saying that what this guy has done or trying to defend what he has done, I think we are just running our sentiment here. The law is clear. He has not done the right thing. Put it before the Assembly and let them do the correction. Let them screen your budget. That is the way it works. So there's no defense here. Rational mind. Don't defend what this guy is. It's just been declared as illegal government now. Technically, everything is doing there. It shows it's not represented. It's not representing the people. It's running an illegal government. You can't rubbish away the representatives of the people, the chamber of democracy, and you think you want to run government. It's not possible. Tinubu cannot do that at the highest, the most powerful president cannot do that.
Quickly. So what about
he cannot do it?
Sorry, what about the courts? What about the court said those people that decamped, they are disqualified to be members of the assembly? Then what happens? And only
they'll call a fresh election. They'll call a fresh election.
They will call a fresh election. It cannot still run the budget. They have to wait until election is taking place and we have new representative of the people.
Okay, so I get it. So
that's the way it runs.
So he has to wait.
How long can they wait for? How long can they wait for?
They will surely speed it up. Surely speed it up. Don't defend this.
Nobody's defending anything. This is common logic. Hold on.
We are forgetting something, right? The State House of Assembly represents the people of the people. So it's not. Yes. So
this illegality with impunity. We must not. You can't defend. You can't run it. If it is Tinubu that did this now, Rational Mind, you'll be all over the places.
That was.
You will be all over the places. Oh yeah. If it's Tinubu that have done this, you'll be all over the world.
Yeah. I agree.
We have told you this guy is an illegal guy and this and this. It's a different thing you'll be saying.
Rational Mind doesn't want to follow the process.
We would not even come on the platform because Rational Mind
and co will be all over the world.
Every attempt for Rational Mind to
Rational Mind, if it was Tinubu, we will not be on the platform.
Oh man, the whole world will have scattered. The whole world will have scattered now. Third World War will have begun. Third World War, and one man went to more.
All this agbado here.
I know
why
them.
Why you ganging up on Rational Mind?
So no, it is not ganging up. Stop it. Nobody's ganging up.
I'm saying what I think. You're like
no, it is not ganging up. But we are pointing out the fact. We know what we have done. If we are to be Tinubu, that have done this,
being very partisan.
No, it is not partisan.
No.
If we are to be Tinubu, Rational Mind will have been all over the world. Will have carried his missiles, his anti-aircraft missile, his intercontinental missile.
They will take it to Radio Kudirat. They will take it to Radio Kudirat.
Radio Kudirat. They will have relaunched Radio Kudirat everywhere. War will have begun. So Rational Mind. So this guy is wrong.
Criminal. He will call him a criminal.
He's a criminal. He's a this and that. Look, this guy, what he just needs to do, he has to find a way to go and settle with the for the Assembly. If he doesn't want to settle with them, present the budget with them. Leave them with the budget. Let them reject it. Then be clear to the people of Rivers that yes, they are the one that doesn't want to approve the budget. But now, with what he has done, it just showed that, look, it's running illegality, government of illegality, and they are tightening up the news against him. This is what this judgment represents. They are tightening up the news against him, and he is just a warning shot to him that, hey, go back and reconcile, and you can run your government.
Exactly.
According to the law. You cannot run a legal government. Rational Mind.
All right. I've rounded that space, Emeka, and then I'll take you to one more talking point, and then we'll move the conversation round.
I think Baba Jalikoko has helped me to round up the space. He just needs to learn how to manage people. Go and reconcile with your state house of assembly, because you can't fight them. The more you fight them, the more you give them the leverage and the talking points and the missile and ammunition to impeach you. He has to manage them, and so that he can run his government, even though they might not be friends, but learn how to manage them and be at peace with them. Simple.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. President Tinubu explains reason for large cabinet. So let me just give you what he said, and then you pick it up from there. Justifying his decision for a large cabinet number of 48 ministers, Tinubu said, I have had a number of criticisms, including the rationale behind the size of my cabinet. If you want efficient, mobile, and resourceful people, we have to give people a load they can carry. If you combine too many ministries because you want to save money, you will have a future of non-performance and no results. Nigeria needs to turn the corner to grow, and we must give people challenges they can manage. And that is what we are doing. So essentially, well, he explains it. I don't need to add on to that. But do you buy that the largest number of ministers that the country has ever witnessed?
I don't have a problem with the number. I just have a problem with the ministers doing their job. I don't have breaking ministries up, so that the portfolio would, be less for maybe the current minister is very effective. Is a better way to manage and deliver objectives, goals and objectives, right? If you have so much load on your head, and if they take a couple of those loads off you, you can carry the ones you have much better. But it is the caliber of people who are managing the portfolio that I have a problem with, not the 48. If he wants to break them to 103, that is fine. But are they going to deliver effectively? Are these people service-oriented ministers that understand their job, what they are supposed to do? I don't have a problem with the number, but I doubt that these ministers know what they are doing. Just last week or last 2 weeks, we were talking about Beta Edu. She didn't understand the assignment. She went there. She went to go and steal money. Tunde Ojo, we argued bitterly about him. He even with the Tunde Ojo rather Bumi, him doing his work, and the things going on between him and the humanitarian ministry, we don't know what's happening. Investigation is still ongoing. Some people want him to stay. Some people want him to go. Some say, oh, he's doing a good job. But for me, that job he's doing, which is good with the Nigerian immigration, very good. I like that. But let him transfer that skills around all his portfolio too. Then the one that is getting to my nerves is Minister of Power and the baby in trade. I don't know what those people are doing. There are lots of them, lot of Ministry of Health. There are a lot of them. What are they doing? The portfolio they are carrying, what are they doing? So we saw the special advisor to the president on implementing the KPIs for these ministries. I think she's going around. She started with the Ministry of Defense to go and see their quarterly report and performance. Of course, we know the Ministry of Defense has failed. Parallel F9 everywhere, all around the 36 states in the country, including Abuja. Abuja now is the worst. Insecurity is eating everybody up. So they are failed. So it is now what will now happen to these ministers that we should be looking at. Quarterly performance. Let's see what if the result card is F9. What will the president do? It's not about him now saying, "Oh, I gave more portfolio, I divided the ministry, I distributed it to more people." But are they delivering? We lauded the president here to be a man who picks great talent, to identify people, to identify leaders who will be able to implement things. We looked at his those he has picked, his successors, as well as individuals he has groomed. And we say this man identifies talent. And he ran on it. Let's be very honest. He ran on it. He ran on that campaign slogan. But now, the talent that we see him picking, I don't understand those talents too. Some of them have K legs. Some of them don't even have legs at all. Some of them don't even understand what they are doing. Some don't even know their portfolio at all. We only have a few of them who have gone through proper leadership school or probably have good experiences, and they are not putting it into good use. For example, Wike, for example, yes, we could call Bumi Ojo. Then we can also look at a couple of them, a handful of them. The former governor of Ebonyi State. You understand that he was a former governor, so it's not new to him. Leadership skill is not new to him. But a few of them, we don't understand what they are up to. The Minister of Power, I don't know what he's doing. There's darkness all over the country. The guy is coming and he's talking about people should stop paying for prepaid meter. And you're wondering, come on, Mr. Man, what are you up to? You're not. Nobody understands you because you lost election in Oyo. We don't know what you are up to anymore. You are confused. Now, I just don't get it. So the president must begin to address his ministers and call them and say, come and explain to me what you are doing. Come and tell us what you are up to. There are some ministries that you just don't know they exist. So what are they even up to? I think on Twitter one certain time, some people decided to hold the Ministry of Youth accountable, and the shadow minister, that's the Minister of State, now decided to write an epistle in on Twitter telling us what they are up to and the skill sets that the skill programs they are trying to do.
Do you think the problem we had with communication under the Buhari administration is starting to rear its head under the Tinubu administration? They're not interacting enough with the people.
I don't think there's a communication problem, because why do I say so now? I don't know how active you are on Twitter, right? Bayo Ononuga communicates very effectively and daily. NTA 2 is living up to some very good expectation. They are communicating. Who again? A couple of the special assistants to the president, they are communicating on a daily basis, with the exception of Chief Ajuri, who communicates when maybe if it's a bigger news, he communicates on that, and then the rest of them now communicate. So communication is not the problem. It is what are they communicating on. I think there's a communication gap between them and the ministries who are supposed to be delivering, and then so I think there's a reporting problem, right? Like the NEC meeting they are having, I don't know what that is delivering. They are supposed to be telling what they are doing, what their plan is, their future plan, their present plan, and what they've already done, what they've achieved, so that cannot be communicated to Nigerians. Some of these ministers too are supposed to be going to the media houses to communicate their strategic objectives to the country and tell the country, this is what we want to do in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months, in 1 year time, this is what we intend to do. So those will form that communication chain. And if maybe Ajuri, who is the coordinator of communication across board in the country, says, okay, we don't want that. What we want you guys to do is tell us your plans, what you want to do for the country, and tell us what you have achieved so far. Then we will now communicate it through the appropriate channel, either through NTA or through our media handles, whichever one. But there is a reporting problem. So why I say this is that the ministers, do not know what to do. They are not doing their jobs. Let's be very honest. They are not doing their jobs, because if they were doing their jobs, communication will not be a problem. There will be an overload of communication that most of the SSAs in charge of communication and strategy would be so overloaded with jobs that every day they'll be communicating something about what they're up to. So they don't know their jobs. They don't know what they're doing. They are confused.
I mean, you said, do you want them to just come out and just keep talking and talk for whatever reason? Or you want them to talk about a real project or something they have going on?
No.
I mean,
okay, go ahead.
If it's a requirement, but if Tinubu give them a schedule, say every quarter or every month, you have to tell us an update to the public, to the Nigerian people, what is going on. That's one thing, but I don't believe that they all have something great going on that they should be talking all the time. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I understand the critical sector like energy or power.
I think, was it on, I don't think it was on this platform when I was given that the example that if the ministers know what they're doing, they would know how to communicate to the public. They would tell the public what they are up to. You understand? Their budget has just been signed. Now, with your budget, you told the government or your ministry that these are the things you want for them to make your ministry effective for the year. They have approved your budget. Now, you are now on the next phase of them releasing funds to you. I think that is what they are doing now. They are releasing funds on a piecemeal phase. With that, once that your budget has been approved and they've released funds to you, the first piecemeal fund, you prioritize your budget, what you think is considered the topmost priority to implement, and you begin to implement. There you go. Before you even start implementing, once you see the fund, you go to the media, or you can use newspapers, you go to channels, whatever. In short, as a matter of, okay, I don't want to say something. Let me keep it till I begin to see the signs. Then I will speak on it. You go and explain to Nigeria, or you go and tell Nigerians what you intend to do. These are what you want to do, and these are the timelines to deliver on them. But you can see, okay, look at Bumi Ojo. Even though he ran to the media,
sorry, Mecca.
he ran to the media.
Mecca, where is this? I mean, I think you're over ambitious. Number one, with your requirement, and number two, where is this model coming from? I mean, where is it coming from? When did they start doing all these things?
We had it with Fashola though, Prince Daddy.
Fashola was always communicating. Fashola was always communicating his plans. Wike is an effective communicator.
Yes, that's personality at work. That's personality at work. Fashola has portfolios.
You see now. You see the difference with Wike. That comes with experience. His experience being a former governor, his experience with leadership, and now he does not want people to begin to miscrew what his plans are. Now they came and the saboteurs were at work. What he did, he went to he called the media to come to his office and he explained to them, this is what we want to do on security. Even he has given 3 or 2 media interviews. He spoke to Abuja residents on the insecurity issues and their plans on security. He now called the media again to his office to explain again how he intends to address the insecurity and likewise the things he has done. Don't forget, last week or last 2 weeks, he took the media to the metro line to show them the phase at which the metro line is going. The near completion of the metro line, and it was like, okay, you guys need to fix this. So Wike knows how to communicate effectively. Wike knows how to channel his plans to the people so that the people can see. Wike gives Abuja residents a hopeful thinking that, okay, this man is up to the task and this man will deliver. And he even gets his enemies very worried because they are like, oh, this man is going to spoil business for us. Let's see how to attack him. And he knows how to manipulate and maneuver his way into the houses of Abuja residents. So that is what other ministers should represent and exemplify.
Yeah, I understand. See, again, yeah, Wike is great. Fashola was great. But here's the thing. I'd rather have Ngilali or Tinubu himself come out to talk to the Nigerian people and delineate.
Do you think he should be doing that quarterly, Prince Daddy? Do you think Tinubu should be having a quarterly national broadcast?
That'd be great. Any way to communicate with the Nigerian people is great. But let Tinubu or his minions come out and tell us each ministry what the expectations are or what any big project they have going on. So we have an idea, at least an idea and a timeline for deliverables, right? But I don't want to hear people just making noise on television and promising and over-promising. This is not a culture. I mean, it's not a culture. I mean, it would be nice, not even the United States. I don't even think, not even Canada, they do that. We don't even know the ministers are.
They just communicated immigration to us today now.
Well, yeah, because that's important. That's in America also.
They've identified you see.
Well, we don't. The FEMA guy, the person in charge of the emergency when there's disaster, the FEMA person, it comes out once in a while. There's a hurricane here, there's disaster here. They come to television, we hear them talk. But other than that, we don't know what the heck they're doing. Who cares?
Oh no, but again, now in the United States, there's even a dedicated channel, C-SPAN, right? Purely on legislative matters. So with that, you know what is going on. There are also multiple dedicated political channels in the United States that are trashing out all the issues, and you see You see those in the political brokers, the political powerhouse, all going to these political stations to go and express their opinion and tell the American people what they are up to. Then even in Canada here, the same thing. But in Nigeria, there's this communication gap. There's a communication gap. We really do not know what
I like
they're
that
doing.
point. That the NTA actually should morph itself and become maybe like C-SPAN. They should go out there and knock on the doors of these ministers and hunt them down to get information and present it to the public.
I agree. Fine point. That's an excellent point. I agree with you. I think that's what they need to do. Go and meet the ministers. If the ministers are not coming to you, go after them and ask them what they are up to. It maybe probably puts them on their toes and that, I need to communicate and tell Nigerians what I'm supposed to do. That you can imagine a minister of health so far since he has been appointed. We don't know what he's doing. We don't know what he's up to. Doctors are leaving the country. Nurses are fleeing the country. Even pharmacists
in fact, Lagos State has a better plan than it, because Lagos State is building a purpose-built a university for just to train medical personnel.
Exactly.
Exactly.
We don't know we don't know the health policy of the country. You understand? We don't know what is going on, and there are fake products going around the country. NAFDAC is understaffed. NAFDAC is poorly equipped, and we say we have a minister of health. What is he up to? We don't. Do you know him? You don't know him. We
I don't even know
why
his name is. That's how
he looks like.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
I don't even know if it's a he or
That's
a
how
she.
bad. A critical function of health, which is very, very important and very essential. We don't know what he's up to. We don't know what he's doing. We don't know what are his plans.
The guy's CV is fantastic. It's an international CV.
Hey,
we can go through the CV. Let him come and let him first come and explain the CV to us so that we can take the CV and go and eat.
Minister of State for Health too. Both of them. If you look at their CV, man, it's a world standard, man. It's a world class.
Let them bring their CV first. Now let's eat the CV first.
Let that CV reflect in an action plan.
Exactly, action plan. Let it reflect in action plan.
That's also boo-boo. That's also boo-boo. Where is Ekene?
Ekene will tell us we are here speaking grammar. We speak too much grammar.
That's also boo-boo. We know the action.
We don't see any action. It's very bad. It's terrible. And so many of them just like that we can't even remember. The ones we remember are the ones who are even making an effort. Let's be very realistic. The ones we remember are the ones making an effort. The ones we can't remember, they are not doing anything. See, maybe EFCC comes knocking at their door, there's a scandal. That's when we remember, oh, this one was once a minister, and now this one is stealing money. So it's bad. I think the president must coordinate his minister effectively. I am not against the number of portfolio he wants to give to people. I just want these people who have this portfolio to deliver effectively and let the country move properly. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Is there anything else we missed in the news cycle, Emeka?
Yeah, just to round up on the insecurity in Abuja. Yesterday, we spoke passionately and very bitterly about the insecurity in Abuja. Now, we are hearing from Wike space that there are saboteurs trying to embarrass the president, which you were actually saying yesterday. Yesterday, I didn't want to call it out, but now Wike, who is a top-ranking minister in the cabinet of the president, is saying they are saboteurs, and it's looking like it. All of a sudden, the shot just came out from nowhere. It's like all the criminals in the country around to Abuja. They had the meeting. They had and they had the consensus, and everybody, let's go to Abuja and go and create problems there. So that's what Wike is actually telling us, and it appears, it's looking like it, but sometimes you just don't want to call something out. But with Wike saying it, I'm afraid I have to go with it that they are saboteurs. But then again, if you know they are saboteurs, those who want to spoil your soup, what do? Do you expose your soup for them to spoil, or would you cover your pot of soup so that they don't put their hands into it or throw sand into it? So you fight them. You are the president. You are the minister of the FCT. You fight them. You fight them and make that place uncomfortable for them. You embarrass them. You call their names out. You take the war into their houses as they are going into Nigerian homes to kidnap people. Go into their house and go and shoot them there. Shoot them. Shoot all their people too. Shoot them very hard into their homes so that they will run away and they say, this is too tough. We can't stay in Abuja. They've defeated us. So that's the attitude I want them to begin to portray. let them not see it as a situation that they've been defeated. No, if they're saboteurs, you go after the saboteurs. Why do you have the powers in your pocket? Use them. Use their munitions. Shoot them everywhere. You know, like if you are playing all these games, you know, you shoot them, let them feel the pains. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. So that's the majestic King Emeka. So thank you, Meku. Stay with us. Let's go on from you to Man of Prestige. We've not heard from Man of Prestige sufficient enough on this platform. Prestige, are you still there? I can't see you. Oh yeah, you are there. Man of Prestige. Look at that. He has gone to that Kuli he brought from Nigeria. He has gone. As we wait for Man of Prestige to join us, let's go to Aizon. Izon. Look at that. What's going on?
One man.
Oh, all right. Look at. I was about to start insulting you, but there you are. Yes.
I'll be surprised if you didn't.
No insults, but what is going on in the creeks? Does this conversation now, Fubara, just he should have known that this was going to be reversed. Actually, let me start. Since you are from that region, let me start it off with this. Listen to this. I'll only play you a couple of minutes. It's quite long, but listen to this.
One, I just saw on social media now that the young man that we want not to talk about the way to Wike went to a wall in Obiabo and he has insulted our leader. So I will address that young man. So I want to be able to listen. From the town, equal to the 4 local governments, 60 communities, I go to Mba, I know quote on, I want one tradition. I already.
All right, let's not labor that, but that's a local government chairman raining insults on Fubara, and you can somewhat understand a 4-man panel to approve an 800 billion naira budget. Even when we were discussing it, when this budget was passed, we found this somewhat dubious, and so did the courts. Are you of the thought that an effective functionary, but not an alpha leader, is Fubara actually even suited to be a governor? Aizon.
Well, man, that remains to be seen. I think we're going to have to let the jury is out on that. You know, in terms of how effective of a leader will he be. Obviously, you look at his background; he doesn't have a lot of experience in politics. He's a newer guy to the game. He's not as savvy, and but he has the backing of the Rivers people, and I think that is the key. This guy talking is clearly a Wike supporter, but he has the backing of Rivers people en masse, and it's not across ethnic lines, whether it's Ogoni, Ijo, or Ekwere. They also majority of people support him. So, but he has to get very good advisors around him that can give him the kind of advice he needs to navigate himself through these waters. You know, I was listening to what Ajele said about, you know, his action with the State House. You know, he took that action because of what he was anticipating, that they wouldn't support him. But he does have the people on his side. So if they don't support his budget, he can always take it to Rivers. He has the pulpit of the executive. So whether or not he'll be a good leader, one man, we're all watching. But he's learning on the job, and he has to be smart enough to get the right people around him in that state, so he can come out of this unscathed.
Do you think he can succeed without the full backing of Wike?
Yeah, I do.
You think so?
I do. Yeah, because Wike is burdened in Abuja. You just said it right now, him coming up with this conspiracy theory. But he's burdened in Abuja. Heavily burdened. As a matter of fact, the people in Abuja, I was listening to someone today on channel say how they need him to focus on Abuja, that his mind is elsewhere. And we have enough problems. We have these things coming up. With the kind of focus that is coming up in Abuja right now, I think I saw something else today that was saying how northern senators are pushing against Tinubu's decision to move the CBN to Lagos.
Yes, that's been rumbling for the last 3 days. And they are,
Yes,
they are moving the FAAN as well, Federal
as well.
Airport Authority.
Aviation, yeah. So
Aviation,
So it's, you can see, Wike has to get up for a fight in Abuja. The minute he got appointed, when he started trying to restructure the town and get everything all in an orderly fashion, they came out against him. They've complained. This is just the beginning. He can't, there's no way he can effectively fight that Rivers battle and come out on top while also fight what's happening in Abuja. It's just too much. But at the moment, his cronies in Rivers State are going to try. They are trying to use the budget to stifle Fubara, because if he gets that budget, he has.
Is that your reading of it, or do you think it was a misstep to try and now pass a budget, a 800 billion budget being signed off within 24 hours, by the way, by 4 parliamentarians? Is that not a schoolboy error in itself?
It's a schoolboy error. He has to get good advisors around him. It's chess, right? So he's made his play. After those guys decamped, he said, fine, I'll go with these guys. I'll pass the budget. I think it was a misstep. He could have gone another route, because now a judge has ruled against it. Now he's in a tough position. He has to now go back and figure out what his next move will be. It was a misstep, but he anticipated that misstep based on the kind of adversary he was facing. Wike being who he is, and
that was why I asked if he can succeed without Wike, because Wike would loom large over him, no matter what. And the more successful Wike is in Abuja, the more intimidated he will be in Rivers State.
Yeah, Wike is definitely a personality. We all know that he looms large. He has, look at what he did in PDP. But Fubara is the governor, and Fubara has the people, and he has a lot of support among the traditional elders in that state, and the elders of the state. Remember, Rivers State has some elders, that went, including people like Ada George and the rest. So what is going to happen is, if those people, if they do come back and they're charged with passing the budget and they don't pass the budget, they're going to have to deal with that state. Because the noise that will be made is going to be either you pass it or this whole state goes down. And at the end of the day, I don't think that's what it's going to come down to. They're going to have to give in some kind of way. What I was curious about when Ajanlekuku was talking is that, didn't Peter Obi face a similar thing in Anambra? Does anyone remember?
He bypassed the state assembly altogether, didn't he?
No,
because it was acting without appropriation. That was one of the things being leveled against him.
So he got the budget passed without the acceptance. I can't remember.
I think he governed essentially through executive orders. With executive order, you can do pretty much anything.
Anything, yeah. Governors, Nigerian governors are too powerful, as it is already. They are already too powerful. Immunity from prosecution. They have all these things. So him being a governor in that state alone, and knowing that he's going to be a governor for the next 4 years, a lot of people will come to his side just off that alone. And with that, he can navigate himself through this. Even with but Wike, because Wike is going to have big problems in Abuja. What's happening in Abuja is not for the faint of heart. He's going to have big problems. So I don't see how Wike can. If he was in Rivers, yes, but being in Abuja, no way. It's not happening.
All right. Let me take you to this space, Aizon. Illness in London. Buhari did not know where he was. This is coming from the memoirs of Femi Adesina. The headline explains it. It says, Adesina said, let me just give you a few paragraphs. It says, Mr. Adesina, former special advisor on media and publicity to ex-president Muhammadu Buhari yesterday, disclosed how his principal told him he did not know where he was when he was seriously ill. In his book, blah, 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 he said during, in his book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor, additional recounted a visit to Buhari in London in 2017. He said during the visit, Buhari admitted to him that he did not know where he was due to his illness. Additional revealed that there were demands for him to declare the president incapacitated and unfit for office. The visit, which was organized by Aisha Buhari, the former First Lady, was aimed at providing clarity and first-hand information about Buhari's condition. Additional said, I was under a lot of barrage, particularly from the media. They expected me to declare the president either incapacitated or dead. There was this significant development. We saw us visiting the president in London August 12, 2017. The team included the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, myself, Garba Shehu, Mrs. Abike Dabiri Arewa, Chairman, Nigeria, blah, 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 Loretta Onoche, personal aide to the president on social media. The brain behind the visit was the First Lady, Mrs. Aisha Buhari. We spoke sparingly, but that day, when the trip was being planned, my phone rang and it was her. After the exchange of pleasantries, she said, my husband is not terminally ill. He is just stressed and overworked. I have been warning on it since last year. All he needs is rest. I spent 9 days with him before returning to attend to some women projects. The children are with him. I think you should visit him too. You can't be speaking for him without seeing him. And that was how the visit was arranged at the behest of the First Lady. Let me add that myself and Garba Shehu had made requests to visit earlier through the Office of the Chief of Staff. However, it was understandable that that was not possible, particularly when President Buhari was at the time struggling for life. It was during that London meeting that he told me, at a point, I did not even know where I was. Serious, very serious. Those criticizing the media aides were shut out. Was it at such a time that we were needed to do what? To use our pens to conduct diagnosis or write prescription. Easy does it. So there it is right there. And a lot of people will tell you that throughout the 8 years of his tenure, he did not really know where he was. But that period then, who governed that? That was the free-for-all. When they seized charge of this guy's administration, his administration fell when he fell ill. They seized charge of it and they did not release it for 8 years.
Yeah, no, 100%. And wow. So who was running the government?
That's the question. Abba Kyari and maybe I know this. And
then Abba Kyari passed away, right? So after he passed away, then who started running the country? Because it doesn't really come as a surprise.
I think that happened before Abba Kyari passed away. So
yeah, so it happened. Then after Abba Kyari passed away, whomever came in after him probably started running the country after him.
The baton passed on to Mamandaura.
So you can see what we all believed, right, is what Additional is confirming. This shouldn't come as a surprise to any of us. We knew something was missing. We knew it was like the country didn't have a leader. It was almost like the country was in cruise control. We weren't sure who was making decisions. He barely addressed us, and when he did, he looked like he was struggling to talk. All these things, like all the signs were there. All the signs were there of everything that was wrong. We never knew who was running the country. And it's not a surprise that we went through all the things we wrote, all these decisions, these economic decisions. Who was the person making these decisions? Printing money, doing this. Maybe that's why the accountant general could steal that kind of money, because end of the day, he had no oversight. And if he did, the people that were probably oversighting him were probably in collusion with him. Maybe that's why nothing has happened to him and he has been turbaned. These guys just took the country through the mud. Under any normal circumstance, a president in this kind of condition would have stepped down. For the sake of the nation, and by the way, the national security implications of it. He was in London. Do you think MI6 didn't have disinformation that Additional is sharing right now. They probably knew the minute it happened. They probably are looking at his medical records the minute he stepped foot in London. And at some point, our people don't understand that we can't continue to have our leaders go to foreign hospitals for treatment because they are giving international intelligence agencies their medical records.
You're very correct, my brother. You're very
It's
correct.
a threat to our national security. A big
It
threat.
is.
It's a big threat. I don't know what they are doing. It's a big threat.
Ajale Gogo and Emeka, I'm not a security expert. That is not my field. But common sense, I can rationalize it and know that this is an issue. Now, if I know it, that means the security experts in Nigeria know it. But still, they allow it to happen. You know, it's been an issue. I mean, Tinubu goes to France. We know the French and their operations in Africa. There's no way they don't know everything about Tinubu. There's no way. But for some reason,
we are in a big mess.
In a big mess. I don't understand why I mean, look at this. If he was that ill, how would they not have looked at that situation and said, look, our country's in a mess, we have security issues, the economy needs to be revamped. How do we then boost up all of these things and have it fixed? You know, those are some of the issues that we need to fix. So it's very bizarre. I don't understand it. It's very, very bizarre. It's an Additional releasing it in his book. One man, I'm trying to understand.
What is so special about Buhari's medical record that's a national threat to the nation?
Well, okay, so
they
Prince
they could blackmail him for it.
Of course.
He's exposed to
blackmailing for what?
For what? Okay, let me explain it to you.
You guys just sound sophisticated. Look, it's not as deep as you guys are making it.
It is.
Nah.
It is as deep. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. Right? So, a foreign intelligence...
His life is in their hand now. The life of our president is in the hand of the foreign land.
A foreign doctor in a foreign hospital. Wait.
More importantly, his medical. They know the situation in Nigeria now that they are pushing him hard, and they have his medical record. So
no privacy. What is not known to
susceptible
to blackmail now.
What is not known?
Let me say this. They're not lazy people.
Prince Daddy, let me say this to you. Let me say this to you. You're in America, right? You and I know there's a reason why we have HIPAA laws in America, right? HIPAA laws guarantee the protection of your medical records. Guarantee. So no one can have access to your medical records, Prince Daddy, unless you give them permission. There's a reason why HIPAA laws exist. So now you fast forward to a high-profile person like our president, Africa's #1 economy, most populous black nation that is dealing with a myriad of challenges. Everybody wants our oil. They want resources. They want to have leverage over us. If they know the president's medical records and it is dire...
That's the keyword.
Wait. Go ahead.
The leverage you're talking about, they already have it. So that's the point here. So I mean, I understand him being the president, sure, but there's nothing the MI6 or 5 or CIA, FBI want about any one of your leaders that they don't have already. There's nothing special about it, not at all. But
here's the thing. If I think Emeka just said it, that pot of soup analogy he gave, where he said, if someone wants to put your hand into the pot of soup, at least you cover it before they get access to it. It's the same thing here. Yes, they might have. They might have certain information about us, which is fine. But if Buhari was, let me put it like this. Wait. Let me land.
You know that the president can easily be killed. Do you know if it's becoming too troublesome against their interest?
When they killed Gaddafi did not take medical. Hold on. When they killed Gaddafi and all your leaders, they did not. they were not. It wasn't because of medical.
Prince
Daddy, do you know? Wait. Let me ask him this question.
Let me
ask him a
land.
question.
See,
Prince Daddy, do you know how many African leaders have been assassinated in Africa since independence? No, but let me point it out to you. When you have a continent with that kind of history, right? The last thing you need is to put your leader at risk by having him get treated when he's critically ill in a foreign hospital. That is the last thing you need ever. He should be in Nigeria, in Abuja,
just like
getting
Jonathan,
treated.
Hold on, just like Jonathan, when Buhari did not care for Jonathan, and that's why he was opposed by any means necessary. If they didn't want Buhari to become president, the British government could have done something about it. And if they want him out of the power in Nigeria, not necessarily coming to England, they'll do that. My point is that these people, they have unfettered power to do whatever they want to do to you people. Okay, so let's not make a big deal about his medical record being such a big deal. It's not at all. It's just not.
It is a big deal. It is because your medical records, tell the world. Listen, if it wasn't a big deal, Buhari would come back to Nigeria and release his medical records to everybody.
Well,
there's a reason why he never did that.
When it comes to the intelligence body,
your medical privacy with everybody.
No, that's we're not
so
talking
what are
about
you
me.
talking about? Why you say it's not
As one man would call us oil polloi. He's not talking about me, not about me. But my point here is that
the life of our president is in the hand of the foreign power. That is what it means.
Okay, hold on. You're concerned about his medical record. Hold on, you're concerned about his medical record, but you're not concerned about the treatment. Hold on, no. You're concerned about his medical record being public, but you're not concerned about the treatment from whom is getting the treatment from. Do you really need his medical record to poison him or do whatever they want to do to him? They don't need his medical record. I know you guys just talk about formality. It's not again, I repeat myself. Having known Buhari's medical record by the MI6 or the British intelligence, it's not a big deal. There's nothing
it is a big deal. It's a very big deal. And you know why? You know why it's a big deal? Let me explain something to you. Outside of just regular espionage, there's economic espionage, right? That they do. There's information to know who to talk to when they want to get things done. If they know that Buhari is incapacitated because of his condition, then they start to leverage over who is probably controlling the country, who's the next person that they need to talk to, and they will leverage of that person. And on top of that, they can actually wait. On top of that, they can actually go to the leader or to whomever his handlers are and say, listen, we want X, Y, and Z things from your country. And they can leverage his medical records because they know that these people are going to still want to keep him in power. Look, that is not information you want foreign intelligence agencies having at all. It's the last thing you want them having. The medical, because so they can predict when your leader is probably going to die. Is that what you want foreigners to know before you people even know? We didn't know this. We knew he was sick. We all guessed it was bad, but we didn't know just how sick he was and how incapacitated he was. Meanwhile, we're dealing with all these problems in the country. Boko Haram here, ISWAP growing, this issue, poverty, this state, that state. Our leader is not there. But the foreign people probably knew. They don't have a leader. This guy is sick. Look at his records. And you don't think that that's an issue?
In addition to that, the fact that his health is compromised in the hand of the foreign power, that means our country is compromised. The position of the president is compromised. It's in the hand of the foreign power. That is what it means.
Our number one citizen.
Our president should be a person that be well protected in our own country and anywhere he goes, and because his death can cause instability in the country. It can 100%. Cause instability, serious instability. And you see what happened to what do you call it, Yaradua.
Yaradua.
You know the war. Don't let me say war. The struggle. I will call it struggle. That the Southerner has to go, particularly until when Professor Wole Soyinka started demonstration, protest in Abuja before it got clearer to them that, look, we have to hand over power. They didn't want to hand over power.
Respectfully, Ajani Gokwane Aizon. Respectfully,
it's not good.
I don't see the worth of this man for this trouble. You understand? In as much as you want to theorize how important is the aid to the nation, as it was going to cause instability. When even in their life there was instability there, but the only thing there is that it's the shame of a nation that your number one president cannot even equip the Aso Rock hospital.
Yeah.
For him, even as Abacha was, Aso Rock hospital used to be the number one, the best with the best facility during his time. So it's just a shame. So that's how they want it. So I won't stress myself about it, but at least we should learn from it. But I don't know. I hope Tinubu will not follow his path, and they'll be able to do things that even other citizens can benefit from. So to me, congratulations to him. He survived. But will I really care?
You should care, because there was I think it was actually at the Femi Additional book launch still that when Buhari was making his speech, he was saying, apologies for whatever it is that I got wrong. And then I was watching Rice TV, and not often do I agree with Rufai Oseni, but he was then speaking of where the country was under Goodluck Jonathan, when the country was a choice destination for investment portfolios and all of that. So he was saying that there was a lot of money coming, and Nigeria was being rebracketed. The economy was rebalancing, and there was somewhat of a boon within the Nigerian space. All of that under Goodluck Jonathan. And in fact, under Goodluck Jonathan, the country had so much leverage and freedom that we thought we had completely finally escaped this sort of a thing that we went through under Buhari. And as soon as he came in, all of those gains were reversed. And how were those gains reversed? Contrary, a lot of people thought he wouldn't do excellently well, but we thought he would do a steady job. And he wasn't able to do that. And he wasn't able to do that now. We're finding out now. He himself saying he didn't even know where he was.
Okay, no, we are talking of different things now. If you are talking of incapacity, that the man was incapacitated and was unable to perform his duty and he was covered up, that's one thing. But saying his life is in the hands of the foreign power, I care less. Because one thing I want to say, in as much as the like of Aizon and our people in America,
it wasn't his life that people are talking about. The implications of having his medical record and his life, being the president of the most important black nation on the planet, with some.
What would that have done if they know that? What would that have achieved for them that they cannot achieve even without having it?
Exactly, a lot. That's what I'm talking about. What would that do for?
It's not hard enough. It's as powerless as even while.
Sorry, can I interject?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. It's like we're just living in La La Land. Sorry to say, I'm not insulting Ola and Prince Daddy. Buhari medical records with MI6. You can see the result now. That's why Nigeria is in shambles. Don't forget, everybody have interest. You want to bring a steel company to Nigeria. For example, Buhari wants to bring a steel company to Nigeria by all means necessary. He has signed with Cuba, and British don't want it because they have interest. We are buying steel for them. What do you think is going to happen? And today we are complaining we don't have steel company. They use all those power, those soft power, leverage over it. Hold on. In
Nigeria or in foreign country, it doesn't matter.
It matters. For example, again. Hold on. I beg, hold on. Let me say this one now.
Okay.
Yeah. For example, now, see Ukraine. I'm not going to use Putin. The comedian in Ukraine, going to Russia, taking treatment. What do you expect? The war will be over the next day now. But you will say you care less that what's his name? Shakovi is going to Ukraine going to Russia for treatment. The war will end the next day.
What piece? You have to consider your environment. Don't just bring a foreign environment to us. Our environment, even when the president is Eddie, you still need some collaborator within the government that still want to sell the country. It has nothing to do with his head. Just get that right. If there is no thief inside, another thief will not come out from outside to come and rob you. It has nothing to do with the earth. And Ruaka and Co is not just because of earth. Desiani under Goodon Jonathan, it has nothing to do with earth. When they were almost selling our Ajakuta and some other things. So the thing is this, whether the guy is overseas or here, those people working with him that want to call deal, they will see undermine him right in his presence and do whatever they want to do. Using
not necessarily.
Not
necessarily.
How easy is that to do if you had the fullness of health?
How easy is it to do? How easy is it to do in Nigeria? I don't know.
I'm not talking about in Nigeria. We are talking about Buhari. How easy would they have? It was state capture, wasn't it? What happened?
Yes. Pretty much. Yeah. So
quick
interjection. So the thing is this. Wait. The thing is this. If he was in Abuja hospital, right? We have our intelligence locally. We have people, national security people locally. If they knew 10% of what their job required and the president was ill in there, only strict personnel will be allowed in there. Whatever is going on with him will be highly classified. It's not going to be leaked automatically, and you will control that. There are things, believe it or not, I know this might be difficult for you to believe. Wait. Let me finish. This is, I know this might be difficult for some of you to believe, but there are things that happen in Nigeria, inside that country, that our government knows, that foreign governments do not know, right? People try to make all these foreign governments more powerful than they are sometimes. That, they know everything.
I always wonder, it's almost as though they had like a godlike eye that they how would they know everything?
Let me comment real quick.
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish my point. So the idea that whether he's abroad or he's in Nigeria, they will still know his medical records. No, they won't. But at the same time, it's almost like saying, you know what? They're going to know our military capabilities, so we might as well just send them a letter with all the military hardware we have, right to turn down the street or to whomever. It doesn't make any sense. Just because you feel.
Hold on, let me come in. Allow me to come in, please.
No, wait. Let me finish. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I think he gets the broader point. Let him come in, and then you round off that space, and then we move on.
No. Sorry. Go ahead, Aizon.
No. You come in, Prince, and then make that point, and then Aizon, in response, will round off this talking point, and then we'll move on. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah. See, you talk about knowing our military hardware. Question, Aizon: did we produce any of those hardware? The president wants medical treatment, so we flew him to London. Okay. And by the way, even our intelligence, do you know how many of them work for the international intelligence, such as the CIA or the MI6 or MI5? You don't know that. You don't know how. See, this intelligence, CIA and MI6, they spend millions and billions of dollars on intelligence. They have the money, and I know you know that. Okay, so don't pretend like you know how Nigeria's intelligence works. Do you know how many moles are there? Even in advanced nations such as America, they have Russian moles all around America's intelligence. So how much more Nigerian intelligence they don't have? They don't have one that are Nigerians working for the state. This is easy stuff we're talking about here. So I know what you guys. I have a good grasp of what you guys are talking about. But at the same time, my point here is that look, we are 100% literally dependent on this nations, these leaders, and we pretended like it's so important that our medical record, our president medical record is so sacred that them knowing it is like a big disadvantage to Nigeria. It's not. I know you want to sound really important. Nigeria is not to that degree. We don't. I mean, we pretty much import everything. There's nothing that we have like this advantage, competitive advantage or comparative advantage that we have over these countries. They call the shots for us. Look at our dollar. Look at to dollar to the naira, and we don't have any leverage. Let's quit pretending that because they know our president medical record is such a big deal. It's not a big deal, and I agree with Allah. It's not a big deal. They already know it. They already know it.
Please, Daddy, let me make you laugh if you don't mind, so that Aizan will round up. You see, one thing is this. This one may look like outside, but if you think deeply, you will see the type of mess Nigeria is in. When they kidnapped Obi's father, Roman Abramovich said, he called Obi, do you want me to send guys to get your dad for you? The guy said, you're supposed to do it, boss. He said, when you are ready, just tell me. And Obi said, it was damn serious. That's just a Chelsea football owner. He's saying he will send guys to Nigeria to get his father's release for him. That he can do anything for Obi. That's the type of Nigeria you are talking about. How is that guy supposed to be so bold enough? You know, people like that, they don't just want to look like a rubbish in the presence of Obi. That I will send people to Nigeria and get your father for you. And we are saying, see, all those equipment we are talking military hardware, they have the information. As if you are not going to be clear before you buy all those stuff. You'll be cleared. So what are you talking about? PI&D. Who are those people that were selling Nigeria assets? Who were those people that tried to sell Ajakuta to foreign power? What are we talking about? Was Jonathan sick when they were doing all those in Odani? I think we just we are giving ourselves unnecessary power. You know, Nigerians like you and I are the one that will be selling Nigeria, including the president of Nigeria, right under the nose of Nigeria there, just for money. Thank you, Prince Daddy.
All right, bring it to Maizon and then we'll move on.
Okay, so the it's hilarious, man. If a country has to grow and to build its sovereignty and its independence, how is it going to do that when its citizens are willing to roll over just because a powerful country shows up? The analogy for military hardware was an example to say, because we believe they know it, doesn't mean we should send them a letter highlighting item for item everything in our system. Just to help you guys understand why that analogy was used. In the United States, the president of the United States goes to Walter Reed if something is wrong with him. He doesn't go to George Washington Hospital. He doesn't go to the hospital in LA. He goes to Walter Reed. There's a reason why. You understand what I'm saying? Now, can the Russians still find out that the president is sick and find out his condition? Of course, if their intelligence is good enough. But it doesn't mean he should fly to Russia to get treatment so he can just put it on a platter for them. That is the difference.
Intelligence community that is using remote viewing to spy on each other. What I'm saying? They are going
just because they might know something, because they have the billions and they have the fifth elements within our government that have turncoat and are serving them, those traitors that we have. Okay, yes, that's possible. So what does that mean? We shouldn't have our intelligence protection? What does that mean? We should just roll over and let them take anything they want out of our nation? Are we not a sovereign nation? Or did we give that up too? Because there were people that wanted to sell Ajakuta, or people that wanted to, or Jonathan said that Boko Haram was in his government. So what? We should just scrap our whole government, scrap our intelligence apparatus, scrap the privacy that we're supposed to have and just give it to everyone. That's madness. At the end of the day, we're a sovereign nation. And if your leader is ill, you keep him in your country, you protect his status for the greater good of the country, and you make sure that he tries to get better. You don't take him to a foreign nation and put him on a platter so everyone in that foreign nation of importance can just get his full information. And I don't understand what's so difficult to understand about that. You're still a nation and you have to chart course. But if you believe that because everyone else is more powerful and because we are a struggling, developing nation, right, we should therefore not try to protect whatever it is that we are and try to get better, then we're not going to have a country. We might as well just go back into colonialism. One man, I digress.
But you make it sound like they're forcing you to take your president overseas for medical care.
That's the point I'm making. We should not be taking him there. We should have some pride. We should have some pride about who we are and keep him in the country and protect his identity and protect his medical records. That is what we must do.
Okay, why do you think if we have everything to take care of the president in Nigeria, why did they fly him out of the country to another country?
That is the point we're making. That is the point we're making, that there is a flaw in the thinking. Tinubu is going to France. Yar'Adua died abroad. Buhari was abroad. Did you hear what Vladimir Putin said? African leaders steal money in their country and they die in another man's country. We need to stop the madness. That is the point we're making. We're not saying, yes, it happened, but we don't have to be okay with it. We have to stop the madness. He should not be abroad. We need to develop our infrastructure at home. And if anything, this revelation by addition...
Until we do that, what happens? What should be happening until we do that?
Did you hear what Atiku said when they asked him about this? He said, "Oh, I should stay at home so I can die." That's what he said. But Bola Osibanjo was ill, had surgery in Lagos.
What did he say? Sorry, I missed that.
Wait. Atiku, they had an interview with him. I think it was towards the end of last year. They were asking him about foreign trips to medical doctors. He said, "I go and see my doctor. I've been going to see him. I have a relationship with him." They said, "So what do you think about building infrastructure at home?" And he said, "Oh, I should do that so I can die at home." He said it on an interview. Right? No, you're laughing, but it's not funny, my brother. It's not. Because guess what? There are people that their children die because they can't get heat after delivering a baby in a hospital. We talked about the fake medical drugs that are being sold in the country. We've talked about all the different things. You know how many people that you talk to, they're like, "Oh, he would have survived. He had gone to another good hospital. They couldn't do this because they didn't have light." Or, I mean, come on now. And then at the end of the day, you have guys who are in power who can fix it, right? They don't. Look at what happened to that senator from the southeast when he went abroad to get get a donor for his daughter. Came home. If we had if we had medical facilities at home, would that ever happen?
Whatever happened to him, by the way, he's still eating baked beans in Belmarsh.
I think he got sentenced, right? He got sentenced. They found him guilty.
Did his wife get sentenced? Did his wife get off?
Do they serve Kool-Aid there? One man.
No, it's baked beans and porridge. Baked beans and porridge.
Yeah,
sorry, one man. You know, I kind of disagree. See, at the end of the day, we're talking about mentality. We're talking about our orientation, the way we think about things and the world around us. I don't even believe that. I don't even believe that if we have the best medical care, equally as matching that of the Western world, that our leaders with so much money in their pockets will not still take their own children or themselves overseas for medical care. You know why? They would do that because we know they would do that. Why? Because they like to distinguish why they are a better people, why they are so important. They would do that. And I think guys know that. The same way they do for education and everything else. Is it not? I've heard about Nigerian, I guess wealthy people that order pizza from London in the morning and get it in the next few hours. It's our nature. Sometimes we do pretend. If we have the best of the best that's equal that of the Western world, I believe those that have money, they would still try as much as possible to distinguish themselves from the rest of the people. It's our reality. Let's quit pretending.
All right. A quick one on this one is on, and then we'll go from you to Rational Mind.
Sure.
So Tinubu now justifying this ballooned governance that is running and is giving these reasons. It says, I have had a number of criticisms, including the rationale behind the size of my cabinet. If you want efficient, mobile, and resourceful people, we have to give people a load they can carry. So there is there's a debate going on within the Nigerian space in terms of just the structure of governance. So a lot of people feel that the Nigerian thing is too top heavy, too many ministries, too many duplicitous agencies, and all of this. So now, and we had that under the Onosoye report as well, by the way, that he said that governance has to be pruned down at least by half. So when Tinubu came in there, we were having that expectation of a leaner government, but he went for a more expansive one. And his rationale is that he wants to chop up the works into bite-sized bits so that they're able to digest it and be effective. So what are you then making then of the Luther from Battalion justifying having a large government?
What's the word, woman? Teamship, right? That's what he said.
Yes, teamship.
Teamship. Look, it's, and I'm not even a conservative person. If you were to look at, maybe I'm a little fiscally conservative, but not that much. If you were to look at it, but anyone that looks at the Nigerian issue can automatically, immediately know that you have to cut the size of government. You have to cut the size of government. It's too big, too wasteful. I mean, look at what they were spending money for. How much better I do pay a consultant? For what? We don't still know what he was going to do. Look at the ESTA code fees that they were paying for all these people. The other day we were talking about, I think it was not on your platform, I think it was on Dr. Damages. We were talking about Super Eagles going to camp in Dubai instead of camping right there in Ghana or even in Akwa Ibom because of ESTA code. So government has become a means to wealth, a means to financial windfalls, a means to making money. And the larger the government is, the more you're going to have these individuals that are looking at government, not to serve, but to come up, to make money, to get their people in, to siphon, to swindle, to create ghost workers, to inflate budgets. That's what happens. We know this. Everyone knows this. Nigerian politics 101, government is flawed. Everyone knows it. Tinubu knows it especially. So for him to come in, looking at the problems we have, looking at the money we owe, looking at the challenges that we have to build, and he expands government. You have to ask yourself, like, what are you doing? You know, and there's no way you can tell me one man, if he's really using teamship and he has the kind of minds he has around him, especially on the financial side, those guys can't be telling him this is okay. There's no way. Those kind of guys, they will not be telling that, but for some reason, this is what he wants to do. I think the cars to the House of Reps, I think that was a bribe, my opinion. Because once he gave them that, they're not going to say no to anything else he wants to do. Right? So some people, I have a friend who's justified that. He's told me, you have to understand that that's politics. He's getting them to sign off on whatever he wants to do. So he's letting them have that. I'm like, okay, what about the government, the size of government? Some people can't, even supporters of Tinubu, I know, can't defend it. They can't defend it. They're like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Why is he doing it? Why is he doing it? It doesn't make any sense. So you have to look at the situation and think, at some point, someone has to intervene. Someone has to intervene at some point and say to him,
can you give that child a sandwich, please? Stop being,
That's my son. Someone has to say to him that, look, you have to cut the size of government. Because if it happens on the federal level, how are you going to tell a state like Zamfara, oh, you don't have schools, or you're buying new SUVs?
When you are talking about cutting the size of government, which ministry do you think is superfluous to requirement?
That humanitarian has to go, man.
It has to go?
It has to go.
What do you mean?
It has to go. I was listening.
Wow.
The thing is,
out of all of the agencies, I think
it has to go. One man. Yes, because look,
I don't
you
agree
want
with you, by the way. As
you
I'm
know,
sure you
no,
can
here's the thing. There's a program actually that was started that's being chaired by Shatima, a nationwide program. It's being chaired. They launched it, I think, a week ago in Abuja, and it's an entrepreneurship program. And they're going to find people around the country that are interested, and they're going to get them the funding. They're going to create entrepreneurship hubs, and they're going to boost entrepreneurship in different states, in different local governments. That will work, one man. Because you are teaching them how to fish, you're giving them the resources to fish, and you're building up wealth.
You can do both. You can do both.
But Emeka, the handouts.
Do you remember the flooding we had? Do you remember the flooding we had under the Buhari administration that consumed all of the country? All of these people in IDP camps. Should I not be a dedicated ministry?
No. You have NIMA now. You have NIMA.
NIMA.
Yeah,
NIMA is an agency.
Yeah, you have an agency. Why don't you
handle something of that magnitude?
Yeah, you don't need a humanitarian ministry.
You don't.
You don't. Okay, so let's look at it from this point. Let's assume that we do need a humanitarian ministry. Look at all the scandals associated with just this ministry. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
You know.
As a matter of fact, let me even say something else. Okay, so look at Niger Delta Development Commission. For me, if it was me, that
should go. That should go.
Okay, see, but what I would do if it was me, I would restructure that and break it into individual states where it's controlled at the local level. Because guess what? If you go to Nembe local government or Burutu local government in Delta or Nembe in Bayelsa, and they know that it's local, and you're supposed to have built them a bridge or drinking water, and you didn't, you're finished. But the way it is today, if those guys don't do anything, if you want any recourse, you have to go to Abuja.
Rather than localize it, I would say that should come under the presidency's portfolio. That Niger Delta.
Yeah, it depends on the president, right? If the president is benevolent enough, he might actually make something happen. But that is, and that's why I look at humanitarian. It's not that it's not a good gesture, but we don't even know what's going. We don't even know what's happening with the money.
Can I interject you just to change the view?
Sure.
How many ministers do they have in United Kingdom? I know they have 39 in Canada, the federal parliament, right? How many do they have in the UK? I don't want to base it on what I have on Google because it may not be correct, right?
They have zero. They have no ministers in the UK.
They say there are around 120 government ministers supported by 560,000 civil servants and other staff.
They are secretaries of state. They are not ministers. Okay.
Yeah. You see, the number of ministers we have in Nigeria, unfortunately, they are not enough. But it may be controversial. I think that our problem is the system itself. You understand? Because the system allows for duplicity. Ask me, what are those senators and those people we have in the National Assembly are doing? In Canada, those people that are ministers, they were those people that were elected by the people. When they form the government, they now find a ministry for themselves to manage. I think it is time for us to review whatever we have on ground. All this idea of ministerial position, we should think about how to start getting ministers from those people we elected. If we need to change the constitution, I think we just need to do that. So that whosoever we go to that place will be those that people elect are from there. So, but when you see the
sorry, are you saying get the ministers from the Senate or?
We should restructure and go back to whatever Canada or whatever the United Kingdom is doing. Change back to parliamentary system. All this fraudulent presidential system is not favorable. So that there's a need for us to even cut those people that we even
would that not limit the talent pool?
Yeah, we should leave that down to people. Whosoever want to become ministers should be able to go and convince these people. So are they limiting talent pool in the United Kingdom or?
No, we're not talking about you. You are talking about advanced and sophisticated democracies. We're talking about Nigeria.
a child will not just start working in the same day he or he was born. We just have to start learning it. It worked for us before some crook destroy our democratic structure.
You know this idea that something that worked in the 1960s is the template for 2024. I'm not quite sure. The world is a lot more sophisticated.
Okay, the one we have now is not working.
Yeah. Well,
the one we have now is not working.
It works on paper, but it's not working in practice. So there it is.
So that's why we have to change it.
No, you don't have to. What do you mean? If something works on paper, but it's not working in practice, do you change it, or do you then apply to the letter of how it works on paper?
Okay, the one in the 60s worked on paper and worked in reality, right? The one we have now, we've been trying it since 1999, but has never worked both on paper and in reality. So why are we so adamant that we don't want to change our way? You keep doing the same thing, keep getting the same results, and you want to stand by it. When you start cutting within those ministries that we don't need them, it's not necessarily true. Because what I can see in what President is saying, if he really wants to go full scale, based on what he's doing before, there even should be more delegation. So maybe this should be an opportunity for us to even restructure. And what the federal government is holding on to, transfer to the state. And stop sending more than necessary money to the state, to the federal. So there's when you look at all those ministries we are talking about, we can't, to be honest, we can't justify why we don't need all those ministries. We can't. Because when you are in a country of just less than 40 million, Canada has 39 ministers, for example. And we are now saying Nigeria, how many ministers do we even have? Maybe 40 something. And we are now saying they are too much. Not necessarily. Because we are like times 6, times 5 of Canadian population. So to me, all this is just theory that we don't need all those stuff. It's theory. So we need to change the entire
the only caveat to that is that what's the Canadian GDP?
Well, that's what I was thinking, but I just didn't want to
for a 30 million
people per
it is because these ministries don't generate income. Do they generate revenue?
No,
do the ministries in Nigeria generate revenue?
No, that's not the point. That's not the point.
It is the point. No, it is the point because here's the thing. If you have, let me explain to you. If you have 50 million to share within, and I'm using numbers, arbitrary numbers. If you have 50 million to share with 100 or 200 and something million people, and then another country has 500 million to share amongst 30 people, and here you are, you want to compare the size of that government that has 500 million to a size of a government that has 50 million. And by the way, the population in Canada, the level of literacy is extremely high, it's in the 90-something percentile compared to us, where most people are living on $1 a day. You can't even begin to bring the two into the same conversation. And on top of that, when you look at our situation, we don't have the basics. Sewage, drinking water, electricity. Wait. No. Because you're trying to use Canadian government, parliamentary monarchy, whatever it's called, is using X amount of ministers. Therefore, we should have a larger government. No, it doesn't make any sense. We should have a much lower government until we're able to fix the fundamentals of an economy and of government. When we can do that, then we can.
Talking about is another thing entirely. You can have 5 ministries and they can even be worse off than when you even have 100.
No, here's the thing: these ministries spend money. They're not revenue generators. They're entities. They're entities that hemorrhage money. So the more you have, the more you're going to spend. Keep in mind, we have a revenue problem. We don't even know how we're going to generate revenue on the federal level.
If those ministers are not stealing,
everyone
if
talks
those ministers
about
are not
the
stealing,
success
if they
of
are
Lagos.
earning like
But
they
what has
used
Lagos
to
been able
earn
to do
in the
well?
Second Republic.
Lagos has been able to generate revenue. They've been able to make it work. So the point I'm making to you is this. You want us to create more, but we're not making more money. You see, this is fundamental economics. We're not making more money. So until we make more money,
it's not about so much making money, but getting the impact of governance to the people, because the ministries are not generate revenue. In most instances, the ministries they are meant so much to be like a social service sort of space rather than
for the most part.
But one man, here's the thing: even to get the reach that these ministries are supposed to have, there's a certain amount of revenue it needs or budget it needs to have. You have 776 local governments. If you're a Ministry of Health and you want to make sure
ministry can make money, the ministers don't.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can make money.
But and they make enough money to sustain their budget. Apart from the IRS in America or in Canada, the CRS, whatever it's called in Canada, do you think any other agency in the U.S. makes enough money to carry their budget? I don't think so. The IRS is going to collect the money. Most of them lose money. They collect people here and there, but it doesn't. It's peanuts compared to their budget and their salary. I don't. Apart from the IRS, I don't think any other agency is capable of sustaining itself.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the allocation of resources in the United States of America, based on the amount of money that the federal government generates, the federal government in the United States is a serious money-making machine.
Yeah,
well-oiled.
but that's the same template in Nigeria as well. Now it's
but one man,
America has been in a deficit. America has been in a deficit for a few years now.
System. This is the point I'm making. Like this, I'll use a sport analogy. If you want to play any sport, you want to play American football, you have to know how to tackle, block, and catch the ball properly. You want to play soccer, you have to have a good first touch, you have to be able to cross the ball, all of that. We don't have the fundamentals. What's the fundamental of any government? Very efficient taxation system. We're still trying to figure that out. But in the middle of trying to figure that out, we're blowing up the size of government. That doesn't make any sense. And we're funding it through oil, which by the way, we haven't even been able to do properly. Come on now.
I agree with our inefficiencies. I agree with inefficiencies in a government. But let's not pretend.
Sorry, I didn't want to chime in. I just said let me chime in. We have civil service administration that is really poor in the sense that they can't think out of the box. They are inundated with old school mentality, right? Now we have a civil service administration that do not actually understand what they are doing and why they are there. Some of them just come to work. We saw what happened with the Minister of Works, Umaye, where he was like at 9 o'clock. Civil servants are not in the office. Now, what I'm saying is, if they know what they are supposed to do, they should be able to cost their service to those who they provide the service to.
Is it their fault?
What do you mean? Who do you want to blame? They have permanent secretaries.
No, you blame the leadership. You don't blame the civil servant worker. You blame the leadership for not putting in a system for accountability and a system that works.
No. At this point, let's apportion the blame properly. The politicians come and go. The politicians are the ministers. In short, the politicians who we need to hold responsible are the executive secretary or the permanent secretary, who is the head of the ministry or the commission or the board. So the politicians are just the ministers who come and go after 4 or 8 years. They are not there permanently. But the guys who are there permanently are the ones who would drive the ministry or the commission to achieve its goals. Now, that's the reason. That's the reason why you can see why the president is renewing each of those commissions and the board and sacking most of the permanent secretary and the executive.
America has the same problem. America has the same problem somewhat. Let me land. Same problem somewhat. let's not pretend that even in advanced countries, their civil servant works so efficiently. Not true at all. And by the way,
yeah, in Canada they work efficiently.
Okay,
they cost you based on the services they offer to you. You want to go and renew your driver's license, you pay for it. You want to get your health card, you pay for it. You want to they cost the service.
Well,
so
when I got my ID,
not that the budget may not provide them with funding, but they've been able to
basic services that they have to pay for. Everybody pays for that. That's not the point. The point is
what I'm saying now is that's what I'm now trying to say. If they can move their blocked brains to understand that they provide a service, that they are service-oriented centers, and that for each service that they provide, that service must be effective, efficient, and must be delivered properly to the people.
He's trying to turn them into salespeople. They are customer service. So they provide poor customer service.
So you cost your service. I don't know, okay, if you have done accounting, you understand what I'm trying to say. This is cost accounting. For every services you deliver, for every product you deliver, you must provide cost to it. You must, since you're a cost center, even though you do not generate profit, even though you do not wait, let me land first. Let me land now. Understand my viewpoint. If you don't want me to talk, just let me know. Okay. You don't want me to talk. Let me keep quiet.
No, you see, the thing is this. Some of those agencies you are talking in Canada is the government give them that autonomy.
Exactly.
In Nigeria, we interfere. They don't even have that autonomy.
All ministries in Nigeria have autonomy to function. Who is stopping them? Who is stopping them? Nobody is stopping them.
NNPP, whatever, cannot even remit.
NNPCL is on its own now. NNPCL is generating its profit.
Finally, after many years.
They've always been doing that. They've just been stealing it. They've been stealing the funds.
That's part of the leadership and accountability I'm talking about.
Ministries, I can tell you, all ministries in Nigeria can generate their fund if they know what they are doing.
They can generate not true. In Nigeria, are they autonomous? To start with,
not true.
You say
the universities in Nigeria, are they autonomous?
Oh, they are autonomous. Is it not the wait? Is it not the Minister of Health that said, "Oh, we will cut your body because you're already raising funds for yourself"? And what happened? Asu went to go and see him. The minister said, "We are going to reduce your funding because you're already generating some funds for yourself." The student pays school fees. The student write exams when they want to enter admission. The student pay some other fees for services being delivered by the university. Even students are obviously paying for education. What do they call these pamphlets that lecturers are always throwing in left, right, and center?
Handouts.
Handouts, yes. They pay for handouts. They pay for that.
Now, who now pay government workers now? Who now pay those lecturers? All those things? Who pays them?
Wait, I can tell you, universities can run themselves if they want to run themselves.
But the
universities can run themselves if they want to run themselves. The private universities that are self-funding themselves, they are not running magic.
Because they are doing cost accounting and
if the VCs and the registrars do not know what to do, they should sack them and go and bring those people to come and run those companies.
But the government is not allowing that.
The government is not stopping that. The government is not stopping that. That is why the student loan is in place. The government is not stopping it.
I've been fighting to be
the government is not stopping it. The government is not stopping it.
For more than 15 years, some universities have been clamoring that they want to have the autonomy. And to see some people within the university that are against it, and the government itself.
It is ASU that is against it. The government is not against it. The government cannot continue to fund. The government has been shouting. So what is the problem?
So
it is ASU that is against it. The
we're not going to agree to this.
We're not going to agree.
Woman,
Letter is on round of that place. We're just going to keep around forever. Yeah.
You can take over. No, I just to summarize, just to I guess cap it off. I think it's a good conversation. We're talking about the flaws within our system. We're talking about ideas to make it better. We're talking about ways to tackle the challenges. We're educating ourselves on how well or not the system works. You know, these are beneficial conversations to have. So at the end of the day, God forbid, if one of us slips and falls into a position of power, we'll be able to maybe make the right decision. You know, one man for Oyo State governor. So
that's the best thing you've said on
Wait,
this
how's
platform
God
ever.
forbidding it if we
Hey,
get it to
one
pass?
minute, if you can allow me a couple of seconds. This is to Emeka. Do you know, Emeka, that the United States Post Office cannot fund.
guys, I'm trying
does
to
not,
round it
does,
up, and please, that is going again.
Yeah, no, you
no,
rounded
it,
up. Let Prince say that, and then Ola have his say as well, and then we move the conversation to rational mind.
yeah, I was
No
going to say,
problem.
do you know that the United States Post Office does not generate enough money to fund its entire operation? Did you know that? They, every year for the past how many years? 15, many years, decades, they get funding to substitute their budget from the federal government. You know why? Because they have, they make a lot of money from the normal milling and whatnot, but the employees, with all their pensions that they have to pay, all the money that they generate is not enough, not sufficient. Every year they get subsidized. Okay, they do. So and that if any other agency in America could make money, that would be the post office, and they don't even make that much. So let's not pretend that all these other agencies across the country they make money. They don't make money. If you go to DMV to get your license, they charge you out on the $20. Do you think that's sufficient to pay for the salaries and the pension and all the healthcare benefits? No, not at all. Even the United States is running on deficit. Think about it.
All right, brilliant. I'll wrap up that space, and then we go into rational mind.
So, like what we're saying now, before we can start talking, looking at the model that Emeka talked about, we have to have the both political and the legal framework for the thing to work. Just like Prince Daddy just said now, even we still have some universities say that can't even fund themselves. Example, Athabasca University, Then we have some universities that just declared that went bankrupt just because they could not even fund themselves. So even some government universities there, they still receive money from the government. What I mean, government university is that the city universities, they are still being sponsored by the city and the province. So it's not every thing in Nigeria, like every civil service thing in Nigeria that you can cost like that. I know it's a good idea, but before you can even demand that from all these civil servants, you must give them that autonomy. If the autonomy is not there, that they still have one minister that will still give them that, and they will still have the budget. The government will still have to give them budget for them to function. Then we can't just go by that suggestion. Do we have schools that can sustain themselves in Nigeria today? Yeah, my secondary school under this guy, the Fayemi, were handed over to the original owners. So my school, Kali School, and we're already in transition already. So, and we just have about three set of senior school members to graduate for the school to be fully functional. So, and that school from the junior part, they've started funding themselves already. So for self-funding to work, government must remove hand. Then the issue of delegation of power. When you look at organization, you have to delegate more power. The problem with the ministry in Nigeria is the minister, they are living large. In the Second Republic, it wasn't like that. It is only in Nigeria that ministers are richer than even people that are entrepreneurs in Nigeria that employ thousands and thousands of people.
I doubt if it's only in Nigeria. It's a corruption issue. But I'll wrap it up and then we.
I'm already done. So I don't know when we are going to have the like of Adekunle Ajasin that went to the office with his Pojo, and I went back with his Pojo. And he said, you see, 407. So it's the money. If we can have 1,000 ministers, but don't give them $1 billion a year. Give them something reasonable, maybe 5 million a year, 10 million a year should be enough. So that's just it. It's not the number of the ministry, but what we budget. That's the problem. Thank you.
All right, Bilam. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So I wonder if Rational Mind is still there. Rational Mind.
I'm still here.
Look at that. You've gone back to this your quirky computer system. Are you ready to go? Or
I'm okay. I'm good to go.
all right, brilliant. Pick it up then from Tinubu explaining away the size of his governance. 48 ministers. I think he actually even created new ministries. But the one thing that struck me was that he did not split up the Ministry of Justice from the Attorney General of the Federation's office. But in terms of, it's saying it's an efficiency measure that that way, by splitting it up, the ministers then they don't have that much of a burden to carry, and then they don't have too many excuses not to deliver. So, what are you then making of your favorite man Tinubu and his excuses?
Well, I mean, on the second thought at what he did, I think there will be no from.
Are you sure it's the Rational Man favorite man, one man?
Yes, is it not his favorite man? I think both awake and asleep. He thinks of nothing else but Tinubu.
Well, yeah. Well, anyway, so for me, I think from the way it's explained that for simplicity and so that they don't get overloaded, I think it might make sense from that point of view. But for me, I think what you should have considered is where is Nigeria at the moment? We have a revenue deficit. What they generate, where the country is generating. I mean, economically, where is the country right now? I think that's what you should have considered before doing all of this. You should have looked at. You are asking Nigerians to tighten their belts, but you are spending money like creating ministries that will be an avenue for you to pay out money more than what we currently say we don't have. So for me, I would have, if I were him, I would have hold on to creating these ministries or adding more or even filling up all these ministries. Maybe I'll just like concentrate on the key ones and from there launch my manifesto. As time goes on, as the economic situation in Nigeria improves, then I can start filling up those ministerial portfolios that are required for me to fully carry out what I have said I promised in my manifesto. Well, what we know, you see, I'm just tired of criticizing this guy. Not as if I'm tired. It's just I just look at that these people will do whatever they will do. Nigerians are just the ones who are suffering. If you guys have seen what is going on, I think you see this is a propaganda way of trying to rule that country with propaganda. We'll see how it's going to. We'll see how it's panning out. I've been watching these stocks lately, and you just see some figures coming out from the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Some stocks are just shooting up, and then you start wondering, what are the basis for these stocks really shooting up? And Nigerian Stock Exchange is one of the most prolific in all the stock exchange in the world. But then you see, what are the indices for this? But then when you see all these people like the nations and all of them, when they promote this stock,
there's usually some sort of movement in the market that, like for instance, over the last 2 days, Otedola bought huge stake in Dangote Cement. So you'll see a spike in the stock of Dangote Cement because a big player has shown interest in that space. So the market then will want to follow him on the assumption that he might well have some insight. So those are sort of things that move the markets in Nigeria.
Well, man, forget it. I understand. Let me not go. I don't want to digress much on that topic. I just want to say that talking about let me just narrow it to what you asked me. It's just what I'm just saying. I'm saying that in passing is just the propaganda that these people. We see you cannot just make up figures. Sooner or later, it will pan out. I mean, we saw what Bubu did, how they tried to cover up. And then didn't we see how it played out with the economy? Or they've been trying to patch all these years, trying to give us the illusion that the Nigerian economy is growing. And look at how it panned out after he left there. So for me, is this guy sincere? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. Is this guy really sincere? You're asking Nigerians to tighten up their belts, and then you are increasing portfolios. I mean, I'm not saying this portfolio might not be necessary for him to achieve his manifesto or whatever program he said he has. But can you kind of like work with the ones you have now? At least show to Nigerians that you yourself, you're serious about tightening your own belt. Nigerian people have suffered so much for everybody to be coming in. Boo will come, that one will come, everybody come, telling them to be tightening their belt. Obasanjo came the other time, told Nigerians to tighten their belts. I mean, all the Nigerian leaders, there's no one time they've never told Nigerians to sacrifice. But what are they sacrificing themselves? So you see, it's just hypocrisy for me. It's just that's why I can't be at peace with these people. I just can't stand them. I can't because if you say you really want to work for the people, I mean, start first of all, show to Nigerians that you are serious. I mean, in the constitution, we don't know what. There was no provision for the ministry of the office of the wife of the president. Suddenly now you turn yourself to a monarch. Your wife still has her own office. I mean, the other day I was hearing when they were reeling out the new scheduled people that will be going with him on whatever trip he goes, and they listed him first, and then they mentioned his wife, and then I was like, oh my goodness, where have we become like this? I mean, just imagine the money they voted for the wife's office. I mean, what is? I mean, you see, this leader.
Are you saying the wife should not travel with him?
No. Oh,
no. I'm just asking.
I'm not saying my wife should not travel. No, the money that they're voting out for the wife's office, we do not have. You are the one telling us Nigeria should tighten their belt. Are you tightening your belt? Are you cutting down costs of governance? Even within you, the president, are you cutting? Are you showing? Are you showing by example that yes, you mean what you're saying? I mean, now you increase the number of portfolios in the ministries. I'm not saying that might not be important for him to achieve this. Just why don't you work with the ones you feel that are key for you to be able to actualize some of your programs, depending when you see that the economy improves. Cut down on it, whatever you give to. Okay, wife, hold on, your ministry or your office will not come in effect right now. You can be doing something on the side. I'll be sharing money. You see, it's all about sacrifice. I mean, this is the same woman who was telling us when they were going to that tribunal, when it was seeming like the husband is having trouble with the election, the last election. He was saying that, oh, we are rich on our own. We don't even need Nigerian money. How about that? You guys are rich. Why don't you show to Nigerians that you people are self-sacrificing? You're not people who just want to help Nigerians. Why don't you use that same money you say you people have? You don't need Nigerian money to live. Why don't you just do that? Show to Nigerians that yes.
You use the money for what? To run the first lady's office. She should use her own personal.
You said it now.
Yeah, but to use her own personal funds to run the Nigerian first lady's office.
She said it now. They say it now. They don't need Nigerian money. So why don't they do that if they want to do that? At least for some months. You see, I'm not saying they should do that, but what I'm just trying to say is that cut down on costs. Can you cut down on costs? Can you make those money that you are voting for your wife's office, voting for the Shetima's wife's office, even your own office? Can you cut it down, trim it down, and make sure that this money going into some developmental programs for the people?
Yeah, but I thought he did that a few weeks ago when he cut the size of.
And then he went to Imo State. Did you see the entourage people? They said he went with him. Over 50 people went with him. And when some people will justify it here, they'll say, there are other governors too. Governors, they follow them. They will go with their own entourage. I mean, God, come on. You see, woman, I've said this. We're not ready to build a nation. We all come here every day, and it's getting sickening for me to be coming every day or every time and to be talking about. I was on the platform today. We're talking about elites. It's like, did they say all our life we should just be talking about these elites? Where other countries are talking about ideas, going to space. I mean, they are launching things that are creating wealth for people. I was talking about I was saying, look at Jeff Bezos there. I mean, he's making millionaires and billionaires. He's a billionaire. He's also making millionaires and billionaires, people that are trading on his platform. who are selling stuff. A lot of them are becoming millionaires. They're also training other people to come and also, I mean, do business on Amazon and other platforms. So my point is that this is what we should be talking about. We should be talking about the next business, the next kind of idea in Nigeria that we can make. But every time we come here, it's always Tinubu. If it's not Tinubu, it will be their minions. If it's not them, it will be one of those governors. You see, as long as we don't get it right in our country, we're not going anywhere. And I don't, like I said, I don't expect Tinubu to do anything. I don't expect him. He's not going to do anything. It's not. This is not a swear. Except maybe he does something about that constitution, he restructured Nigeria. If he continues this way, wanting to work with this 1999 constitution, he will end up a total failure like all his predecessors. So one for me, just to conclude that question, it would be nice if he had waited and allowed the economy to improve, and have that economy improve to an extent whereby we can say, yes, there's a little bit of prosperity, or Nigerians are doing well, then you can now introduce or bring in those portfolios and let them be filled up so that you can eventually achieve your goals. But now that the Nigerians are suffering, you're telling Nigerians to suffer, and then you are, forget it, woman. I don't think these guys are serious.
All right. Take us to the Fubara space and his and the court nullifying his budget.
Oh, well, I think I was saying something in passing on that. I don't know, maybe here, I was just imagining. So, yeah. So, I think for me, I was arguing the point here that these inconsistencies we see in Nigerian, you should just imagine Supreme Court gave a ruling that the way the basis by which the Plateau State governor was removed, it's fault in it. It's flawed. And then they gave a ruling that was consistent with what is known, what has been the previous even Supreme Court ruling. That is not it's a party matter. It's not it's a pre-election matter. Whatever. So then look at the appeal court, how they treat out those people. Look at the injustice, and then even the same Supreme Court too. Look at their own inconsistencies too when it comes to their own rulings on some of the election matters. But then you see, I'm not surprised. Like you said, it could be some kind of an handwriting on the wall for Fubara to know that he's losing the war, he's losing the battle or whatever it is. He's losing this fight, and I think they're just starting on him, because if this Supreme Court can say, which somebody was saying here, that could be viewed as an impeachable offense, because if you are doing something that is violate the Constitution. But for me, I don't see anything violation here, because if whatever he does is constitutional, I don't think any court should rule to the contrary. But am I surprised? Well, that's the Nigerian judicial system. It's so corrupt that you can obtain judgment anyway, anyhow. They will rule anything. They will just pervert your judgment. I mean, justice. Well, they can't pervert justice. You can only pervert judgment. Give their own judgment. Anyway, so for me, I'm having that argument with Ajaliko a while ago that I don't think he has done anything wrong. If those people vacated by what the Constitution says, not even a ruling Supreme Court. I think there was a Supreme Court ruling in the past on that. If they come from one party, you lose that seat automatically. So, but somebody was saying you should have enforced it. How should you enforce it? Call INEC. I mean, how will they call INEC when? I mean, you see, it's just a convoluted space. I don't want to go into that. I wish Ogwene is here. Maybe could let me give us a little bit of throw a little bit of light into that. But I feel if he has done something within the Constitution, with the constitutionality of what the Constitution says, that as long as they vacated, he don't see them, he no longer sees them as people who should be in National Assembly. So if you vacate you left my own party where you stood election and you won on, and you moved to another party, then the Constitution says you lost it. So you have no points. He is number one enforcer of law in that state. So if he goes out on that premise, I will say it's justified that no, you cannot sit in the House of Assembly because you already lost that seat. So how many people remain there? Okay, 5 or 3. Okay, 3 of you. Okay, here, pass my budget. I don't think there's anything wrong there. You can say, well, how can he pass? How can 3 or 5 people pass budget? Some people have argued that. Well, it's what it is, because it needs to move forward. I don't know if there's any. Well, I think the Constitution says you need a 2/3 to pass the budget or however it is stated. But in this case now, 5. You can also talk about 5. The 2/3 of 5 could be if 4 of them or 3 of them say, okay, yes. That's the 2/3 of the, because the Bible, the Constitution does not say that it must be 2/3 of so. I don't know. Maybe let me not argue on that. Let me not argue. But I'm just saying, if it says 2/3, 2/3 of whatever number they have on that seat in that house. So I think that is still debatable in that point, from that point of view. Because if it's just 10 people there, then to be the 2/3 of the third of the 10 people should be the one passing it though. But then, so what I'm saying is this is an extenuating circumstances that requires him to act that way. But if the court is now saying that no, it's what was the premise? What was the basis for this woman? What does the report say? It was the basis for the court ruling that it was illegal. I'm asking the woman.
Yes. What they said was that those assembly members they had already gone to court to hold the governance in abeyance, and then it was after they went to court that he then passed the bill. So the court had already stopped all his activities before he did it.
So okay, so after they decamped to APC, they got a court injunction restraining anybody from acting on the vacated seat until court rules that. But then he now passed the he now signed the.
All right, let me just give you this. It's about 2 minutes or so. It's not that lengthy. So yeah.
Where's the Abuja? What do you mean now?
The court, the judge just made some very well pronounced decisions. Give us a summary of the key points made.
Well, basically, His Lordship granted substantial parts of the relief sought by the plaintiffs. That is the Rivers State House of Assembly and the Speaker, Right Honorable Martin Amewula. And indeed, in clear terms, condemned various acts of the 11 defendants, that is the governor, and equally the acts of the Honorable Ehi Edison, who are purported to be the speaker. The governor, His Lordship, in clear terms, declared that as at today, the National Assembly do not have any reason or justification to take over the constitutional functions of the Rivers State House of Assembly. So they cannot exercise such powers, and he restrained them. Okay? Secondly, the court equally stated clearly that all acts done by the governor, the 11 defendants, the Attorney General and Rivers State government, while this suit was pending, and after he had made an order on the 30th day of November 2023, were a nullity, including proceedings wherein the governor had purported to have presented to 4 members of the House, led by Edison, Honorable Edison, appropriation bill, that all those proceedings were nullity because they were done in clear violation of the order of court.
All right, so that's essentially
well, basically, it's an order of court, so it's not like it's based on constitutionality. It's just so I think they can still challenge this in other higher courts. I think this is just what court is. This is not a Supreme Court, right? So as time goes on, we'll find how it goes. You see,
I think it would just be easier for him to represent the budget. Because if he challenges it, then he holds the budget in abeyance.
But then that could be a prelude to saying that, okay, if you are representing it, it means that you recognize that you've committed some infraction, which is an impeachable infraction. Because if you are signing a bill that was not fully deliberated on by the full state assembly, then it means that there's a violation. I don't know, maybe we shall see whether it's within the realms of impeachment on that, but some people have said it is. But we shall see. But for me, since it's just a court, and the court is just talking about there was an order giving this so and so, and you people are doing it after that, we shall see how that plays out. For me, I don't want to dignify this. Some of this convoluted. See, Nigeria is a very convoluted space. That sometimes you might give analysis today, then you find out tomorrow that you were so wrong because some of the information you will get, the information are not too clear. Or it's like when you have a confused set of people like Nigerians and their system that they run, that is very, very hard for you to pin down one thing that you can hold on to as as maybe as a real truth or truth of a matter or a fact of a matter. So for me, you hear one today, one court will rule one court today, and then when you carry it to another court will rule on that thing, another one will rule, and then you start wondering what is going on. Well, that is just what they say. Judges too are all humans. But I will see how this, if this guy challenges it in higher court than the one that he took it to that ruled this one, we shall see. But for me, I don't think the guy has done anything wrong, because if everything he does is still within the constitutionality of these people, they've left their party and their seat is vacated. We shall see how that plays out. Woman, let me not go too far. I'll leave it at that.
All right, take us to the space. Illness in London. Buhari did not know where he was. So if anybody should know, it was Femi Adesina. He went to visit him in London, and the guys, it was just so vacant. By his own admission, it wasn't even clear. He thought it was in Aso Rock, even though it was in a London hospital. So what are you then making then of this clearly incapacitated man ruling us for 8 years?
Yeah, woman. You see, this book, what we're seeing from some excerpts from what this guy said in his book, kind of verifies what we often suspected, and we've talked about on your platform here, maybe other platforms, that these people, they are doing this, they are planning this, they are all. I mean, it just kind of validates all of these things that we said in the past. Now, if he's saying that some at the time whereby people were saying that this guy is almost dead, the people say he's dead, the people says he doesn't know what he's doing, he's sedated, heavily sedated. All of these things, we talk about this, and then some people say, no, we're just really meaning to what we don't know. And this guy is trying to confirm some of the things we've always suspected. Then tells us that some of us were not far from the truth or the fact as to what was the situation back then, So for me, as some people have already argued here, it's a matter of national security. But you see, our African leaders, they're not patriots. They don't know what it means to be a patriot. All they think about is just money for them. They don't know how to build a nation. They don't know what it means to be a patriot nationalist. They just go by that name because they just want to appear as a nationalist or a patriot so that they can win election. In the actual sense of it, what does it mean to be a patriot or a nationalist? You think first your country. You think about what could be the implication of your actions or your inaction to your country. One of them is this: when they go abroad, they've opened themselves up to a lot of things that could put our national security in jeopardy. We can go on and debate it here, like some of the other people have already debated it, that there's nothing to it. There is something to it, because there are some angles of espionage and how do I say national interest that could come to play in this matter. Because if Nigerian national interest is in butt head with, say, our adversaries, and we don't know if because even let me say something. It doesn't mean until when you're at war or you have some kind of what is that word in international relations they call it, when you have a cold war with a country, either cold war or actual full blown out war, before you know that a country can be an adversary to you. Even as far as Nigeria, as far as the United Kingdom and United States, they are both allies. There's still some areas whereby they still look at each other with suspicion. Yeah, forget it. There are areas they look at themselves with suspicion, that they don't divulge some certain information about their national security out and give it to the United States. And the United States do vice versa to the United Kingdom. No matter how strong they are, as they have collaborative things together. I mean, both militarily or economically, there are certain things they don't share with themselves. So, if countries that are just allied like that, real major ally.
Talking of espionage, yeah?
In espionage, yeah. I mean, if an American can be sent to the UK to go and spy on some things that the United Kingdom is doing, and the United Kingdom should catch such person, they will treat it like an espionage matter. They still spy on each other. So the point I'm trying to say is this: is that if nations could understand that even you being an ally of another country, there's still a limit to your information sharing. It tells you a lot. That it's just because we see our own leaders as we are from a very backward country. What do we have to give? What do we have to give to the international community in the Committee of Nations? Yeah, that's why somebody like our friend from Canada, Ola and the Pim Daddy could be saying that, oh no, it does nothing more to it. Yeah, because we look at our leaders as inconsequential. They are nobody. They are non-entity. Yeah, because if Nigeria has something to offer, say we have some information, we have some kind of, let me not say information, we are technologically savvy and advanced, and we even Saudi Arabia, Saudi and Emirates, Qatar, they have their kind of areas they partners, and the areas they don't even partner. You can go and find out that they don't share. There are certain things they share, there's certain they don't share with each other. That's why they are very close ally in that Gulf area there. So it's because they want to protect, because they don't know tomorrow, what by tomorrow being, and then they might become an adversary. When you have revealed your secret to you use that against you. I mean, Saudi can just wake up tomorrow morning and say, oh, we just realized that Emirates used to be part of our kingdom, so we're taking over Emirates, we're taking over Qatar because they have the military might. So that's why they do never. There's certain things they never share with each other. They will parley on certain things, but not everything. So my point is that I'm saying that we need to understand that even though our country at this moment, our nation is that our leaders are not really consequential in the committee of, in the scheme of things in international. When they say, how do I say? Maybe in economy and maybe in military advancement and all of that. But we need to start, showing ourselves, having that posture that we too will matter. We too, we have something to give by not letting our leaders go out. When our leaders stay at home, they take care of themselves. We give them reason for them to be puzzled and start wondering about us. Because when your enemy wonders what you are doing, what you're not doing, then they start giving you respect. How do we get respect from these people? When our leaders go, that's why they don't respect us. So my point is that we can argue that point that they are not of any consequence. If they want to snuff his life, they can easily take care of him, take him down without having to even have any information about his medical record. Yeah, I know they can do that. But this is a matter of national interest at the same time. And when you talk about it, there's a way you cannot separate national interest and what was that word? National security. They are both intertwined. They are both connected. Because our national interest also is more of our national security too. It's part of it. So if your leader is going to a nation, even though they're not an adversary to us, but there's the potential of them being an adversary to us in the future. So you don't want to give them basis for them to, if that political leader is still in power, for them to use that way of trying to leverage on some things like, okay, we want this also oil block, or like somebody was saying a while ago about, was it what piece? That we have our Jakarta steel, and then we could be making millions of, if not billions of dollars from that steel. But because maybe we also buy steel, or maybe some other nations that will be selling those steel to, they buy from the United Kingdom, and then the United Kingdom say, no, please, just tell your people, prevail over them not to just let that Jakarta work. Whose interest is going? Our own interest is going because they have some kind of things against it. They could use some dirt on it. So you see, we need to understand how this is. We're not really explain everything here, but there are certain things that you don't give out to your adversaries. And one of them is just your medical record of your leaders, so that they don't know how to use that against them. So maybe real or imaginary, but we need to understand that we need to start having respect. We need to start giving ourselves respect. It's only when you respect yourself, that is when other people will respect you. Woman, I'll leave it at that. But just in conclusion, Buhari, I would employ Tinubu not to go that route. But
rational mind, quick interjection. Talking about respect. Okay, you're more concerned about the medical record. So number one, you don't produce your own weapons. You belong to an organization, OPEC, that tells you how many barrels of oil to sell annually. You don't have your own money. Every time you go to the World Bank or the banks to borrow money, you import pretty much everything, and you depend on them for largely everything that you need in your country. So what kind of self-respect do you want? Or what kind of self-respect would the medical record give you as a nation? What respect are you looking for?
Prince Daddy. You see, like I said, it's very difficult for us to talk about this as being of any consequence. The issue of the medical record of this guy. But I think some people have already tried to reason with you on that. Either you accept it or not. I see that as either real or imaginary. People are just imagining that it could be. But I still believe that it's not just, it doesn't look right for a leader of a country to be going to another country to be seeking medical care. Like I said, for me, it's not just the issue of national security or our interests can be at play in that matter, but also the respect. Because when you have a system, look at it, the UK comes to our country to get doctors and nurses, right? We supply them. We supply actually all the whole Western countries, even the United States here, United States, Canada, and also other part of Europe. We supply them our brains when it comes to in the medical field. So the point is, why can't we replicate the same thing here?
Just like you supplied in your crude oil and your gold and cobalt.
We understand. So my point is, why can't we replicate whereby we build centers here? I mean, not here, I mean in Nigeria. Build centers in Nigeria where our leaders can be taken care of so that we don't go out. And that, you see, if we continue making case for these people that there's nothing to it, but
rational mind.
But I won't want to argue much on that. But for me,
rational mind.
We lose respect that way because people respect us more when we have our shit together. We get our crap together in Nigeria.
I only understand the optics of it. Other than that, nothing to it.
So the optics is not a threat. It's not something that is insulting.
Rational mind.
Go on, please. Go on.
That aspect is just said. Yeah, your president said that it doesn't matter, that we'll train more for them.
Well, he said that. Yeah, he said that.
So he said that. So you see how they neglect those areas. They don't care. Even when we talk, they don't care about it. So they're happy that we train people and they leave the country, and they're not ready to develop the health care. So that these guys will stay back and help develop our
that a bad thing? Sorry, how is it a bad thing that Nigerian trained professionals are being sought internationally?
It's not that Nigeria shouldn't be sought internationally, but the fact that these professionals we train are not, we don't have, at least some of them, we don't develop health care for them to work in our system and also help the masses in terms of health. They neglect it. They are not ready to develop the health sector. They are happy that we are training them and they are going abroad. You just okay by them like that.
Let me wipe you out. Let me just answer.
It's a form of neglect. It's a form of neglect.
Woman, I don't know. Did you see one of the dailies of yesterday? It says Nigeria spent in just 6 months, in 6 months, Nigeria spent $5 or $6 billion on medical tourism and education abroad. Now, $1.6 billion. Now, why are we having the economic crisis we're having in Nigeria right now? That's why you people come here, you talk about unification of the exchange rate. But that it's not unified.
That's about 130 billion naira.
Okay, that is what the paper reported just in 6 months. 1.6 or 5 billion on education and medical tourism. Now, our experts, our brains in education are living at an alarming drove.
To acquire even more knowledge.
No. Woman, acquire more knowledge. You see, woman. In the 50s, Nigerians flock to the UK, especially, and maybe some went to America maybe in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. They flocked to these countries to go learn, especially in the UK. But after the independence, a lot of them started coming back home because we're building institutions. We're building our own schools, universities then at that time, our universities were at the peak of their golden years when people from all other countries, they come to our school to come and get trained, not just in medicine but in other areas. And most of our people that went to the UK and other places to study, they came back to Nigeria to become professors. Now, what are we seeing over years? The neglect of that. And a lot of them, maybe they left. Some of them will retire, did not continue anymore, and they left. So my point is this, one man, is that ordinarily in the 70s, 80s, as far as I can remember, we have lots of people in our universities that are coming from abroad to come and study in Nigeria. If you, I don't know, so let me not go into some of time. My point is this, one man, is that do you know how much of that money we can keep in Nigeria if our educational system is what it used to be? So let's say like in the early 60s, 70s, and maybe up to mid 80s. If our country can be sustained or maintain that standard,
do you know how much money do you know how much money we can gain from this international education that the Nigerians are getting?
What are we getting? What are we getting? Tell me. Just tell me. Yeah, I'm listening. Go on.
Don't let me tell you. Let me let somebody else tell you. I've got this guy. Let this guy tell you.
How is it that Nigeria is struggling with the issues it's struggling with, but some of the smartest people in the world are Nigerians? I think most people have mischaracterized the true cost of corruption. I don't think the most expensive line item in the cost of corruption, right, is what it's done to the economy. I think it's what it's done to sentiment and what it does to talent. In other words, when you corrupt a system, those less deserving get opportunities to which they are not deserving. Entitled. The problem is that those who are deserving pick up a little green document called a passport. They get on a plane and go elsewhere. And they leave. Because what talent does, when you distort this thing about effort versus reward, is talent goes where it will be rewarded. If you looked at the top 100 investment bankers in Wall Street today, you'd find a healthy percentage of them are Nigerians.
Okay, that last point was really the point I was wanting him to make. That's the consequence of that international education. That $1 billion or whatever you said in 6 months is now leading out to the half of the investment backers in the United States, the topmost Nigerians. And then, of course, ultimately, a lot of that money makes its way back to Nigeria as is the example of all of us on this platform.
I beg you, woman, forget that. You see, this is what we're talking about. We've lost. I think we are lost as a people who wants to build. I don't even know what we are. Are we a country? Are we a nation? I don't believe we're a nation because we are a country of nations. But I don't know what we are. But we've lost it, one man, and that is why some of us we can come here and make cases for these corrupt and clueless leaders that we have occupying every.
But rational mind. One man, are you happy that this man just described Nigerians as the people that are supposed to be getting opportunities in Nigeria are not getting it?
Let me land this point.
Yeah? We're happy about that. This man just described it. The people that are supposed to get opportunities to develop this nation are not getting it.
That guy was simply, delineating the symptoms or the problems of Nigeria. Okay, because if we have the institutions, the hospitals, the schools, the functioning agencies, then these people will come back and contribute to the country and create jobs and do a lot of things. The fact that they're working on Wall Street is great for them personally. Okay, yeah, so they send change from their salary back home, or they build houses and whatnot. That is great. It helps move the economy. But see, we treat everything like raw material. Just like I said earlier, no, we export things. Okay, our talents. We export them. They get education. They get training, and they stay back. Compared to back in the days when Rashtam was talking about it, and they actually came back home.
Do you know that international remittances is about 40% of the Nigerian revenue?
I know, and I track it. I know. That's why I said that Nigerian private sector is huge. Okay, without the private sector in Nigeria, the government is incapable of sustaining that economy. But that's not the point here. The point here is, that we don't have that structure. We don't have the leadership and that organizational skills.
That's what I understand.
To bring these people back and really help
develop our nation.
Country.
And another thing is that most of these talent live abroad and die abroad. Nothing to contribute.
One man.
I'm not sure where you're getting that from.
One second.
Sorry, Bishop. I'm not sure where you're getting that from, Kene. Where did you get that data that most of them die abroad?
Most of them waste all their useful ages in abroad.
Can you imagine?
A lot of them don't come back. A lot of them, after they leave, they experience in abroad.
When people choose to live abroad and die there, how is that your business? How is that government's business to determine whether they must come back? People are free to go elsewhere to live. We discussed sometime here when somebody suggested that when people graduate, they should be made to serve Nigeria as doctors. They should be made to serve Nigeria at 5 years. I know how many people raised hell here that this that we made it, all the kind of noise. Now people are going. We are set. Hold on, you here. I know there was a time you were making so much about that. It is because of the remittance of Nigeria in diaspora that is sustaining and is doing this. They are contributing their own quota, whether they are in Nigeria or they are abroad.
I never mentioned it.
You said there. Just let me finish.
I never said it.
Hold on. Let's let me finish. It's your stock in trade. Some of these things don't even need to respond to them because if you cough, I know where you are going. Okay. If you sneeze, I know where you are going. So the negativity in you
there is nothing like negativity. There is nothing like negativity. The only thing I know is that the system is not deserving to these people.
Let me finish. Can melt the old ice in the North Pole. This all goes for rational mind, and that that's not big deal in that. But the truth of the matter is this: yes, people are free to relocate to wherever they want to relocate to. Nobody can tie anybody down in Nigeria. Are they making their contributions? Are they making their impact? Yes. When they make good things, do people reference their country? Yes. Let's assume, without considering, that only 10% or 20% that is thinking of coming back to contribute their quota to Nigeria. That is still a plus. America, the tech industry in America today is hugely dominated by the Indians. Hugely, bigly dominated by the Indians. And if we talk of Indians in America,
does India have the kind of problem we have?
They have their own problem. If you don't know, you don't know. They have problems. Let me finish, Rational Man. Let me finish, Rational Man. The construction industry in America today is dominated hugely by the Mexicans. Do they have problems back in their country? Of course they do. Indians too have problems. It's just because the way we address they address their own problem is different from our own. They don't see everything as completely gloomy and hopeless the way some of you want us to believe that there is no hope in Nigeria. Listen to me. Listen, let me finish. It's not Emeka that is speaking. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. Yeah. So the truth is this: if I say we are not there, but does not mean that we are not making any progress. The way you want it to look like, that Nigeria is the worst place in the world. I don't agree with you. And the way you present it that it's a general consensus, that is of fear on the rest of us. That even though we know that the cloud is very black, but we see a glimmer of hope in efforts that people are making, in efforts, what little things that people are doing. For you to say that Nigerians abroad want to live there and want to die there, they don't want to come back, it's completely disingenuous, and it's up to say that this very insulting and assaulting to other people's sensibilities. You are not the one that will determine where people want to die. If they want to live and die abroad, it is their choice. If they want to come back to Nigeria, it is their choice. So it is not you. And the way you're making it look like, look, you are not an encyclopedia. You are not an editorial. You are not the custodian of everything about Nigeria. The way you make it so personal.
Bishop. Thank you, Bishop.
We are not going that way.
You are. You said worse and terrible things. Rational mind. You said all manner of terrible things. I've listened for a while.
It's okay.
Rational mind. Let me bring the conversation back to you with this headline and still staying within where we're talking about. Abike Dabiri diaspora remittance was 4 times Nigeria's FDI in 2021. FDI, just for fullness of it, foreign direct investment, and it constituted about 7%. That's about, as 2021, about 7% of the overall GDP of the country at that time. 4 times the foreign direct investment diaspora remittances. What do you think that remittance comes from? Is it as a consequence of this foreign education or not?
You see, woman, we need to understand what we're talking about here. You see, sometimes we come here, we just bring in some convoluted, and some of us also use some kind of emotional blackmail here and all of that. I mean, it's just, I'm just so like, what's going on? Do we understand the matter we're talking about here? We're talking about our kids who leave Nigeria and go get an undergraduate, even up to even secondary school abroad. Go get maybe postgraduate degrees abroad after they've studied at Nigeria. Mind you, some of them, they must have gotten up to like some level of, I mean, if not in recent years, we've been seeing, normally in the time past, maybe you hear of people going to do PhD and they come back most often. I tell you, look at Saudi Arabia. When their people come to here, you're required to come back to Saudi. A lot of them, I mean, if in every like 100 of Saudi Arabians have come to America to study, at least nothing less than 95 of them will return back to Saudi Arabia because they know that they need to go and develop their country. Their brains are needed. They come, even Chinese that came to America in early times. Some of them, they come here, they study, and they went back to build their country. I'm not saying people cannot go abroad. But the point is this, is that we had a good footing from the 1950s. Nigeria had one of the best educational systems. What happened that we did not maintain it, that our children have to go abroad, our people have to go, our uncles, our brothers, our fathers, or our cousins in the past have to go and start studying.
Are you saying Nigeria doesn't have a good educational system?
Are you talking about now?
Yes, now.
Woman, go ask.
Because if you are saying that, then you have to, off the back of that, explain why Nigerian trained professionals are some of the most sought after globally.
That's a good question. You see, I don't know if this particular time we're going to be enough for us to discuss this matter. We need to understand it clearly what we're talking about here. We're talking about our people who are going to do undergraduate studies and maybe postgraduate studies and maybe whatever. Mind you, they've had education, and when some of them they go after that, they don't come back because they know the situation in Nigeria. A lot of them, they even use our opportunity to go out of Nigeria and not wanting to come back. Agreed, there's a remittance coming to Nigeria, but the question is, how is that remittance? How is it translating the life and the economy of that country? And even the people. No.
I have something to say.
Let him land this point.
So my point is this: is that we need to understand that what it means to be a patriot is that you have to think Nigeria first. Yes, our education is nowhere. You can't even compare our education now to anything. Those people you're talking about.
So why are Nigerian professionals, Nigerian trained professionals, things that I said, professionals sought globally.
Let me say to you, Wama, let's not kid ourselves here. The Nigerian professionals you're talking about here, the bulk of them are medical.
That's not true. Bankers and IT.
80% of them are medical.
No, they're
even
not.
but they were not trained in Nigeria, right?
Give me.
They were not trained in Nigeria.
Hold on, but that's actually not factually true. IT professionals. I know countless IT professionals that are not even they are employed internationally and they don't even leave Nigeria.
They don't live in Nigeria.
One of them have been a lot. One of them have been here to tell us several narratives.
Well, I don't know where you're getting your figures from.
Well, it's in the open space.
No. Hold on. I'll tell you. You want to.
Larry is a tech guy, and he told us that some of
Larry. There you are, Larry.
Yeah.
Hold on, one man. Hold on.
But the
Flutterwave, hold on now. Flutterwave, all those companies that are doing well in Nigeria, all those guys that you're seeing, they came to the US. Agree that they have a little bit of IT experience in Nigeria, but they came here and improved more on it, and they went back to Nigeria to set up.
What are you talking about?
I know what I'm talking about. That's
you said hold on. Okay, permit me. Let me just put this question.
You have to be
hold on. You said our education. Hold on. Hold on now. You said our education is nothing, but those guys had their first degree in Nigerian universities, and that's a fact. 90% of them had their first degrees. Oh, of course, they came abroad for exposure. Everybody does that. Is he a sin? That people come and want to further their studies?
Hold on, dude. Let's not. You see,
I'm not dude. Call me my name.
Okay, Bishop. Okay. I
only corrected you. I'm not
Can
I just hold on now? There's already a conversation taking place. So
I'm not quarreling you. I only just corrected you.
Just let him respond.
All right, so
respond to you, man.
So, woman.
Yeah.
It's so funny that sometimes we hinge education on just medicine and IT. Oh my goodness!
And banking.
There are
and education too. Nigerian English teachers are sought very heavily in places like India.
I don't know why you people are getting all this your facts and whatever.
They are in the public
so
domain.
Annoying. I don't know.
All
Are
these
you people
things
living in
are
La
in the
La
public
Land?
domain.
When people are talking about the deplorable state of our education in Nigeria, our kids are going to Benin Republic, going to Togo, going to as far as Ghana to go and study.
We know the ones that are going to Benin Republic, the ones that cannot get a place. We know the ones that are going to Togo. Just a few weeks ago, 48 universities in Togo, their certificates were disrecognized by Nigerian authorities. That it is not up to quality. Go and check. So we know the ones that are going to Togo and Benin Republic to go and hold on. We know those ones. The ones that cannot get a place in the Nigerian universities are those ones. So stop using that as a yardstick.
People cannot get a space. Who tell you they cannot get a space? Who tell you that?
I am telling you that. I'm telling you that.
We just want to paint a picture here that we have a very viable, good educational system.
Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that.
That's what you're painting. That's what you're painting. That is what you are painting. Because you're saying, no, they cannot get a space. That's why they go where they. No, it's because our educational system is so deplorable. I agree that there are some areas, like in medicine, our people are still good in that. They are doing well. That is why we're able to supply the world that. But education does not just revolve only around just medicine or IT. There are other aspects, other skills that are required. Are we doing anything about it? No. But even the little ones that we have, go to loot there. I don't know if you have this. Let me make this point.
Okay, go on. Then I'll ask you something. Yeah.
Go to loot there at some of our government-run hospitals. All the doctors and nurses, they've all run away. Run out of that country. And who are to take care of? You see, when we talk about patriotism here, this is what we're talking about. Some of us don't even know the concept of patriotism. We do not know it. Because all we think about is just money. We don't talk about what it means to build a country. When you have, because
are you patriotic by yourself? Are you patriotic?
Let me ask you a question, Rational Mind. Which skills outside of medicine and IT is sought internationally? Which other skills is being sought internationally outside of medicine and IT?
Construction. If I want to move from America right today, I get a job offer to go to Saudi Arabia or to any of the Gulf states to go and supervise a construction. I can do that with my skill. It's heavily sought after over there. IT is not the only thing it's not the only skill. There are many other areas.
Those are the predominant skills that has been sought internationally.
It's because that is what we see out there, and that's what some of us are exposed to. There are other skills that are required.
Which skills are places like India, Pakistan, and every other country? Which skills are they exporting internationally?
One man. Let's don't pin me to this. I don't. You see, this conversation is
no. Hold on. Just hold on 1 second. What I'm explaining to you, and I think this is what is widely known. I'm not sure that too many people disagree. The two set of skills being sought predominantly internationally are medical skills and IT skills. These are the skills and engineering as well. And you have a lot of Nigerian, we didn't even mention that, a lot of Nigerian engineers rather globally sought as well. So those are the three key skills being sought globally. And there's an abundance of supply coming out of Nigeria, highly priced. Out of the Nigerian educational system. Out of the Nigerian educational system.
Some of us are so narrow. No disrespect here to anybody. Some of us are very narrow-minded when it comes to what is out there in the world. It's just what we want to see. And that's what we want to see. We only think about IT. I'm not saying IT does not employ a huge amount of people. It does, but IT is not the only thing. Medicine, being a doctor or a nurse, is not the only thing that kicks an economy.
Are Nigerian engineers highly priced internationally?
How many of the engineers has built road and built a bridge?
No, that wasn't the question. Are they highly priced? I've got two brothers. They work internationally.
No,
yeah.
they don't.
Nigerian engineers are not highly sought internationally.
You see, these are what about? You see that you accept it or not? It's up to us. Whatever we want to make of it, it's up to us. But the thing is that the evidence on ground in Nigeria shows the rots, shows the decline, it tells us all that we need to know about what is wrong with our country. Either you say, oh, we are supplying the world, we're doing that's all they're concerned about. They just money. The people in Nigeria, whom are supposed to be benefiting from what it takes of the governance, you're neglecting them. You're supplying the whole world. There are whatever thing that they should be benefiting from. And then you're telling me that it's a good thing. We're supplying the world and we're sending money back. How many of those money gets into the hands of the common man on the streets? How many of the people here do they see even the benefit of that money that we're remitting to Nigeria? You see, one man, we can spin this however I want to spin it. But my point is this, one man. My point is this, that our leaders are not patriots. All they are concerned about is money, how to increase IGR. IGR does not translate the life of the common Nigerians, but lands more than half of it into their own pockets. And even the tokens they give, the token they give to the Nigerian people is not even something that can even do anything.
Rational mind, stop talking about patriotism. You are not patriotic yourself. Are you patriotic?
Can I say something?
Ekene, please come in.
Yeah, let Ekene come in. Yeah.
One man, the point is this. We are talking about Nigerians, developing Nigerians. We have it, we have the talent. But our leaders are not showing concern that these guys need to be accommodated to help develop this nation. And I'm not against people going abroad. But you see, an average nurse, an average doctor in Nigeria today, studying or in a final year, is thinking about once he's graduating, he's leaving the country. Once he graduates today, next tomorrow he's leaving the country. That's the average thinking of somebody studying either medicine or nursing in Nigeria today. And we're happy about that. But in our system, you go to our our general hospitals and all that, it's hardly for you to see doctors there. It's hardly for you to see good nurses there. But we have a lot of them abroad. And our government are happy that these guys are going abroad. And they're not. What I see there is this. These guys are admitting their failure of not wanting to develop our health sector, at least to accommodate some of these talent. So that our health sector, when you come there, they look good. You have good doctors, you have good nurses. Before you even think of exporting some abroad, they're developing they are admitting their incapacity of not wanting to develop our educational system and all that. They just people want to study. You see, Nigerians survive by themselves. That is why when you see them, they study. Only thing they want to study is just to live and go and earn dollars abroad. And these guys are just happy that they are remitting dollars and all that for them to squander.
Oh.
And we're here, we're exonerating them, we are hyping them.
Okay.
We have the people that are supposed to be in the position to build this nation are leaving. Then the people that don't have anything to show are the one ruling this country.
One man. Can I please come in?
Let's finish.
So I don't even understand the argument you are making. When you go to our hospitals, it's hardly for you to see qualified doctors, qualified nurses. But we have a lot of them abroad.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a blatant and don't let me say irresponsible lie, but let me come in, please.
There is not, you can say that. Let me finish. Let me finish. I can be lying to you. I can be lying to you. Yes, I can be lying to you, but
don't say things you don't have the facts.
Hold on for him, Bishop. You have to understand that Ekene lives in Nigeria. So
that is no. In this matter, it does not matter.
Bishop, let me finish. No matter how you want to say it.
No, don't put that to me. Don't put that. Let me respond. If you want me to say, let me respond. Let me respond.
I allow you to speak. You cannot respond to me. I have not finished.
So let him land, and then you can comment.
What are you telling me? You see all of it. You see most of the time you see what happened, the insurgency and all that. When they get there, what are their complaints? Lack of doctors and nurses to attend to these guys, and most of them die. You don't see the videos and all that. You go to many local government today. You hardly see doctors. You hardly see nurses. Our pregnant women just die just because of lack of doctors and nurses.
You just land and let me make my contribution.
And you say I'm lying.
Bishop,
yeah, because you are lying. Because you are lying.
Lying what?
Let me mute you for a moment. Exercise some patience. Let him land, and then you come in after him.
You said I'm lying. You see videos during during the SARS and all that. You see videos of people. You display patients on ground. There is no doctors, no nurses to attend to them. A lot of when those things happen, when casualties happen like that, you don't see doctors. When you take them to hospital, you see them display patients on under the trees and all that. And you said I'm lying. And when you speak to these guys, they tell you that only one doctor is attending to all these people.
Can I wrap up so that you can come in so I can just.
So what you say I'm lying? Come and tell me where I'm lying. You are happy that your government are not ready to develop your health sector, and they're giving you excuses. The only excuse they're giving you is that these guys are remitting dollars to you. That's the only excuse they're giving to you. So therefore they're happy, and I'm lying.
All right.
They're admitting their incapacity.
All right. Can I let Bishop come in? Bishop, come in. Bishop, are you there? Bishop.
Well, man, you muted me now. You muted me. That was not necessary. We were having an estate. We were not fighting. Other people were having intercession and the rest. You did not. You were not supposed to do that. I don't like going over this. We were having an estate. People have had a hotter. No, you hold on. Let me clear my view.
We are not doing this. It's unbearable, man. Yeah, when I say hold on, please hold on. Just don't steamroll. I said let him land, and then you come in after him. So
What
his
I
landed.
will you
So
let me just say my own?
no,
You
yeah,
cannot be
go,
shutting me up all the time now. Let
Bishop,
me
please.
talk now.
No, please exercise some patience.
Am I not exercising patience?
Can you hold
one
on
man,
for me?
let Bishop speak.
One man, this is not fair.
And Bishop, hold on as well. Bishop, just hold on.
Bishop, hold on for
just hold on because this has to be done in an orderly fashion. So let me moderate the space, and then when I say when it lands, you come in. So he's landed, so now you're not coming. So don't come at me. Go to his conversation and where you want to address his conversation. So go to his conversation. Bishop,
I'm not coming at you.
Yeah,
I'm
go
only
to his
stating.
Can you go to his Okay, thank you. I can't bear this. Somebody else come in. It's unbearable.
Yeah. So one man. So in conclusion, I don't know why we have to go back and forth on this. When somebody's let's just go on, just go straight to the point. I mean, we all have. If you, okay, let me just go straight. All right. So my point is.
Let me say something. One man. Rational man. Okay. Woman. Where's Bishop?
He's there.
Bishop. Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Jale Koko.
I mean, it is good for us to share your thought. You see, we are all learning here, Mama. Ekene, like you said, is in Nigeria. Is telling us what he has seen, what is going on. Bishop has his own. I believe he has his own fact too. And we should let him speak too, so that we can all learn and benefit.
But that's exactly what I said. I said the floor is his.
And
he's wanting to...
And I want to speak after Bishops too, because
yes.
I have a little idea of the way health sector runs too. So let Bishop speak.
All right, Bishop, the floor is yours. But to what Ekene said, Bishop, the floor is yours.
But why will you insist on what I must say? Why can't I express my view? If you don't want me to express my view, there's no point. Look.
Okay, do what you like. Do what you like, yeah.
There was no need for you to mute me or throw me at the back. I was not fighting. We were only having an exchange. People have had hotter exchanges, and you did not mute them or throw them at the back. I mean, it is not too much for me to state that.
All right. So to what Ekene said. You stated that, so now to what Ekene said.
Oh my God. Okay. I will manage and see if I can say something about that. Because you completely just messed up my thought, but that's fine. I've done it before. Our health sector that Ekene is describing is not true. Yes, government hospitals are not as good or up to what they should be. Unfortunately, the worst in our health sector are the primary health care, under which most states rank 0. Primary health care is the function of the local government. Then secondary, that belongs to state government, general hospital. The United Nations rule says there must be a private hospital, a government primary health care within 3 miles radius of where people live. Most local governments in Nigeria cannot afford that, but it is still a function of the local government. General hospital is for the state, and there is a specified number of miles radius or number of people that a general hospital should serve. Federal government does not have one general hospital. What federal government control are the tertiary hospitals, and they now upgraded a few years ago Federal Medical Center to that status too, because what we used to have were just teaching hospitals and specialist hospitals. An example of a specialist hospital is Bobi Orthopedic Hospital. Nigerian private hospitals rank some of the best, both in equipment, in expertise and in what do you call the facilities in Africa. That is a fact. They have hospitals. They cost some amount. Of course, every good thing comes with a cost. Our tertiary hospital, even though it's not what it used to be, we have some of the best experts in some areas in the field of medicine globally. That is a fact. Is the carrying capacity, patient doctor ratio okay? When we quote the one that are operating, we quote the number of governments. It's just like the university today. The private universities have more, carry more. They are more than the government university. So when we talk about the amount of money that federal government is spending on our universities, and we use this as the amount generally we are spending on the universities, we are not being factual. In Lagos alone, there are more than 10, or between Lagos and Ogun State, there are more than 20 very functional universities that are being ranked very well in Africa today. But when we talk about the funding, we are not talking about what those private ones are putting. Their teaching hospitals are doing great things. Just a month ago, I know of someone, I won't mention his name, that was waiting for surgery in the UK that had to go to Nigeria. I've heard about the second person doing the same thing, and these are not strangers to me. Now, when doctors go abroad, because there is an economic opportunity there, nobody can fault them. Ditto other professionals. But we know the professions that are very marketable. Ekene is saying that we are talking of global diaspora remittance, that the money is coming into individual pocket and the squander is it supposed to come into government's pocket? It's coming into the Nigerian economy. Every money you send home to help people, whether to pay school fees, whether to give them a stipend. So I don't know what you mean by the money is going to some people's hand and they are squandering it. Are doctors supposed to send their money to federal government to put into the budget, or to use it to build roads, or to use it to build hospitals for you? I don't understand that argument. So a few months ago, about a year or thereabout ago, UK came up with a list of degrees that they call whether low quality degree or something. I can't remember the phrase they use for it. And they discourage people from going, into those fields because they are not really, it's like those degrees from what I read there, it's like they are not marketable. They are not selling, they are not, on high demand. People go, and they discourage it. And they even said there were no grants for them. Even the ones that they are importing in Nigeria that you will not say you want to go to. So I don't want to mention any study, so that I will not be seem like to be disparaging. So when Rational Mind was trying to talk down, say it is only medicine and IT, which other field that are actually in high demand? Look, there is a lot you need to do to get into construction in America as a Nigerian trained engineer. I have a current certified doctor, that's my friend, engineer, what do you call it, all the qualification. I knew how it was difficult for him because it is not the same technology in so many areas that they are using. So the areas that are general, IT and medicine, and that is the highest thing that even the Indians in the field of medicine, when I say medicine, I mean both medicine as doctor, as a pharmacist, as an ophthalmologist, as a specialist in different areas, and even nurses. And Nigeria is exporting them here. And those are the two main areas. So when you say is that the only area, and my argument is that, look, those same doctors we are talking about were being trained in Nigeria. You say they go for Harvard, but they have a foundation. A lot of people that can afford Medicare in Nigeria today are going for the Nigerian option. Even people are going from the abroad, whether it is UK or America, to go and have their procedures in Nigeria. Maybe we'll have issues with some of the federal government hospitals that are not up to date, but there are private hospitals that are top notch. I don't want to mention it. I'm not advertising any of it.
Bishop,
I know.
Bishop,
I'll be done in a minute.
Okay, please. Thank
I'll
you.
be done in a minute. Oh my God, what's supposed to be?
We can hear you. Go on.
No, I wanted to say. You just snatched over my head.
Talk about somebody going back to Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm done with that one. There's something I wanted to bring into this conversation. I mean, that came to me. I wanted to, just as an example, to round it off. And that
You want to give an example of private hospital?
No, I've said that one.
Yeah.
There are private hospitals that are doing great, very marvelous things. I'm not saying whether governors are going there or they are not going there. I'm not saying whether presidents are going there or they are not going there. And I'm not saying it is enough. It is always continuous. We can go. It can get better. It can get better. One of the biggest problems we have in our general hospital and private government hospital, whether it is primary healthcare or secondary or tertiary, is that everybody believes that government hospital must be free or totally cheap, extremely very cheap. So that if you go to hospital, they say, there was once, let me use my example here. Everybody believed that government must be responsible. So hospitals must be extremely very free. So people don't compare. Okay, in the abroad, why they are able to pay hospitals, doctors that much is because they charge, there is an acceptable charge that comes with it. I sponsor somebody for a surgery in Wobi. And that surgery cost almost about $1 million. But the truth of the matter is that if he had gone to a private hospital, that surgery would have cost more than 7 or 8 million.
Bishop, can I just ask you a question?
When I finish, you ask. It cost about $1 million. So for me, I don't agree that people that are sending money are not contributing. They are. Whether it is going to it's not the money they are sending, because according to Ekene, does not need to go to the government pocket. It will go to their family or their business, or they are investing in whether they are investing in stock, whether they are buying land to sell tomorrow, whether they are selling kunu by the roadside, or they have buka. It is still in the Nigerian economy, and that does a lot more than money. It does. In fact, it contributes more to the economy than the money in government hand. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
Hold on. Let Agadeko come in because of time.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So, Agadeko, are you there?
Yeah.
You say you wanted to comment, please comment.
Yeah. You see, we are learning. I like the way Bishop break it down by telling us the role that each tiers of government, local government, state and federal government, the areas of their concentration in healthcare. You see, the way you break it down, I think, is very is highly informative. So, but the fact remains that, what Rational Man said earlier concerning the state, the poor state, or the poor standard of our educational sector, it's not far from truth that the standard of education in Nigeria has fallen. That one is, except we want to lie to ourselves, it's a fact. Everybody knows that, and we all know that. Public education, we know that the standard has fallen. And that's why you see a lot of people taking their children to private school, private university, people that are, millionaires, people that are rich, might not be wealthy, but rich. And a lot of factors are responsible for that, particularly when government doesn't invest in education as they're supposed to, they invest poorly at all levels of government, not only federal, the state and the local government. They don't invest heavily as they're supposed to do, and that is what is killing the public education, responsible for the poor standard we have in our public education in Nigeria. So, but having listened very well to Rational Man, I think what he's saying, what I can really understand from what he was saying is that, look, yes, we train some of our people, we give them that, that education, but they are leaving the country. They are living not in arithmetic order, but in geometrical order. En masse. And there's no guarantee that they are going to return. So, what does that tell us? What tells us is that we're going to have we're going to have a situation where there's going to be a short staff. We're going to have a short staff situation in government hospitals.
We already have that, Ajanle Koko.
Yes.
I think a couple of sessions ago, about a doctor to 6,000 patients in Ogun State.
That will kill that doctor. That doctor will develop high blood pressure. That doctor will develop serious health issue because he will have to work his heart out every day. Every day. It's going to be...
With low salary or with low salary?
With poor salary. So what you're going to see, that doctor will aim, his next move is to run out of the country because he doesn't want to kill himself. And the irony of the matter is that when you see them living, they're living with their family, they are selling their houses. And what does that tell us? That tells us that they don't have a plan. They don't have that plan to return. And that is bad for the country. Who is going to replace them? Who is going to replace that experience? How many have we trained to replace? It is the experience, the job of these professionals, doctors, teachers. We are losing teachers too, professors in large number. They are going out of the country. So who's going to step into their shoe? That is where the problem, that is where the country has run into a very, very serious problem. Very serious problem. So I don't think what Rational Man have said, I don't think is far from the truth. And I agree with him that the educational standard in Nigeria, because when we are talking of educational standard, it is the public education we are talking about. We are not talking about private school. It is the public. The same thing here. When we talk of, American educational standard, they're talking about public education. They don't focus on private. So it's not good for the country now, and it's not good for the future of the country. So I agree with Rational Mind that our educational standard has fallen, and I agree with him that, look, we are not going to benefit in any way for people that are running out of the country. But can we blame them? We can't blame them because they don't see the future is not the future is not bright for them, and it's really bad. And the country is becoming very unsafe every day, very unsafe and very unfuturistic, and that's why everybody is running out. They are selling their property and they are moving out.
Babaja.
Okay, can I interject?
Babaja,
Hold on, can I let Prince come in? Prince.
Okay.
Thanks, man. So trying to get a grasp of this argument, really. I don't think anybody's arguing against if Nigeria has enough talent or smart people or highly educated people. Even with the standard of education, it doesn't matter if it's not par. But I think the brain is there. The brain, the talent is there. And that's why when Nigerians leave the country, go elsewhere, they do pretty good. They're quite successful. So, but and yeah, just like the article that you read earlier, the person that spoke earlier, that we have talent on Wall Street, we have engineers, we have doctors, yeah, we have all those people, perhaps almost rivaling that of India. But that again to me, that's not the bone of contention, really. Um, unless we're saying that we don't have any problems in Nigeria, then that is fine. Okay, but sometimes we make it sound like we are exporting our excess talent overseas, and we're good, and we don't need them in Nigeria because we have everything, with everything up to par, we're doing good, and that's not the case. That's not the case. See, again, every time we see individually, we're doing very well. Individually, yeah, they work overseas, they send money back home, remittances are going high. Okay, but overall, we're not taking advantage of the talents that we have overseas. We're not. We are lacking in so many ways. Obviously, we don't have the best or more robust healthcare system. We don't have it. We still have challenges in our schools. Infrastructure, we have challenges. So although we may have the talents all across the world, but we don't have that ability to bring them back home to help give the country.
Prince Daddy, you make a very critical point now that I agree with you, that we are not making the use of their best brain outside the country. So that's the most important point that everybody have made here, that those we have outside the country, are we making use of them for our own good? No.
Exactly.
Continue.
To me, that's the point right there. So we can keep talking about it. Nobody's going to debate. I mean, you can flip through, Google it, whatever. You're going to see Nigerian talent everywhere. We have abundance of talent. And I always compare our human resources as the same as our natural resources, quite frankly. Because if we are a well-organized society, we would tap into all this talent and resources that we have and make the best out of it. But we're not doing it. So that's the challenge. We're not doing it. See, I mean, we can't really compare ourselves with India. India is five times bigger than Nigeria. But, yeah.
Even the ones that are patriotic, that want to come back, maybe on themselves, I want to contribute or invest in Nigeria. And let's say they are okay, they are finished their tax in abroad. I have a lot of money now. Let me come back now and settle in Nigeria, maybe to build a pharmacy and all that and all that. They are being kidnapped.
Insecurity. Well, that's
when they
finish,
yeah. When they finish doing everything that they want to do abroad, at least for them to retire home, it becomes a problem because of insecurity and inflation. So the problem is too much.
We shouldn't wait for them to retire. We should take advantage of them now. Yeah, it's good. I mean, I know we're doing very well in fintech and all these things. We're doing very well, and a lot of people are making it. I even heard about people working remotely in Nigeria making dollars, $100,000 a year. That is great for anybody in Nigeria making that much money. That's a lot of money. Okay, but again, we don't know how to organize and put all these things together to get the best of it. The best of it. I mean, we're arguing earlier about Buhari going to London for medical care. I guarantee it's not because we don't have the talent in doctors. You see, this is the point. It's not because we don't have talent in doctors. It's because we don't have the infrastructure or the equipment necessary to do the surgery or take care of our people. That's the problem. We can always make an argument that, You know, if we have everything, we've been trained and conditioned as a people to always look to the outside, to always look to the outside for everything. Okay, and that's our problem. Until we change that orientation and begin. Earlier we were talking also about the different agencies, right? They're not generating money and this and that. It's because we don't have leadership at the helm of this different agencies, and even from the top to the bottom. From the top to the bottom, Nigeria to me is like a talent in a closet. If you understand what that means, it doesn't matter how much talent you have. If you can't put it on display to help your people, to help your community, it's a waste.
Please, Daddy, can you give me a second, please? You don't mind.
Bishop Joe, let me round up so that everybody can also have their own say. Yeah, so you see, I think everybody has said it. It's either we just want to be like, act like our people are back home do not count. Their life is not important as ours is important. Then we can continue with this mental idea that we can continue supplying the whole world. You see, somebody who just came here, like what it does every time. Are you patriotic yourself? I mean, like, come on, dude. I don't get it. I mean, we supply the whole world. I mean, it's only when you, this is what they said in Yoruba, when you've eaten your belly full. I mean, you have your stomach filled, your belly filled with food. Then you can now start giving out to people. What happened to that idea that it's only when you've put your own house in order, everything is okay, then you can now start giving out, because you have plenty. But we do not have. Even the ones we have, they are running out. And then some of us are making case here that they remit money. That money, how many of that money even gets into the hands of somebody was asking the question. Wait, we're not saying that money goes directly into the hands of they will use the money and whatever money I remit to Nigeria, government will just take it and go and use it to go and build road. That's not what we're saying. This money the money they've stolen, the naira they stole, they will convert this money into the dollar. The dollar that manufacturers, people that really need it for importation of their raw materials, they don't get it. So many individuals, you see, we can continue making case here and start trying to like spin the whole thing, make it look like trivialize the matter or trivialize the issue in Nigeria with regard to the brain drain going on. I mean, we saw some like a year or two ago when the Saudi Arabians, they came to Nigeria and they were just taking our doctors. What did they do? They sent DSS. If they knew that wasn't a threat to the Nigerian national security, why would they send DSS to go and break up the whole procession and the whole process that they were doing, hiring Nigerian doctors and nurses to go and work in? I don't even know how Simba. Maybe if you guys Simba come here, come and tell us how he was able to. Maybe he was among the first few people that got employed before before DSS came and break up the whole thing. And then we're here talking, making case. If they don't see it as a threat, why would they go and break it? Why would they be lamenting that? I mean, the House of Representatives are all lamenting and saying they want to put out a law that will make it almost impossible for Nigerians to go abroad after they've been trained in Nigeria. You see, we can come here and start using these statistics of local government, look at this. I mean, come on. The reality on ground, it tells you what it is. The life of our people is important. They did not come to this world to come and be hearing talk every day. They are also here to enjoy life. So if the system in Nigeria, the taxpayers' money could train people like our nurses, our engineers, our doctors, if we need them in Nigeria, let them stay in Nigeria, pay them very well, give them the remuneration that is due them so that they can stay in Nigeria and take care of our people. And these people, they will give birth to kids that they will also train. And when we have an abundance that we can send out and go and send to people, and then, well, let's think Nigeria first. Our leaders don't think Nigeria first. That's the problem. They don't think Nigeria first. All they think about is, send them abroad, go and bring dollar for us. I mean, I don't get it. I don't know what some of us don't even understand, how the system operates in Nigeria. And then we'll come here and make case. Oh man, I'll leave it at that.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Bishop, you want us to come in?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes, I wanted to, but I think I made a mistake. Okay. Yes, I wanted to just correct. I don't know if it was Akane or Rakalaba that made a reference going back to the issue of kidnapping again. Rakalaba, if we are talking and we want to make our conversation to be very educational, we have to base it on fact, verifiable data and facts. You cannot just say people are coming with funny data. If you cannot challenge or question the veracity of that data to knock it off, I think we cannot trivialize the importance of data. And data has to do with records. We cannot just choose and pick when it is convenient for us to say data. I mean, it's only ignorant people that will say, is it data lamajan? Is it data we go chop? I've heard that before, but I'm not saying. So data is very important. And why is data important? To compare where you are coming from and the progress you have made, where you are going to. Nobody ever said that Nigeria is an Eldorado. Number one, you were comparing Nigerian education standard to our neighbors in West Africa. That is not correct. It is absolutely not correct. I can reel out 10 competitions among Nigerian university students, African and global university students that Nigerians have attended. No other country, not even Kenya or South Africa or Egypt, comes close to what the performance of Nigerians in those universities. And almost all of them are federal government university, except 2 universities that are private that used to feature on that. And that is the University of Winners in Ota and what is called this Mount University. Among the recent competitions, you will see University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, University of Benin, University of Ife. And they always regular. So if you say it's only private universities that are, they should be the one dominating. And go and check the records, whether they went to medical school, whether they went to go to law school, see the records. Just a few days ago, a young man from somewhere in Anambra State, in a public school, secondary school, smashed a record in a public primary school, secondary school. So we need to value the importance of data. As we speak today, America does not have enough medical doctors. There are so many local places, counties you will go to in America, you will not see a doctor. If you want a doctor, you will travel to 2 or 3 villages or 2 or 3 cities. There are so many local places. Let me finish this. I'm talking data now. I'm talking fact. Yes, sir. I will land in 1 minute.
No, 1 minute. So that record that even Anambra State, we have to give that credit to Soludo, right?
Well, Soludo a guy that finished, Soludo is less than 1 year, a guy that just finished his Wike, but whichever it is the state government that is in control of the secondary school. So whoever it is, I give the credit to Anambra State.
Yeah.
So what I'm just saying is that the boy came from a government, it's not a private school. It's just an ordinary, I forgot his name. I mean,
CKC.
It's not CKC. It's not CKC. It's not Christ the King's College. When I was in Anambra State, I can't remember. I can check. You can check it. It's just a very.
It's just a few days ago.
Okay. So what I'm saying that is a government school. So, but what I'm saying is that so the university people that are going to represent us in competitions across the globe, they are from government universities. I am not saying we are where we should be. We can do better. But comparing us to universities in Togo and Republic of Benin, we are not being charitable. Let us check the records. Let us check the facts. Let us check available facts to verify our claim. And on the issue of the last 2 days ago, then about that, we had a conversation. I listened to some conversation. I did something. I wanted to join, but I just changed mine. On the issue of crime and kidnapping, do you know? Has anybody checked in this year alone? I'm not talking of 2023. The 2023 record is staggering, but I challenge you, go and check UNODC, their data about kidnapping and homicide. Do you know there have been more kidnapping in America, in Britain, in Turkey, in Canada, in how many other countries again than Nigeria this year alone? I'm not saying our situation is good, though. Don't misquote me. I'm not saying our situation is good. I'm not saying one kidnapping is not one kidnapping too many. But I'm saying there have been more teenagers kidnapped in America in this year that is just 22 days old or 23 days old that have been kidnapped in Nigeria, entire Nigeria in this year. So bad things, I said it 2 days ago, that bad things will keep happening. Unfortunately, there is no whatever to stop bad things, bad people from being bad people. What I'm saying is that we should balance it. When we highlight it because we want good results, but at the same time, we highlight the little places. It is not just all like it is gloom, and a completely hopeless situation. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop, and thank you, Rational Mind. Let's go on from Rational Mind to Ajanle Koko, and then from Ajanle Koko to Prince Daddy. Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, one man. You can go to Prince Daddy.
Is it even Prince Daddy or Pimp Daddy? Because I think it's been rebranded and it's not pushing back against it. So it may well somewhat like the name. So is it Prince or Pimp Daddy? We already know P. Diddy. Prince, you're up next. Look at that.
I'm married one man.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually at a basketball game. That's why.
Is your daughter playing again?
Yeah.
Is she good enough for you to retire on her?
It's not the NBA, one man.
I can hear the game in the background. I hope they are winning.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, if you can move on to the next person, kind of.
All right. No, that's brilliant. Well done. So on Daddy duty is Prince Daddy. So there it is. Let's go then to Ekene, who late hours for you, Ekene, wherever you are. So Ekene, the floor is yours. The Megida of Alaba International.
Oh man, thank you very much.
Okay, kwata.
I don't know the topic you brought up today, but I just came in.
I've been poking fun at you for a few days, and you've not been responding. You know when we said we wanted to send you money to go and look for people to give it to, and you were doing a Jebota. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
We found somebody else. We found somebody else.
Yeah, it's good you find somebody else, and I believe the person you find is capable of doing that. And,
do you want to see the report?
Done a good job.
Do you want to see?
I saw it yesterday.
I saw it yesterday. So there it is. There it is. Okay, go to the conversation then. Do you want to come in from Fubara or do you want to come in from this headline, the Buhari headline? Buhari did not know where he was. So this was the early months of Buhari when he suddenly fell ill. And this is Femi Adesina, his spokesperson. He said when he went to see him in London, Buhari was saying that, look, Femi, I don't even know where I am. And it meant that literally, perhaps he thought it was in Aso Rock even. And this has been the sort of governance we've had for 8 years.
One man, that's the issue we have. Even you see, that's the issue we have with old men governing us. Most of the time, they forget themselves. So when he was ill, he didn't know that he still think that he's in Aso Rock. It's very ridiculous. But this Femi Adesina coming out now to be saying all these things is a kind of hypocrisy to me. This guy is not serious. And you know, the problem we have today as a nation, the most difficult, because we are in a very difficult situation now. Started during the time of this Buhari, and when he know that he's incapacitated and he's contesting for presidency. See, old men in our nation need to understand that the country of 200 million or more than 200 million people is not a joke. You need a capable hand, a brain that is working to govern this nation. And it's quite unfortunate we have not gotten to that level for the past few years. You just see somebody like Atiku Abubakar saying that he wants to come back at the age of 80-something.
Have we ever had a good president in that country?
I don't know. We have not had. But I'm just praying that one day we'll have at least somebody that is vibrant, that can be active. Just that seat is just for old men. When they have finished all their atrocities in the nation, they just go there to finish it up. That's how I see it. The same thing with this Buhari. So, but I don't know. I don't know. I think Abubakar is the last thing in Dubai now.
Kenneth, it's very difficult for Nigeria to have a young president. And when I'm saying young, I'm saying somebody like from the age of 60 or younger. Because they have to go through the usual route to Aso Rock in Nigeria is that you have to go through like at least 2 terms as a governor of a state. And then and even before you become a governor, you have to be a commissioner of some sort and serve your apprenticeship there. And then after those 2 years in the state house, you have to then go into the open field and have several knockbacks. Then you have to try and battle for that ticket, which will take you. By the time you go through all of the things you necessarily have to go through, you are in your late 60s and maybe 70s. That's just how it works in Nigeria.
I think we are getting it very wrong, because that is it's a problem. If you're able to become a governor at the age of 40 or 30, at least you should be given a chance to contest for president, not necessarily to wait too long. If somebody govern a state for 8 years, or be a minister for 8 years, or a senator for 8 years, people should be able to account for you, to say, yes, this man is capable to run a country. You don't necessarily need to wait for too long and all that. It's just 8 years service, then you aspire for that position. It's not too far, one man. We can have it, but it's just that the system doesn't allow that, because we have a lot of greedy old men in our society. We have a lot of them, and they don't want to give up. Just think of Atiku Abubakar today coming out to be a statesman, to bring up a young candidate, campaign for him, say, I want to help this candidate to build a nation. Just check an impact and the legacy it will be on him. But he doesn't think towards that direction. He still wants to be president at the age of 80-something. Then when he goes there, no matter all the work he has done as a vice president or as a former governor, he is now weak to perform. You cannot compare yourself when you are 60s or 70s or 40s or 50s to when you are 80. It's very difficult to compare yourself. You want to have the same strength to govern a nation of 200 million people. It's very difficult, and that is the problem we're having. Not that we don't have these guys when they were vibrant, when they were performing, when they were okay in office, but what we have now is that at the old age, you are still greedy, you are still juggling for a position. And look at where it has taken us. Look at it. Look at how our country are going down every day by day.
With this headline, Femi Adesina, he has just more or less admitted to us that the Buhari years were wasted years. This is when the president doesn't know where he is. How can he know what he's doing when he doesn't know where he is? So 8 wasted years. Those years from yours and my life that we can never get back. The president does not know where he is.
And that is it now. But it's quite unfortunate that we have a lot of people then defending it, that the man is doing well, even when we know that this man is not there. So the pathetic position is that we have a lot of young men and women in our society defending Buhari then, that this man is vibrant, this man is doing well in the economy, this man is doing well in infrastructure, and all that. Only for after 8 years, when you have finished committing all your atrocities, you now come back now to admit that this man is not there for almost 1 year. That period that he's not there is very. They can use it to loot the entire treasure of this country, and that was what happened during this Buhari administration. That's why you have a lot of corrupt men in this society. I don't think that even Buhari himself, I don't think he loot half of what his ministers, his commissioners and all that, what they loot. He's not there. We know it. So forget these guys. Adesanya, he come out yesterday, was just revealing a lot of things. What are you writing? You are writing your incapacity, your failure. They started all this nonsense that is happening today in our economy. I just pray that one day we get it right. Because definitely we'll still have people that will support them, even when they are not performing. And that's my problem. People are not eager to say the truth. So let us deviate from this and move out. Find a new system that will suit us. Find a new man that will suit us. Not all this nonsense. We are playing. We are playing. When are we going to stop playing and make Nigeria better? We are just comfortable with the liars and the propagandists and all that ruling us. So one man, I don't know what to say again, but for me, it's the problem of the society, the masses. We don't want to tell ourselves the truth. If we come together and tell ourselves the truth, we can push these old men back and move forward as a nation.
All right. Yeah, let me take you to a different space. Tinubu seems to be slowly moving parastatals back from Abuja to Lagos. So some of the key departments within the Central Bank of Nigeria, they're in the process of moving that to Lagos. And now the Federal Aviation Authority, in charge of the airports and whatnot, they are also looking to move back to Lagos. So the Northerners, they are already riling against this. And they are also saying that the budget is skewed against the North. So what are you making of that space, Ekene?
I saw one of their statements in a Rise News during prime time. Those guys, I don't know. You know, even when they were asking him this Arewa Consultative Forum and all that, that man is one of their elder there. They were asking him, even when it comes to the issue of insecurity and all that, you people don't really speak up. You don't really react so much to it. But whenever it comes to the issue of what comes to your interest and all that, you always come up to it. The man couldn't answer it. He was just talking rubbish. It tell you the kind of society we are. If it's not their interest, if that thing doesn't suit their pocket, you are getting it wrong. So, you see, I don't want to be insultive to my northern brothers. But this type of greediness in our society, any move, once it affects their finance or their pocket, they begin to react. But the main topic we are facing in the North, they are not interested in that. The issue of insecurity. They are not interested in that. You don't see all these Arewa coming out to condemn all these things that is happening. It's only the common man on the street. So, I don't know President Tinubu's reason of doing what he wants to do. But this is the kind of system we are running. If he moves it back to Lagos now, if a Northerner comes in tomorrow, he will move it back to Abuja or move it to Sokoto or Kaduna. Because they want a situation whereby it will be easy for them to be looting. But the token point, they are silent about it. They are not fighting the right fight. They are only fighting for their pocket. So let them continue to lament. I don't know President Tinubu reason for doing that. He knows his reason for doing that. I'm not interested in that. It doesn't affect me. It's only them that are at the top knows the reason why they are fighting. That this should be moved to Lagos or Abuja. I don't know their reason. But the only thing I understand is that is interest, financial interest. That's what I understand. So if that's the only thing they want to be fighting for the next 4 years, they should continue to fight. And they forget the real issue we are facing. Instead of them to come up and discuss on how to fight the insecurity in our nation, instead of them to call the president and say, what are we going to do for you to help us to fight the insecurity we are facing in our nation? Just because they want to move some part of CBN and the FAN to Lagos. You see them juggling, going for interviews. In fact, this guy, we're not serious. How many times have you had them on interview discussing about the terrorism, kidnapping, and everything going in our nation? But once it is this type of thing, relocating this to this place, sharing this to this place, this region having this one, opening a seaport here, this and all that, you see them on national TV. Greedy old men. That's what they are. Not only in the executive, we have them in our elites, both in the north, in the south, in everywhere. Greedy old men. Greedy old men. What concerns you in what the president is trying to move to Lagos or that? Why are they headbent that this, as in the way this man is talking aggressively in Arise News against this? I wish he would have used that energy to talk against the insecurity happening in our system. Greedy old men. We're not serious, one man. They are deceiving themselves. So that's how I see it, one man. And I don't have anything to say there again. Thank you.
All right. Let me move you to this last space, and then I'll go on from you to Bishop. Court declares Rivers 800 billion naira 2024 budget illegal. So are you following that space, and do you have thoughts on it?
Well, I'm not. I don't want to be discussing Wike and the Fubara. I don't know their issue because the only thing I know is that this guy would have been a good governor if he has come in through the right direction. I see his sincerity. I see what he wants to fight, but unfortunately, he didn't come through the right source. So that is what is affecting his government. So he should bear it. Whatever Wike tell him to do, whatever agreement they had in the first place, the least he can do is just to obey it. So that's why when we say let the process be right, so that when you come in, nobody will fight you. You should just do your thing. You just let me just say this, one man. Compare Abia State to other states in Nigeria today. Compare it. If you want to tell yourself the truth, compare Abia State to every other state, to all the 35 states in Nigeria. Compare Abia State to it, including the Federal Capital Territory. The other day, he just inaugurated his economic advisors. Go and see men, both from the north. Sanusi is there, Okonjo-Iweala is there, just for only a state. The man is helped doing his work, focusing, nobody is disturbing him because he has the mandate of the people. So when we want to let us go. This politics of a thing. This man endorse you, so therefore you have an agreement with him, and you have to do what he tells you to. It's still part of the problem we're having in our society today. Just like ministers of our current government and all that. You see, it's a political settlement. But when you have the mandate of the people, you have a free mind to do your work. Nobody will disturb you. But all this devil agreement they go and write at the back, at the end of the day, the thing will cage you. You will not have the free hand to do your work. That's the effect. This guy had what he's doing in River State and how he wants to perform. But because of the agreement and all that, he's not able to do anything. So let him bear it. Maybe the next time if he wants to contest, he come and contest as a person. If he wins, he wins. So compare, if you want to tell yourself to compare Abia State to every other state in Nigeria today. Compare it. In terms of security, Abia State is well secured among the 35 states in Nigeria today. If you can't Lagos in security, you can't Abia. Even though that is where Nnamdi Kanu comes from. In terms of economy, they are doing well. Infrastructure, they are doing well. Because the man has the mandate of the people. So, if we really want to get it right, we know what to do. We know what to do. Let us stop defending, finding excuses for these old men, and move our country forward. Thank you, one man. I don't have much to say.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's Ekene, the Ajebota of the One Man Platform. So thank you, Ekene. Ekene, stay with us as we hear Bishop come in. So a much missed voice on the platform. So Bishop is back. Only then to talk us through the thorny issues of Nigeria. So Bishop, Tinubu, I'm not quite sure where this statement came out, but one of the big criticisms was the size of his government. And a lot of people, because we were expecting him to implement the Onosoye report, which was talking about small government. But his government now, 48 ministers. So he justifies this. He says, I have had a number of criticisms, including the rationale behind the size of my cabinet. If you want efficient, mobile, and resourceful people, we have to give people a load they can carry. If you combine too many ministries because you want to save money, you will have a future of non-performance and no results. Nigeria needs to turn the corner to grow, and we must give people challenges they can manage. And that is what we are doing. So Tinubu then, what is essentially saying is that is expanded rather than reduced the size of governance in order then to give our functionaries bite-sized pieces that they can chew on and produce results. Are you buying the excuses of Tinubu, Bishop?
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Bishop, good afternoon. Before you talk, please. One man, and Bishop too, is the minister, is it constitutional what he's doing? Can we add that to the question? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, once again, good evening, everyone. Please let me just quickly say something on Reconnaissance last submission about Abia State. I was almost cringing when I was talking about Abia State as the next El Dorado in Nigeria. Yes, Ikpeazu, not Ikpeazu, Alesoti is working on some roads, about 4 or 5 roads in Abia State. And you're talking of insecurity, but Abia State still observe Monday State at home. Insecurity is Abia State is still owing salaries. Abia State University lecturers are going on strike from which they say they are starting strike because of 11-month salary arrears. School of Nothing is saying the same thing. Local government salaries are really big, judiciary workers. And we are painting a picture like Abia State is the only state that is working. I was almost wondering that, am I really hearing right? Yes, he's doing some roads in Aba that are very, very deplorable. Aba, it does not represent the generality of Abia State. There are several other areas in Abia State. So they still keep, I appreciate what he's doing, but to begin to paint it like it's the next thing after God created
I didn't paint him, but he started well. And he's doing well.
I'm not disputing the way you presented it now. I had everything you were saying. It's about
you can present, what I mean is this.
It's okay. I mean,
you cannot that kidnapping you see in other states. You don't see it there. Whether someone is at home, I know Abia is well secured. If you see insecurity today in the southeast, it's not in Abia State.
See that seat at home alone.
The only thing I know is that the man has started well and he is doing well.
He did not start well. Yeah, let's hope that he is able to continue.
Keep it like that. If other government has started like that, nobody will be complaining.
No, because you only know of Abia. Because you only know of Abia. So the way you run down the other state that they are not working, they are not functional. That's what I'm trying to. Because you know about other people know where they are to their domain. If anybody defiles the seat at home in Aba today, they probably will kill that person. And that's a fact. If anybody say, look, we are defiling, we are going now, we are going to the market, some miscreants will come out from somewhere, but let's leave that. Let me go to I just wanted to point that out. Now, starting from the issue of the size of the government, what is my own position? My position is that I was hoping that we were not going to have more than 20 ministries. That was my position. But we had a conversation here a couple of months ago. I said, look, I will defer to the president because I want to hold him responsible for the failure if he fails, or the success if of his administration. So I would defer to some of his decisions. And I look back, I checked some states. There are some states that actually have more than 30 commissioners. 30. That's a subunit. State with 30 commissioners. I am not, like I said, I'm not supporting the fact that we had 48 ministries at the federal level. But there are states that actually have as much as 34 commissioners in the state. And those states don't even have some of the federal ministries replicated in their states. For example, we don't have any state that has Minister of Defense or Commissioner of Defense. We don't have any state that have Commissioner of Police Affairs. We don't have any state that have Commissioner of Local, what do they call it? So now, like I said, I am not justifying but he is the man that we will hold responsible. The problem, one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria is that federal government is interfering in so many things that it has no business interfering with. It's supposed to be exclusively state and local government affairs. Unfortunately, when local road, Tronxy Road, spoil in our area, we call on Buhari or Tinubu. When our gutter, our drainage block, we call on Tinubu. When our local markets, when some people are collecting, so it's already completely mixed up and messed up. So I will still give Tinubu the benefit of the doubt to see how he will organize and rearrange. Yeah, the half of the year that he completed, they're beginning to implement their budget and they will look for money. We'll be able to begin to see the scorecard maybe by the end of this year, hopefully so. So if he says that is what he's going to, and he knows the implication of not delivering. So if we look at the size compared to the challenges we have, I think it's not overbloated. The reason we are complaining so much is because of the economic condition of Nigeria. But look, the amount of money we will save by scrapping one or two ministries, maybe it's not even enough to some of the parastatals and agencies that I know are overbloated. When Buhari came, one of the things I was looking forward to a civil service reform. I listened to an interview many years ago, that was around 2015 or 2016. The implication of the civil service reform that to streamline people, that a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. Even when the government knew then that some people are not even added value. But that look, you cannot, the president said, you cannot already now exacerbate a already bad situation. And look, there is not enough work. Throwing people out of work now is going to make the situation worse. So if you are going to streamline, it is a must that people will lose their job. If you ask me, I would say, well, I mean, we just have to make sacrifices at some point. People will have to lose their jobs. When El-Rufai tried this, even the people that were not competent or well trained enough, we know the kind of outcry. So what's my submission on that? I think I will want to hold Tinubu responsible for the failure if he feels that we have given him everything. Okay, you say you want to make it. Let's begin to see 2, 3, 4 ministries to be outstanding. And when I mean outstanding, because there is hardly any ministry that should not be able to pay their bills. Almost all the ministries should be able to, some people are saying that they generate income. Government agencies generate a lot of income, apart from taxes and levies. They generate a lot of income. So if they can sustain themselves and they can bring money to the coffers and they are bringing innovation into whatever they are doing, then we are able to weigh the cost with the gain, and the gains outweighs the cost. At the same time, they are able to keep people at the job. I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt, because federal is bigger than the state. So if some states can have as much as 34 commissioners, well, we can say, okay, let's give federal to have at least 40. So, like, we cannot change it, and he has explained, let's just pray and hope. But if he fails, we'll be able to tear him to shreds and hold him responsible for the failure. That we gave you everything that you needed, including an over-bloated executive council, and yet you could not deliver. I'm just looking forward to at least if 10 of the ministries deliver exceptionally, I will forgive him for the bloated civil service. Federal executive, I mean. Yes, go ahead.
All right, let me take you to this space, Bishop. Court declares Rivers 800 billion naira 2024 budget illegal. So this is that back and forth between the State House of Assembly and the state governor. So that's that space.
Okay.
So let me take you there, but as I take you there, Bishop, let me ease myself out. Hand over to Thomas to guide the rest of the session. Thank everybody for turning up. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bishop, the floor is yours.
Okay. I hope you are in the background listening, sir. Oh, he's gone. Good evening, Thomas, and good evening, everyone, once again. You actually added something to the question I was answering, then I forgot to respond to it. Can you remind me what you said? Oh, Thomas is not there.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You added the question to.
I think he said is it constitutional? That's what you're asking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The constitution says the president must appoint at least a minimum of one minister from each state. He did not say he cannot appoint 2. Do you understand? So when the constitution does not explicitly forbid something, that means it's not doing it. It's not illegal. So to say you must get at least 1. If you say you must get maximum of 1, it's a go and read that section. So it gives the
is it with the states as well, with the state minister, everything together?
Yes, all of them together. Yeah. A minister is a minister. So if he says, if you are saying that it puts a pedal minimum of 1, and now we are adding FCT, because before we not used to get a nominee from FCT, but now we are having. So the constitution did not really forbid it. So we will not say it is illegal. Unfortunately, our senior advocate of the one-man Mo is not here. One-man went to Mo is not here.
So we can say he's still within the range of the constitution. He's doing.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It is not illegal. It is not illegal. There's no part of the law that forbids him from getting more than 1. The only thing is say that you must get a minimum of 1. So if he gets more than 1, has he broken any law? No. So back to the second thing, the issue of Abia State. Yeah, I wanted to come in when you started, but that was why I came on board. I think that is what the law says. I had a rational mind was talking about the constitutionality of that those people have lost their position. Where Ordinarily, maybe yes. But if they had gone to court and they got an injunction from court that said you cannot declare the seat vacant. So everything they did, the House of Assembly did after that is an illegality, it's a nullity. And remember, when they declare your position vacant because you decamp, the onus is on you if you go to court to challenge it, because there is a caveat, there is a condition for which you can decamp. We seem to be forgetting that there is a total breakdown, that the party has broken down into two. And if we look at a PDP critically under this whatever called this dispensation, can we actually say PDP had not been broken down completely? The answer is no.
They are in disarray, Bishop.
We have a party that's 5 governors of the same party were supporting another candidate. The chairman have been removed unceremoniously. Somebody have declared the whole executive illegal. And one has gone to court to say, look, you cannot declare me illegal. So can you establish that there is crisis in the PDP? I think the answer will be in the affirmative. So if you can prove to the court that, so declaring their seat vacant is not an automatic that, because they have done so. And how is it proper? The propriety.
In what context are you saying this? You're just saying something that, this were pre-election matters.
What is pre-election matters?
You're talking about the governors. The governors that support NAPC. Is that what you're talking about?
No. What is pre-election matters?
Currently, right now, the event that led to them leaving their party
is
based on anything that you say that the constitution talk about, that there's a problem within the party. What is there in the party that's a problem?
What the party?
Is Wike still not a member of the PDP, even though he's in the APC party cabinet?
Oh my God.
Other governors, are they not still his own government in his own state?
Bishop, let me put it. Maybe Rational Man doesn't understand.
It does.
The constitution still advise you to leave a party if the party is in disarray. So you are allowed to leave the party.
Are you saying
the PDP not in disarray?
Well, when is it disarray? When was it in disarray?
Okay, can I answer you? Yeah, PDP is in disarray. As at the last kind of about 7.
What are you talking about, Rational Mind?
There are about 7 or 9 cases in court. Even recently, Ayahu, the national secretary, just took the acting national chairman to court that he cannot declare his position empty. That they want to do that. They cannot do another Congress until he runs out his term, which is 2025. And the court has granted him that, yes, you are right. So the acting national chairman, Damagun, and the national secretary, and all of them.
You're just making stuff up. That's not what his constitution says. It's very clear from, hold on, there's a court ruling on that. It defines what it constitutes to be in disarray. And I think the other day, I think I heard Ruben about it when he was talking about it. I wish Ogbeni is here to tell us about it. But you're just trying to look for an excuse. There is no disarray.
Rational Mind. So that means when you were saying your own, you are saying when you were saying no, you were not. When you were saying your own, that means you two were just trying to justify what you were just trying to. I am saying, look, all you need to do is challenge me on the facts of the matter, and I am asking again with what has played out. Look, they will not go. PDP will not go and do poster and say, "Oh, we are in disarray." We look at the fact. There are 9 cases. There are 9 cases in court today about the national PDP national. The chairman taking secretary to court. The secretary is taking the board of trustees to court. The board of trustees taking this. So how do you define a crisis? When last had PDP had their board of their national executive, what do you call it? NWC, National Working Committee meeting.
Convention. When last did they have their convention? When last did they have their convention?
Convention in 2021 or something.
Hey, Bishop, on that, if you're taking matters to court, isn't that a true definition or explanation of order instead of disarray?
What we are saying is this. I mean, conflict. It is the conflict that led to going to court. It is not because I just like you. I want to declare that I like your face. So let's go.
It's quite ambiguous, though. It's quite ambiguous to say what is disarray. How do you define that?
There's a precedence because it happened even to APC. There's been a precedence. So for me, the court now says, look, but they have not ruled on the substantive matter. The court say, okay, these people have applied. I am granting that injunction. Don't do anything further until this matter, the substantive matter, is determined. And they now went ahead, 5 of them, and declared the seat of the other, which is an illegality, because the court already forbade it. And they still went ahead and received the budget, which is another illegality. And they still went ahead and passed it. So, as they used to say, those lawyer people, that you cannot build something on nothing, that the court had already declared all of their action illegal ab initio. Whatever they did afterwards is already an illegality. I don't know if I'm difficult. It's difficult to understand.
No, you are making sense. You are making sense.
So
yeah.
the real thing that the people went to court and they got an injunction. You cannot declare their seat. All they should have done is wait for the court and go to the, we can. And this is the point, this is the point, this is the point. And that order had not been vacated, and they went ahead and declared it. So we are not even talking about the legality or the propriety or not inappropriation of declaring them. But the court have said you can't do that yet until we hear the substantive matter. I don't know if I think that's very plain. So, and they now went ahead against that court order to do exactly what the court has said they should not do. And that's why the court has said, well, everything you have done as a result of that action is null and void, including but not limited to the passing of the budget and the declaring of the of those people.
Okay, that's a good point that a rational mind omitted, or perhaps he didn't know that there was an injunction in regards to the matter. If there was an injunction, then yeah, I can understand why the passing of the budget was illegal. So that makes sense.
So it was the basis of that injunction earlier on that the court now said, well, every action that you have taken is illegal, including the passing of the budget. So,
but I did ask a question earlier. So I was saying that I think Angelica explained. Okay, what about? So do they hold the citizens hostage because they can't pass the budget to provide services to the community, to the people?
But the man has represented the budget now. He represented this, so I don't know why this is even coming up again. The governor had gone to represent it to the full house now. If you days ago, it's there. So I don't know why this evil, but because the case was already there before, somebody has instituted it and they have not withdrawn it. I think that was what happened. But the governor, somebody can fact check me and confirm. I think the governor now had represented, I even represented the name of the commissioner nominees that have resigned before, and they were screened and approved. So I think it's just an afterthought because he had already represented another budget to now the full house. They normally recognize that because the former speaker have resigned, and they are even giving that former speaker another position, I think chief of staff or something. So I think we've gone past this. It's just from the media and the news effect of it. I think we've gone past this stage.
Okay, so so the way Rational Mind was painting it earlier, like it was is a state of chaos as usual in Nigeria, that they do things haphazardly, that like there's no process at all.
No, it's not. It's not correct in that. Yeah, I listened to part of what you said. Okay. I think we've gone past that stage. So I don't know what.
What is not correct? What is not correct? What are you talking about? It's not correct. What are you saying that I'm not correct about?
Well, earlier, Russian, when we were talking, you make it sound like it was like it's a chaos situation whereby laws are being flouted and nobody's obeying the law. They're just doing things as haphazardly. That's what you were painting. In other words, you're trying to call Nigeria a lawless place as usual.
Yeah, that's a lawless place. It's not a lawless place for the most part.
Well, but in this case, as explained by Bishop, it sounds like there's a process in place that they're following.
He's just giving his own thoughts. We are all political opinions here. That doesn't mean anybody's.
It's not about thoughts. That is the fact. What do you mean by thoughts?
Where's the fact? What fact are you talking about?
The fact number one was that the people that decamped before they made that pronouncement went to court. They got an injunction on the 5 people that they cannot declare.
For the fact that they make an injunction, does that mean if that thing gets to the Supreme Court, it's going to stand? When the Constitution already said it.
They have made look. We have not gotten to the meat of the matter.
Oh God. I mean,
we have not.
But why
I
don't
said
you
it
let
now.
them
The
get to the
appropriate or
Supreme Court?
inappropriate. We have not dealt with it. We are saying the court have said.
Hold on.
The court said.
Okay.
The court said. Please hold on. The court said 18 people or 27 people brought a matter to the court and say, look, these people, this is what, and the court said, okay, I issue an order. Whether it's local whatever, you cannot declare the seat of these people vacant, and you cannot do anything until the substantive matter is addressed. Now they went ahead against the court order and declared their seat vacant, and also still do legislative duty of passing the budget. And somebody that went to court, having restrained them from doing that, those two actions can stand in the face of the law. And the court says, no, we are not talking about the appropriate or inappropriateness of their decamping now. We are saying that a subsisting court order that has not been vacated, they flouted it, and the court said no. So every action you have taken,
the sequence of events.
Now,
Rational Mind, did you know that? Rational Mind, did you know that? Did you know that? Rational Mind.
No.
Okay, well, since you didn't know that,
I don't know anything. He just come here
since you didn't know
Nigeria.
Since you didn't know that,
you can ask me a question and you assume and you are making the answer yourself. I mean, why would you be giving answers?
It's not an assumption. He just told you what happened.
No, you
right?
say, did I know that? And then you say you don't know that.
Yeah. Did you? Well, based on your previous analysis and your submission, it sounded like you had no clue about everything Bishop just said right now. It's narrative. You didn't have a clue about it because your conclusion to the matter did not prove that.
Hold on.
Okay. Thank you. Let me
just
let me move to the next thing before we.
Can I say something before?
Okay, go ahead.
Please, thank you. So my point is that there were a series of events that happened. There were some court filings that I heard that they do. But you see, Nigerian space is a space whereby so many things is being thrown out there. We don't even know which is true. But what I hold on to is that for the fact that the Constitution says that when you decamp, you vacated that seat. And since the Constitution says that, and it has been heavily debated among even lawyers as to what constitutes a disarray or whatever thing they say they want to hold on to as the reason why they decamp. In the state, they have no problem. The state has no problem. The state PDP has no problem. The national has no problem. But all this made up stuff of the 5 governors, that was pre-election. And after election, everything was calm. There was nothing whatsoever until when we heard, the governor took a move, and the move he took was what led to these people reacting and saying they want to decamp. When he started reshuffling his cabinet, and they felt that he was confronting, he was taking out structures that belongs to Wike, and the next thing is Wike writes on him and his boy and the people that were loyal to him, they decamp to APC. And as soon as they do that, the series of events that happened, we saw the shooting of tear gas, water cannon at the governor, and so many things happened. Are you? Somebody's talking there. Let me just learn real quickly. So my point is this: is that at that point, we saw the demolition of the state assembly, and even the event that led to that these people they went to Abuja, they were shouting on your mandate we shall stand. So many things happened within during those period. So how would I even know which of them? So my point is this: is that I'm only staying by what the Constitution says. That as soon as you leave your party and you have no recourse to any proof as to what it says, you must be in disarray or the party must be having a problem before you can say you can decamp. So that was what was held on to. I stand by that. That was when one had to play that the lawyer that went to court, maybe that won that case, and was giving them the breakdown of what transpired in court. What was the basis for that judgment?
I think we don't need to spend so much time on this. It's pretty straightforward. And I've stated those facts about 3-4 times now, and I've stated them for the very last time. Okay. Look, the fact that the Constitution says, when you decamp your position, you lose your seat. Does it stop there? there is a caveat, except you can prove that that party is in disarray. Before whom will you prove? Is it not the courts? So when those people went to court that we are going to prove that PDP is in disarray, so give us an injunction that they cannot declare our seat vacant yet until we fail to prove. And they can say, okay, that's fair enough. We are going to give you fair hearing. So the remaining 5, you cannot declare the seat of these people vacant until they are not able to prove that PDP is in disarray. I am not saying PDP is in disarray or not in disarray. I am saying some people have gone to court and they say they are going to prove. So the onus is on them to prove. But the remaining 5 did not wait for them to prove, and the court has given them the opportunity before going ahead. And the court is now saying every action you have taken is a nullity. I don't think we should have an argument on that. I think it's pretty straightforward. I think it is.
That is Bishop. That is straightforward. I don't know what Rafinama is arguing about.
I will go to the issue. No, I mean we can all still explain to ourselves to understand. So let me go to the issue of Buhari and then Adesina. Yeah, I'm not, like I said yesterday or 2 days ago, I've not read Adesina's book, but sometimes we take some things out of context and make the narrative the way it suits us. Let me paint a scenario. Let me just make a kind of a case. Okay, I was very sick, and my friend has gone to visit me. After 3-4 days, I had cold. I had cold early in the year. I had flu, very bad flu. There was a particular day, I don't even know how. I think I lost time because I slept over and over and over. I took some medication. It was really bad. Cough and cold and the flu and the rest. Now, and I'm telling somebody how more that is shake me for 3 days. I don't know where I did, whether I did heaven or I did earth. It is something we say every day. I don't know where I am when that sickness hooked me. I don't know whether I'm in heaven or where
Come on.
Don't tell me come on. Don't tell me come on. Rational mind, stop this. Stop. No, I can do this. I can play this game with you. I can do it. Stop it.
What game are you talking about?
That game of gaslighting. I've just painted a scenario. Don't tell me come on. Stop. Just stop. Just stop this minute. Just stop. I just tried to by example, playing a scenario. I'm just playing a scenario. I'm not saying me. I'm saying it is something that everybody says sometimes, that I was so sick that I don't even know where I was. It is a fact, except you want to deny it because you always deny even the very obvious. It's you, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But let me have my say. So now we blow some things out of proportion. Of course, some people were celebrating the man's death. We had it. We saw them. They put adverts. They said they were celebrating that he was brain dead. He was dead. Somebody even said he was dead and he was cloned. And we have people amongst us here, supposedly educated and well-informed people, that actually believe that Buhari was a clone. And a clone president went to the United Nations, addressed the United Nations General Assembly, and we believe he's a clone. Even the Dolly, if you remember the ship Dolly that happened in the how many years ago? Nobody together. Nobody went down low to believe.
They carry coffin. They carry coffin.
So they believe he was dead. So if the man said that I was so sick, we remember this is not the first time he said this. He said so to, I think, either Pastor Adeboye or in one interview to somebody, that he had never been this sick in his life. That he said it. And if there's something we should be able to have, it is empathy. Nobody wants to be that sick. Sometimes some of us, we have lost our loved ones. We don't make mockery of them in the time of their health challenge. So if the man says, and the man is reporting what they had in a conversation, the propriety of it is none of my business. But hey, when we look at our interpretations, let us try and swing it to the right and to the left and try and find a balance. That people are now painting it to say that, oh, Buhari was so did not even know where he was, whether he was in Aso Rock or whether he was in London. Come on, that is pushing it to the extreme. But everybody have the right. The same way you have the right to believe your narrative, the same way you have the right to view it, to weigh it, and look at it the other way without being biased. I'm not saying it was right or it was wrong, but I'm saying let's put things in proper context. The same people that will come here and say we are losing the context, we are not putting the proper context. When the table turns, they make it sound as if I just say you are making it sound like I'm speaking something out of the Hades. I'm not. So if the man says, oh, he was so sick that he did not know where he was, and so, yeah, it's possible that he was so sick he did not even know factually. But I say we say it many times that ordinarily somebody will even collapse and I say, where am I? How many times people have asked where am I when they have some trauma or traumatic experience? So for me, I think we just neglect the obvious things and we begin to major in the minors. So Thomas, General Thomas, if you take me to the next something.
Yes, I think obviously you've covered. Let me check the outline. Yeah, I think you pretty Canada cut off international students by 35% in 2024, and placed some restriction on the work permanent program. So, what do you think? You people in Canada, you want to? You know, say now Canada, everybody the jackpot to now.
The truth is this. You see, I mean, I spoke a couple of months ago. I spoke with some people in Canada. The grass is not super greener on the other side. Canada too is passing through some challenges. Security issue, kidnapping issue, economic issue. They're having their own challenges, their own fair share. I'm not comparing them to Nigeria now before somebody pans on me. And part of what the pressure that is coming on them is what I read that report of the something. Unfortunately, but look, it's not only us that is going to affect, even though we do a lot of the proper things. Some of us, we do a lot of the proper things, and I mean, we abuse every of their process that ordinarily works. You know, whether it is asylum, whether it is benefits, whether it is this, we abuse it a lot, and that's a shameful thing. So everybody is looking for how to tighten the noose, to make the noose a little bit tighter. If you go and check the records, it is just Nigeria that has a very high spike in number of migrants. You know, whether it is for economic purposes, whether it's for academic purposes, whether it is just for relocating. It's just the way we make so much noise about it. Nigerians are not the highest migrant to the world. Whether they are the number of Nigerians going to Australia or Austria or United Kingdom or to Canada or to the United States, or Nigerians are not among the top 10 countries. Go and check the records. We are not. But the way we make so much noise and we are a little bit too loud, too garrulous, too ostentatious, is what brings unnecessary attention to us. And everywhere people are tightening the noose, I am not blaming anybody. I am saying we can do our things with some degree of moderation. So when are Nigerians being targeted in Canada?
Bishop,
I don't have that.
Sorry for cutting.
Yes.
Sorry for cutting you. And you really make a good point. Now we I think we are too loud about every other thing. I've listened to some African countries. You never see them shouting, "Our people is jackpying." Our large jackpot is always concentrated on us in that country. That people are leaving the country. People live everywhere in the whole world. So another, you find a greener pasture anywhere you go.
If you look at the statistics, more Japanese, more Chinese came to, and more Indians, of course, India in America. So I'm not quoting
even in Australia, my brother.
Let us
you
look
do
at
know how
the
many
facts.
Indians, Chinese entering this country? They are more than Africa, way back.
Way more.
Far.
Way more than Africans. But the way we make it look like as if everybody in Nigeria, and I wanted to bring a statistics the other time when we were talking, it's just that I don't want to go back there. Let's look at the fact of every Nigeria. It is not, look, an average of maybe 2% or 1% of graduates of Nigeria loan loss here abroad. Go and check the facts. How many universities do we have? What is the carrying capacity of our universities? How many graduates are we producing per year? What percentage of them are going abroad? The noise is way. I'm not saying it's not relevant too, but the way we make it look as if the whole of Nigeria has emptied. Everybody is Japa, everybody, every doctor has Japa. Says who? Every nurse has Japa, every teacher has a Japa.
What is your data based on? 2%. Where are you getting that from?
Okay, I don't have those. Let's put let's do a small brain. What do you think? What do you think the carrying capacity of the Nigerian universities are as we speak today?
What's the capacity as that? What do you mean by capacity?
The entire university.
So the number of students or graduating?
All the students. Not all the students in the Nigerian universities and other higher institutions. What do you think the capacity is there?
I don't think we can estimate that.
We can definitely we can. Of course, we can research, but I can give you a very near estimate as we speak now. All our tertiary institutions is about 1,750,000
annually, or what?
I said the carrying capacity of our institutions now, just about universities, federal, post-federal, state and private universities, and other special
technical, polytechnic, technical. Yep.
If we put technical and polytechnic, it will cross 2 million.
So out of all this, how many of them graduate at the end of the day?
What are you saying now? I'm saying
it's a different to go to institution and graduate. So
hold on now. So, no, you are missing something. Let me let you understand.
How many does national service score?
If you permit me. Okay.
How many?
Okay, good. Now we are making ahead. But it is not only the people that graduate in a particular year that migrate out of Nigeria. So if we take the graduating and the number of the graduating, the NYSC, I will take them. So let's say, assuming without considering 2 million graduates, at the number of carrying capacity of our university, it is not too much to say 200,000 are the graduates that we mobilize by NYSC every year. Do you understand me?
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So we can see between 15 and 25, 1/4 of 1/4 of 200,000 is more. 10% is 200,000 of 2 million. 200,000. So let's say between 350 and 400,000, right? Every year, all Nigerian higher institutions. Out of that 350 or 300 and 350 or 400,000, what percentage of them don't Japa? It's not up to 10%, 35,000. 35,000 Nigerian graduates are not leaving Nigeria every year. It is not possible.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible. That is too much.
Is that it?
No, that is outrageous. Bishop, that is outrageous. That is outrageous.
So the way we are standing, the way we are making it sound, no, we are not talking. We're having an intellectual discussion.
Now, you just give your own. You just did your own calculation or whatever, and that's your calculation. That's what you imagine. Do you know how many people go to embassy? Do you know how many visa gets issued to them from the embassy
So how many people go to embassy? How many people get visa?
I don't have the figure.
So rational mind.
Can I talk?
I was talking.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I can let you talk, but I was actually talking before you butt in. So let's say
let's interject rational mind. Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. So we do not know. We don't have the exact figure. All we know is that the professionals, like we talk about, in the medical field, those are leaving. We are seeing lawyers leaving in recent times. We are seeing people in the tech too. Our tech guys who are able to bring themselves out. Get some kind of, because I don't even know which university in Nigeria really teach some kind of tech skills that some people do. Even though when you have to go study, I know I have people who went to study computer engineering and all of that. They have to go to to go and learn some kind of AI and all that kind of stuff, which are not even really taught in some universities. So maybe private university, I don't know, but our public university, some of them have to go and take maybe Oracle and all those kind of a thing. Some of them, they are graduates of what's it called, engineering in maybe computer engineering or whatever. So we need to understand that fact very well, because some of them that are living in tech, some of the tech thing, even here in America, some tech courses you take, you still have to go to some specialized school and get trained in that. So we need to understand that fact very well. But let's assume those people are graduates, because not all of them are graduates. I know some people who are not even graduate of anything. They just getting sort of now. They just pick up.
Okay, round it off.
Oh God. So my point is this. The point I'm trying to make here is that you need to factor all of this in. But the point is this, is that a lot of Nigerians are leaving that country. I did not say that. Even the government are making noise. The House of Rep people that are making noise that people are leaving. Our what's it called? Our medical staffs people in Nigeria are leaving. That is why they are trying to put in place some kind of thing that will make it almost impossible or very hard for them. So the point is, we cannot put a finger to it. But the point is this:
we can.
Okay, where is it?
We can. I am telling you now. We have just you are cooking it up. Hold on. I'm not cooking it up. No, you are cooking it up. Hold on. You just hold on. You hold on. I think I've had. You just hold on. When you were talking, I wanted to interject. When it was suspect, you did not allow me. And I've allowed you. You just hold on. Listen to my facts. And let's
letting me to finish.
No, I own the floor. You have spoken enough. You have spoken enough. Now, my fact is this. I have laid out a fact here. We have almost about 200 universities. We had federal polytechnic and state polytechnic, both federal, state, and the rest. I think they're here. And I'm telling you that the carrying capacity, I will say, okay, let's assume that between 15 and 25% of those carrying capacity graduate every year. And that 15 to 25% is, let's say, 350,000. And I have put a simple fact to you. I can work on this. I can get what is the number of universities. And it is not only the one that graduated in that year that are leaving. I say what percentage of that 350,000 are leaving Nigeria. If it is 35,000, that is just 10%. We cannot say all our graduates are leaving when only 10% of 350,000 are leaving. And 35,000 graduates of Nigeria leaving Nigeria to whether Canada or America or London every year. That is not true. We paint this picture like the Armageddon is already descending on top. 35,000 Nigerian. Hold on. 35,000 Nigerian graduates are not leaving Nigeria annually. We can take that up.
So, Bishop, the sector. When you talk about the people who are living, there are particular sector.
Which particular sector?
Yes. When you talk about our doctors and our nurses and
so
from engineers,
can we stop them from going to look for better life?
It's not every graduate that is leaving. That's truth.
So
but you talk about the critical sector, that we really need as a nation that is living.
When
you talk about the health sector, the health sector is living in mass and it's not good. You don't talk about people that study mass communication and all that and all that. You talk about our critical sectors.
Listen. Like I did
Bishop, can I read some data to you? Yeah. Universities and polytechnic almost admitted 2 million students in a year, and they produce almost 600 graduates every year. And mobilization of the youth corps per year is 66,000. Did you hear me?
Sorry, I mute myself. Please read that again. I'm trying to make.
University and polytechnic admitted close to 2 million students per year. They produce almost 600,000 graduates every year, and they mobilize only 66,000 youth corps per year.
That's that. I mean, maybe you are not reading it correctly. That data you are presenting is very flawed. Everything about it. If we admit 2 million every year, right?
Yeah.
If we admit 2 million every year, we should be able to graduate between 60 and 75% of that 2 million. That is the fact. That's
but here they say 600,000.
Something is wrong with that data. Something is wrong.
Something's wrong.
You cannot be admitting 2 million every year and only 600,000. So what happened to the remaining 1.4 million? Do you understand what I'm saying? So maybe if you can send me the link of that something, I want to look at it. But what I'm saying, Nessas, is this: yes, we need those critical areas. We are producing. Some private universities are producing doctors amazingly. If the number of doctors now, let me address the doctors. Can we confidently say we are losing 50% of the doctors we are producing annually in Nigeria to abroad?
Abroad? I don't think so.
Can we say that? It's not true. Yeah, there are doctors.
It's true.
It is not true.
It's even more than 50%. I say it's true. And I stand by it.
Quote your source. Quote your source.
It's true. In fact, almost everybody that I know, let me tell you, Bishop, almost everybody that I know, both in my set and in the previous state that I know that studied doctors and nurses are not in Nigeria today.
How many do you know?
Even if they are 5. When they are 5 and none of them is in Nigeria, it speaks a lot.
Okay then.
Even if they are 5 and none of them is staying in Nigeria, it speaks a lot.
We said something last time.
Bishop, let me ask Kennedy. Is there any shortage of doctors and nurses in Nigeria?
Thomas, why are you asking this question now? How can you be so asking something now? Something you know very well.
Doctors? It's a question. I'm the moderator. You just answer me. Do you have shortage of doctors and nurses?
When they tell you that one doctor is attending to, when you go to big general hospital, you hardly see doctors there. But when they come, they just come and attend and they just leave.
Thomas, let me answer you. Thomas, please let me answer you.
Hold on, Remy. Yeah, Bishop, Bishop landed here.
For a fact, there are serious shortage of doctors in America. Serious shortage of doctors in Canada. Shortage of doctors in the United Kingdom that we are talking about. So what else do you want to tell me? Are there no shortage of doctors in America?
Yeah. Let me quickly interject here. Here I am in Finland. You will not believe that there's a shortage of doctors that they say that they also have a doctor having conversation with you on phone, not using the physical doctor themselves.
Yeah, they call it telehealth. Yeah, they call it telehealth. Yeah.
No matter what you say, all those doctors that are leaving, that you thought they have left Nigeria, majority of them, they focus their eyes on 4 or 5 major countries: England, America, Canada, Australia, and probably maybe Saudi Arabia or maybe UAE. How many of them passed the exam to even go there and started to make a living there? How many? Because it's not so easy. You just say, okay, I graduated from University of Nigeria, Nsukka, then I just go to America like that. You have to pass the qualifying exam. Although they are moving in drove, but it does not mean that they have shortage of doctors. But at the same time, we must make advantage of it, and we must put a kind of leverage. I mean, it cannot be just so open that you are trained in Nigeria. Ask those doctors abroad. It's a lot of money for you to be trained as a medical doctor in Canada. I have a friend who is sending her daughter to be a doctor in America today. He knows how much he's paying every semester. It's thousands of dollars. In Nigeria, how much do they pay? So I think in the near future, I want a semi-autonomous for the university so that they can generate money from these people. You have to pay through your nose to become this super doctor or engineer and the rest. Even in abroad, it's not easy for you to just pick your pen. Most people, they have to source for a loan to go through the 4 walls of the university.
Remy, sorry for cutting you. My own elder sister, the firstborn of my house, Her husband is a doctor, a surgeon, and a GP doctor. Do you know when he wants to come to this Australia? Do you know the exams? It's easy for the nurse to move to abroad, but the doctors, you will do the exam as if you just start from beginning. This very rigorous. What did I say? Very rigorous.
And apart from that, quickly, so that people can go back, you are analyzing something to National Mind the other day. How many percentage of Nigeria are really Japan? Because people in Nigeria are so loud and they want to make everything. I was in university like 1 or 2 years ago, and one of my professors was telling me that he really enjoyed Nigerian skit on TikTok. So many things. Some of them are in abroad, they are everywhere. So you can see everywhere we go, we want to be known, we want to create our own content. And some of us are very good at it, while few are really bastardizing the country itself, Nigeria, the way they act or the way they do things. So
let me chip in this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, you can. I need the floor for you again, so we can rise.
Do you know, Thomas and Rational Mind, do you know the percentage? Me more
Rational Mind Jakpa.
Me more UK, me more Canada. But do you know the percentage of Nigerian medical doctors that made it to America in the past 5-6 years that are still battling with their board exams and they cannot practice? They cannot practice. They have come, but because they have not been able to scale their board exams, they cannot. They are doing other things. They are, struggling to make body and soul. They are looking for some people. Some people are even going to other area, using their skills, to get qualification in either it is IT, it is. We are highly educated. Our education is not as bad as we are making it to look like. We are challenged. We have shortage of doctors. Yes, we admit that. They have shortage of doctors in America. I did say some few weeks ago that there are some countries you go to, and some countries, and in some states and some cities, if you want to get a doctor's appointment, you have to travel more than 100, 200 miles.
Bishop, let me shock you.
They even tell you cannot just walk in. You cannot walk without an appointment. Yes.
Let me tell you, I call my doctor to book for appointments. Ask me what they are giving me. 3 weeks.
Okay.
To see GP.
Yes, it's very funny.
3 weeks. I said, if I'm dying, they say if I'm dying, I should go to the emergency.
Emergency, exactly.
You can't just walk sorry, Bishop and Thomas. Do you know what? I like here, if you want to see a doctor also have different. In the same hospital, if you see Dr. A, you pay more. If you see Dr. B, you pay little. If you see this one, the doctor charge according to whatever they want to charge you. So the way they do it is that if you see a doctor, any doctor will charge you, they call it doctor's fee. Then maybe medication and the rest will be free. Maybe give you medicine for medicine is also not free. So nurses, if nurses also work on you, maybe tie your hand or whatever, you also have to pay like nurse fee, maybe 20 euro or 30 euro, for depending on the situation. So at the end of the day,
Remy, I was telling the reception, the lady that picked up the phone, I said, if somebody is even dying, he said, if you are dying, go to the emergency. I was just laughing.
You cannot believe that if a woman wants to have a baby in this country, it is when they are sure that the baby is about to come that they will admit. They are so funny with their system that you, like Nigeria, even if you are not ready, you go to hospital, you can see a doctor that day. It's a lie here. You cannot just walk into a hospital and say, hey, I want to see a doctor.
You cannot just walk in. Even in America, you cannot walk in. You have to book an appointment. If your case is critical, do you know if you go to emergency in America and you walk, that, you have an emergency, they will tell you don't have an emergency. Except you allow them to put you on the stretcher. Yes, they have to put you on the stretcher. You'll be doing like you want to die. They won't attend to you. I'm telling you fact. They will not attend to you. In America, almighty America, until they put you on the stretcher or a wheelchair, You now put one of your neck to one side. They will take
Bishop,
pay.
Bishop, I've been in emergency with a family member here. We spent 5 hours.
Exactly.
As they are bringing people that their cases are critical than us, that we work in, they were attending to those people. We sit down there. So far you are not dying, you walk in yourself to emergency. They will attend to those people that wants to die first. So it's not Eldorado. People just think this.
That's what I just want to say. Every Nigerian was saying this abroad said, you know what? As I'm talking to you now, if I just pop my head from the window now, the snow there is as high as more than 5 millimeters. If you dip your leg into it, it's above your almost halfway to between your calf and your ankle, almost halfway. That was a day I nearly hurt myself. I don't know that place is so deep like that. Before I could wriggle myself out of that snow, a heavy snow, with the snow, with the chilly weather and the wind blowing to your face, you will wish yourself that, why can't I just stay in my country? So, and still, you still have to go to weather. You still have to go to work in this kind of critical weather. This place is extremely cold, but at the same time, you just have to, because you have to pay your bills. Nobody is going to pay your bills for you. So sometimes I look at myself and I look at you, Nigeria, you are okay. You have your own house. You have business going for you. Sometimes I hear the story of so many people. They will sold everything worth 50 million naira just for you to migrate. Are you kidding me? 50 million, 100 million, or 60 million. You can just stay and make use of the money and turn it around several times. I know there is some form of insecurity in Nigeria, but not all over Nigeria as people always paint it. They will always paint it so bad, so.
Remy, let me tell you what I always do. My doctor here is a Yoruba person, and we talk with I have to get his number. When I get to the GP, I will not go to the counter. I will just go and I will text him. I will sit at the door. He will sneak me in. Can you imagine that? For you, there is 1 month booking. If you want to see GP, 1 month. You wait for there's no doctor. I have to text him, Daddy, I'm coming to see you.
I don't normally read the comments, but I'm not gaslighting anything. What I'm just trying to tell you is that here is not El Dorado. As everybody,
it's not El Dorado, my brother.
We live in a global community now. If you can put your documents together, you can come on visitation. If you have the money, just come as a tourist. You can save things by yourself. It's not that people are lying or something like that. And if people are in abroad, does not mean that they don't have something not going on for them in Nigeria. It's not that they put all their eggs in one basket. So that is the impression that most people don't know. And most Nigerians that I know, whatever they make here, they want to turn it around in Nigeria. That is an average Nigerian. Most now always think that way. Whatever I make here, I want to use it and turn it around in Nigeria. Because if you make like 10,000 euro here, what kind of business can you do with 10,000 euro in this country? The shop itself is already far way above the 10,000 euro. So, and you cannot even make anybody in this country. Nobody can make 10,000 euro in a month. That is the way the system is wired. What kind of job are you doing? The average here is about 2,000 to 3,000 euros, and still you have to pay your tax. That is the way they make their country look like. They want to balance it, bridge the gap between the rich and the poor. So the way they live here is different from the way we live in Africa. In Africa, we have our money, we pay cash. But here, they pay credit for everything. Spend the money today and pay the money back in the future. That's the way they live here. That's why
Remy, currently I just got a power bike. I have the money. I have a couple of money, like half of the money. Like it is almost $9,000. So I have like $4,005. Do you know what the finance man is telling me? He said, why are you putting half of the payments for a finance? Why don't you just drop $500 or $1,000? They don't even want you to pay. You understand what I mean? He said 4,005 is too much. for a purchase of a power bike of $9,000. Why don't you drop $2,000 or $1,000? Then you put the rest on finance. They don't even want you to pay. They still want you to finance what you
So
want to buy.
Thomas, you are right. So when I see some newspaper report in Nigeria that some people say, after 1 year, I just bought a house in Canada. Why didn't you tell them the truth? That this is a mortgage.
It's a mortgage.
Paying the money little by little. But when Nigerians see this thing, they say, I must go to Canada. 1 year, already buy a house. 1 year, ready to drive a new car. 1 year, ready to do this. But you do not tell them the exact truth. Because of the kind of work you have, we give you the opportunity to buy this thing on credit or maybe financing and then pay the money month by month. And if you refuse to pay some month, they might recover it from you again. It's like you are renting it. But most people, they will not tell Nigerians the truth. They will give them the impression that, oh, I just come to Canada in 1 year, now see me, this is my house, this is my car, this. And when a lot of them at home, they thought that, oh, yeah, I must go there, yeah, I must have this, I must that, but they never tell them the truth.
But Remy, I have somebody that left Nigeria, not up to 2 years. The guy is building a powerful mansion. He's a doctor. This mansion that I'm telling you, I don't think any doctor in Nigeria can afford it. Maybe in the space of the year that the guy had just spent there.
Let me tell you one fact. If your friend moved to Nigeria 2 years ago and is building a mansion and is raising money, tell him very straightforward. He's either into fraud or drug. And I will tell you simply, just hold on. You cannot get to pass when you get to it is not when you get to Nigeria, America as a doctor that you begin to work. Oh no, your board exam, you go to school for your board exam. Your board exam, if you are very brilliant, takes you minimum of 1 year. And that is, you are very brilliant.
Yes, so exceptional.
To pass board exceptional. Your board exam. So if the guy comes and you are saying within 2 years he's already building a mansion, tell him I say he's doing cocaine or he's doing 419.
Yes, so he won't tell them the truth now. He just come back after 1 or 2 years and building the biggest mansion in their village or something like that.
The biggest mansion, can you imagine?
He won't tell them to do what he's doing. Most of them are into this illegal something. And they will never tell you the truth. But when you know the truth later, you yourself, you'll be amazed, okay? You'll be amazed. It's not that even Babati and what do you call it? Maybe if this guy is here today, Simba, they will have given you at least an average of how much they hand in a month. And when they hand that money, they must pay tax. And they also have obligation in America or Saudi Arabia. Pay rent, pay electricity, buy gas into their vehicle, so many other stuff. If their family is there, they also need money for the children, for the upkeep of grocery and so many other stuff. And if they're also financing a mortgage, they must also pay the house they are paying for. When they break it down, how much is left for him or for them, it's a good life because I think they are called professionals. But telling me he went abroad under 2 years and he came back.
Remy, let me say something very funny. My family does that I told you. Now we are now friends. So they invited us for Christmas, Christmas, just gardening. Yeah. We were there. I saw their house. Not that bad, not too outrageous. I said, by now, you could have finished your mortgage. He said, what are you saying? He said, you have been here for so long. He said, finish mortgage. I'm talking to somebody going to his 60s, not a young doctor. I said, Daddy, you haven't finished your mortgage. He said, mortgage. Finish my mortgage, okay? Say, just forget about it. I was just saying, wow, as a senior doctor, you know what I mean? That maybe the house has been paid off, everything has been paid off. He said, no, I'm still on mortgage. I said, wow. Wow. So it's not it's not Eldorado. Nah, Iloyinbo.
But the point is that most people don't know the truth, okay? Like, look at what
But the
Ekene
point,
just said.
but the point is this.
So just 1 minute. So as I was saying, for Thomas, so when you come to America as a doctor, they have about, I think, 3 or 4 stages. I'm not a doctor, but I think they have about 3 or 4 stages, and I have known people that have been on it for 3-4 years. I'm not mocking them. Because you can pass the one they call you whatever stage 1, there's the step 2 for clinical, whatever, there's the step 3 for skills, whatever. I think there are 3 or 4 steps before you can get board exams to be able to practice. You are a medical doctor from where you are coming from your country, but to be able to practice in the US, some people try this 1, 2, 3, 4 times. They have to go back to school of nursing.
And Bishop, to add to what you just said, I was having a discussion with an engineer yesterday. He's a Nigerian, and he studied both his master's and bachelor degree here. He's working in one automobile company here, but still, there is a glass ceiling. There's some position it will never get to him. It's deliberate, okay? So you guys don't think that, okay, this one also study here, talk less of somebody that study in Nigeria. So if you study in Nigeria, you have to pass through their examination. They will set it out for you. If you cannot pass it, you have to look at other career you can go into. But any Nigeria that tells you that after 1 year or 2 years, I am building a 100 million, 200 million, or whatever, something over there, it's into another thing totally. For you to even settle down in Luenbo, if you are very quick and very smart, it takes you solid 2 years to settle down. Because you have to know the system. You have to know how you are going to go about things. It's not that you just go there and then you just use your knife and cut the butter and eat your bread just quickly as like that. It takes time. Maybe before you have to go to school. And if you are not going to school, you still have to do some job. Maybe you are working 2 or 3 jobs every day. How can you have time to even go for study? So it takes a while. But just like we normally know, I have a lot of people I know that after 2 years, they find themselves in legal stuff. Where are they today? Some of them already passed away. Some of them are still in jail. For those of them that are lucky, they will quickly take the money to Nigeria, and Nigerian people will also collect the money from their hand, and it's also back to square one again. So if you think you don't work for something and you can get it and then you can gloat about it, there's also a way that karma will also catch up with you.
But Remy, all these things you guys are explaining here, you know Nigeria have it in abundant our weathers and all that. But my point is this. I always make it a point here that Nigeria is a good country. But we lack leadership to develop it. No, everybody knows that.
I'm sorry to cut you, Kene. Sometimes it's not about leadership. Sometimes it's about the people themselves, Nigerians are themselves. Because from your leadership, from followership, the leadership come. Everyone can be a follower before and later become a leader. Like you are here today, there will be some time you are learning the trade you are doing now. You are a follower at that time. Now you become a leader. So what have you done to also improve those ones that are learning under you? So the problem is that Nigeria itself, because of militia and so many other factors like personal interest is more than the interest of the country. Nigeria have not really hurt anybody as a country. It's just a country. It is we, Nigeria, that always give our country bad name. Are you telling me that most countries, when I get abroad, I've lived more than 2 decades abroad already. I've seen so many things. There is crime here. There is corruption here. Everything that is Nigeria is also here in all these Oyinbo people. They have it. But one thing that I cherish from there is that they put their country first before individual interests. In as much as we in Nigeria always like to put our interests first before our country, that country will never turn around. We should all come together and work for the country first. But if you are thinking, okay, it's my people, or this person I supported, it does not win, so I want the person that is there to not to rule very well, or that thing does not go. If you wish him bad luck, you are wishing the country, everybody in that country, you are wishing them bad luck. So we should come together, support ourselves. If you see how these people, Asian people, if you see the way they support themselves in abroad, you'll be amazed.
Does it occur that even when the government is not doing well and you call it out that they are not doing well, does it mean that that person is not supporting the government?
You can criticize
when they make wrong decisions, and you know that quite all right that these are wrong decisions. Should I also come out and say yes, I support that decision?
When a government makes
just to support the government.
Listen. When a government make a decision, it does not necessarily mean it's a bad decision. It does not necessarily mean it's not a decision that is not going to work. It does not necessarily mean it's totally worse decision. Because the way you look at it, they might look at it from different angles. I will give you an example. Before a president takes a decision, he will look at various interests, various nationality interests, sometimes. That is the way it works. And for you to become a president and for you to become a governor, you need the support of power brokers in each state or each region of Nigeria, because their word is their bond for you, and also because the people hold them in high esteem. That is why they need them. It's not that, okay, I don't know anybody, I can just pick a form and become Nigerian president. It's not done that way. It's the highest stake of the land everywhere in the world, even in America or Canada or UK. It's a big stake. So you criticize, fine, criticize objectively. And if you criticize, if you can offer solution, that is the best. Not just criticize and then you kept mute.
The only thing is that you cannot say that nobody is offering solution, because when we talk about the many things our government are neglecting today, which is our problem, we talk about restructuring and all that. None of our political class is even looking towards that direction. It's only the masses are talking about we need the restructuring and all that. Everybody knows that this country needs restructuring.
The restructuring you are talking about is taking place slowly. Now, in Nigeria today, electricity, generation, transmission, distribution, a state can handle it by themselves. The major problem of Nigeria, to me, are two. The first one is electricity, and the second one can be about insecurity, and then infrastructure, the third one. If we can fix these three or two out of these three in the immediate time, the short term, that country will turn around very big. Now you talk about your Abia state governor is doing fine. Why don't you write to him to produce electricity for his own people? And the federal government is not holding his hand not to produce electricity.
He is building an industrial park now that is going to contain all those things.
Okay.
And the work is ongoing.
I hope it
so I hope he finishes in his first time. It's a very massive project.
Abian people, 24 power of electricity. A lot of people from other states in the southeast or even in Nigeria can move to that state because their business will thrive in that place. Everything will be okay.
No, normally investment is returning in Abia State now, in a massive way. Investment is returning. Business is returning back in Abia State. So that's why I commend them. That is why I commend the Abia State governor here. It's not just that because I'm just. It's not just to praise him. It's what I see, and how now people are very comfortable to live in Abia. So night activities is returning in Abia State. So that's why I commend the governor. So nothing more. Those things will come in place, and it's just few months in office, and those development has taken place. So it's not a small achievement, but anybody can say it's a small achievement. But to me, he's done really well.
Okay. Yeah. I think Thomas. Hello.
It's like Thomas is not there again, though. This Ghanaian guy, this Ghanaian guy, is he not talking? The guy that used to disturb in comment section. Ghanaian guy.
What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to say?
I wanted you to, so you have been here since this this might is one guy in the comment section. I wanted you to speak now. At least you would have contributed to our discussion now. You don't just come and be listening.
Yeah, I wonder how people just listen to what you are saying and you rational mind. You've never seen anything good in Nigeria, and I know the reason why you don't see anything good in Nigeria. But to my own belief, I know Nigeria is going to be better, and then everybody will enjoy Nigeria.
Ghanaian, my friend, are you in Nigeria? Please, are you living in Nigeria?
You don't need to ask me. I'm in Nigeria.
I know you are in Nigeria, but are you living in Nigeria?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't really
matter. It matters a lot now.
What is the business today? What's the matter? Can you tell me?
It matters a lot because you say that you just speak as if we don't have right to speak about Nigeria, both in your comment and all that. It's just like people like us.
No.
Most of the time when we speak, you just see it as if we don't have any rights in Nigeria.
You're always negative minded. You are rational minded. That's why.
No, I'm not negative minded. I'm not negative minded. If you follow me very well, I'm not negative minded.
Have you ever seen something good in Tinubu administration? No, nothing good.
No, it's not about Tinubu. It's about our system.
All you know, and you are your rational mind. You people don't just want to come off straight and say it. All you want is Obi. Obi can never be president of Nigeria. Never.
It's not Obi. It's not Obi. Whether you want Obi to be, see my guy. Let me tell you. Whether Obi becomes president or not, it doesn't matter. So even if you swear for him to, even if you want to swear for him from now to the next year, it doesn't matter. You understand what I want now is that the current administration is there. They made a lot of promises. They wrote out a lot of manifestos and all that. And can you tell yourself the truth that they are working towards their manifesto? All those things they campaign with. Can you tell yourself the truth?
With all the propaganda and everything you people are doing, you will see what the government is doing. Even if Tinubu bring his head down for you people, you just eat it and go away. There's nothing. You don't think
nobody will do that. Nobody will do that. Gani, I want you to understand something. I want you to understand something. See, nobody will kill Tinubu if he brings electricity in Nigeria. Nobody will kill Tinubu if he makes our economy good. Nobody will kill Tinubu if he at least these few things and which he campaign with.
Let me contribute something. You see, the reality of our reality is very complex. And I'll give you two examples. In 2003, Obasanjo issued 18 licenses to petroleum refineries. 18. Then later, they increased it, I think, with additional 5 to 23. Do you know that 20 years after, do you know the reason why none of them was able to lay the foundation to build refineries? Do you know? I will tell you. Because none of them was able to get a definite resolution of government deregulating that sector, that government will not be determining the price. So people are not sure that when they come and invest their billions of dollars, that government will not just wake up one day and say, oh, you must sell because people are not happy, you must sell at 2 naira per liter. Nobody wants that kind of economy. That's one. The same thing affected our power sector. Do you know why people were very reluctant to come and invest in our power sector? Look, the advanced countries we are talking about, I have been to about 4 or 5 nuclear power stations in the US here. There is no one that belongs to the government. They only regulate. They generate power, they sell it out, people distribute it. You pay your electricity bill, it is what they charge you. If you don't want, you go and look for alternative, or you go and live in another community. I was with someone today. Now, there's something they call HOA. The HOA they were charging in that place was $250 per month. HOA, that's association, housing, whatever association. And the person was complaining, and they told him that, well, there's no problem. You can sell your property and move to other places where they are cheaper. That is how terrible some of these things can be. So people could not invest in electricity generation because they say the current tariff is not cost reflective. That they cannot be generating power and be forced to sell it below the cost price.
Okay,
let me finish.
Bishop.
I'll just one minute. So if we cannot get those little things right, which will require a very tough decision. Look, how this what you use one language when you were talking now, restructuring people that want to bamboozle us just came up with restructuring. When you ask them, what do you mean by restructuring? Where do you want it to start from? They begin to blab. So if we are going to get these things right, the power sector, the energy sector, the security sector, it costs money. A lot of money. That is the truth. Look, the whole budget of Nigeria, people used to say it, we complain, we make noise. The whole budget of Nigeria, which is less than 30 billion, is less than the budget of the fire department of New York. About $30-something billion is all our whole budget in Nigeria. That's just a department budget, just Department of Fire Service in New York alone, New York State alone. When you go to California, it's less than the total amount. So how do you use that to cater for? And we think we can provide ourselves the kind of luxury and every necessity that people of New York are enjoying. How much is $30 billion for the budget of 1 year for 200 million people?
Bishop, you see, when we what you just said now, if you will render service to people will gladly pay for that service. You cannot tell me that the reason why we don't have electricity is because people, the money they will be getting in return is not good enough for them to invest. I want to tell you, when I was in the village a few days ago, I came to this platform, I told them the kind of electricity we have in the village. It's almost 24 hours electricity, honestly speaking. Almost. Because they just take it 5 minutes, the light is back. In the village. So when I asked them, they said a few people, about 3 people control the electricity in Anambra State. A Emeka, I think Innocent and other person. But that of Emeka own is the most effective electric line in my state. So when you are there, you are sure of electricity. But when I wanted to use when I want to go for prepared meter, they told me, no, here we don't use prepared meter. I asked them why. They say it's community bill. We don't use prepared meter. We have an amount as a community we pay to Emeka every month as our electricity bill. So you cannot use prepared meter here. I said, okay. It's even cheap. 7,000 naira per month. It's very cheap. And we are getting that kind of electricity in the village. So what is difficult here? When you render service to people, people will gladly pay for it. It's even cheap. It's almost 24 hours electricity.
So, okay, you have said 2 things.
So what are you telling me? Why can't we have it everywhere in Nigeria?
No, just hold on. You've said 2 things here, and they are very, very instructive. So, number 1 is that, oh, really? So there's a community somewhere in Nigeria that they have almost 24 hours electricity? Really? I think that's a good
Yes, I said it here. In my village.
No, you are saying it now.
I said it here.
I did not hear it then. I'm just hearing it now. And that means it's not as bad as the way we make it to look, that nothing is working in Nigeria. If there is a community that enjoys almost 24 hours electricity, that's some good news. Number two, you said a maker of 4. Look, if it is your community and they are giving you a community bill, I can assure you, go and do investigation. A maker of 4 is subsidizing that electricity. Please conduct that research and bring the result back to us.
Emeka is not subsidizing that. Let me tell you. There is one big man in our village that built a very big hotel.
Okay.
A very giant one.
Okay.
So he went to that line and took that one. They gave him a prepared meter because it depends on your agreement with him. It depends on your agreement with him. Once you have an agreement with him, that agreement is there. So I don't know how he generated that electricity, but once you have that agreement with that Emeka, that agreement is there. So this one, they gave him a prepared meter. So they now notice that this man is not paying the actual amount that he has to be paying. When he now sends some people to go and investigate, when they investigate, they now see that the man has breached that meter. So the thing is not reading.
Okay.
That case has been on for almost getting to 1 year now. The man is begging. He charged him close to 100 million.
Okay.
I heard the man has spent almost 60 million.
Okay.
So he's not subsidizing anything.
No, hold on.
He's doing his business. He's doing his business, and I don't think if he's not making profit, he will continue in that.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me.
That hotel has not been able to function. That thing has been a problem to that hotel. They are not functioning for a very long time now.
No, I'm not talking of the hotel. Don't let us mix things up. You say, and I'm quoting you now. You say in your community you have almost 24 hours electricity, and it is not on prepaid. That they bill you community based, so you pay community based. Can you just please tell me how much does is it do or does now an average 3-bedroom flat, just 3-bedroom flats with one television, pumping machine, light, radio, and the rest, like just a 3-bedroom flat, standard 3-bedroom flat? Like, how much do you now pay in that community?
It's 7,000
per month.
Per month, every house is 7,000 per month.
Okay, it is subsidized.
Whether 5-bedroom or anything, I don't know whether it's all, but the only thing is this. No, it's not. No. Let me tell you. When they gave them the bill, let me tell you. When they gave them the bill, when they make offer gave them the bill, because this is not 9mm make offer collecting the bill. It's a community. It's just like when you come to Alaba now. You don't have NEPA people don't have to be coming to your shop to come and they be collecting your monthly bill. You understand? It now has to be Alaba entirely.
I'm listening. Are you there? Hello? Did I drop out? Hello, is anybody there? Hello, Ekene?
Yes, we are here. We are here, Bishop.
Okay, I stopped hearing Ekene.
Yeah, don't bother about it. Continue with your narrative, Bishop.
Oh, okay. I thought Ekene was still talking. Okay, so Ekene, so I just said to you that your power unit is being subsidized. You see, per kilowatt in Nigeria now is about 22.8 for residential. I think about 36 naira per kilowatt of electricity. So if you say you are using, just check for me at 22.8. By the time you add VAT and tax and the rest to it, let's just say $30, 30 naira per kilowatt, and you check for 30 days at 7,000 naira. How many kilowatts do you think you are using in a day? Look, if you pump generator, you're using 1.5 horsepower, and you pump continuously let's say you pump once in a week for 3 hours, and you pump for 4 times, or let's say twice in a week for 2 hours. That is 4 hours in a week, and you pump for 4 weeks, you have already, if you are paying 30 naira, you have already used more than 5,000 for just pumping water alone. So if I say, if a maker offer is giving you 24/7 and you are paying average of 7 flat, whether it is 5-bedroom flats, whether it is 10-bedroom flat per month, it is subsidized. But I'm not saying you should not subsidize it. If other community can do the same, that's fine. The important thing is that let people have power to be able to do basic things, cottage industry, small in company here and there, and make life a little bit meaningful. And I also added that means things are not as bad as you always make it to look. If your own community is having almost 24 hours electricity per day. Thank you. I think I can let it go.
Thank you, Bishop. Ekene was trying to ask me a question before you interject and everything. And I'm trying to tell him that I already know what is in their mind, like anything you want, he or rational mind want to say, he are going to say something negative, no matter how good the thing is, because it's coming out from Tinubu or any other people, it's not from Peter Obi. That's why Ekene can compare Abia State with Lagos. Can you imagine that? You see that I don't want to argue with them. I don't know what's the problem. And they keep praying that Nigeria is not going to work. And in their presence, Nigeria is going to work.
When Bishop said that that Abia State governor did not pay salary 8 months, 10 months, he did not mention that one. I hope it's back. Since they removed the spoil subsidy, most of the state governors have been receiving double of their allocation. Some are even more than double. They have enough money to pay salary and to also embark on projects in their state. I think if I was a state governor in Nigeria, I would embark on how to improve electricity in my state, build my own everything, and I can sell to neighboring states. That's how it works in where I live before in China. Every state have their own electricity. It's not connected to any national grid.
Sorry, Remy, please let me add something to what I said earlier on. I omitted something when I said that the price of electricity in Nigeria is 22.6 naira per kilowatt. It is per kilowatt per hour. That is very significant. It is per kilowatt per hour. So if Ekene is saying they are paying 7,000, I insist it is still being heavily subsidized. But I don't have any problem with it. But let's just put things in proper perspective.
Even for him to come out that they are enjoying 24-hour electricity supply
I was surprised by that.
In their village, 24 hours. That means majority of people that live in small towns and villages in Nigeria, they are enjoying electricity. The problem with the Nigerians is that when you go to most of the big cities in Nigeria, the way they connect the electricity cable is too cumbersome. It's not clear enough. And there's some, apart from that, maybe it needs a lot of money. Our people are mostly saboteurs. They like to sabotage. They will go and steal the cable. They will go and damage. And our people like to cheat. We don't want to pay the fair price. Even they give us the electricity. I know all these distribution
companies. God bless you. God bless you.
Have their own problem. They have their own problem. They do have their own problem. But we as our people said, we don't want to pay anything. Ask everybody in the diaspora, how much do we pay for electricity? If you are, like, for example, if you are in abroad, sometimes you cannot just on your electric gadget at the same time. You have to off some and use some. So because you want to manage how much you pay, especially in winter, you pay more. So in summer too, we also pay more because if you use the air conditioner, you also pay more. But in Nigeria, you will see a man have air conditioning in all his rooms. And at the same time, he does not want to pay the right price. He will continue to cheat the system. They will use air con, they will use iron, they will use all this electricity. They want to pay little. And at the same time, when they turn around, everybody blame their leaders. Like this leader came from planet Mars. It's not from the same people that they live together before. We know each other now. We know one another.
And the magician, the leader is a magician.
The country that have been bastardized for 40 years, and then you want somebody to come back in 3 months, voila, everything just changed like that. At least it's going in the right direction. Like today, Nigeria is relatively calm. It's not because few days of kidnapping. It's has been a relatively calm country since it has, and that is what is good for the country. If a country is relatively calm, people will go about doing their businesses or whatever they want to do, and people will adjust themselves. Like my sister told me the day before yesterday that she bought petrol for 543 naira per liter from NNPC station. And if NNPC want to build more station and they can buy directly from Dangote, like they are going to buy, and they also get from their own refinery too. I know that the price cannot become 300 or 400 naira, but even if it over around 450 to 550, it's still something. So Nigeria, you have to cut their stare. Instead of you having 10 cars, you don't drive 10 cars. Ask anybody, you have 2 or 3 cars in a row. That's a lot of expenses because you have to pay road tax every year. You have to put gas, and the gas here changes. The prices changes even hourly here. Today you can get it for maybe 1.7 euro, and by the evening time it can be 1.6 point something, and on Wednesday it can be 1.8. It continues to change hourly, not the same price in a day. But so at the end of the day, I just hope that Tinubu also try his best to turn the country around. That country needs to be turned around, and he needs to find a way to deal with leakages. And then people should also be punished. People should be punished if they do something terrible or something bad.
Yeah, you are right, my brother. You see, like when we are talking about electricity now, you see, let me tell you the truth, yeah. In Lagos Island, they don't pay electricity there at all. And everybody wants to use light. You understand? Everybody use electricity. They can't. You can connect from your house to another house to another house. You understand? All this thing is just sabotaging the government, and all these people. Lot of people they don't want to pay, but they want to use it. Here in London, where I live, yeah, if my children just put a light on in the maybe in the toilet, they went to toilet without switching off the light when they finish. If you see the way my wife will shout at them, it's going. You just think, it's just light now. You understand? But because electricity is very expensive here in London, and you see this all these new houses they are building in Nigeria, they put light everywhere, and they still want, you understand, they don't want to pay, but they want to use the fancy light and everything. Even during the day, they have to put the light on, the green one, the red and the yellow. You understand? They put everything on without that. But bring the bill, they will tell you, hello and low bill, see. They don't want to pay, but they want to use it.
They will doctor everything. I think the beauty that would come out of it is that in the long run or in the immediate short term, if state can generate electricity and not the state generating it, is the private company that will generate, distribute. Let's see how you will not pay if it's a private company, because it's government. It's government, it's our government, we don't need to pay. But if it's private, let's say do you not pay for your MTN, or you don't pay for Glo, or you don't pay for Airtel when you want to use their services? When it comes to that for electricity, Nigerian people will smart up, okay? Because there's no way you are going to cheat them. They will make sure you don't cheat them. How can you cheat MTN without buying their recharge card? How can you make a phone call? How can you use the data? There's no way they will get you. So it's quite an irony. Okay, I think everybody is gone. Thomas, are you there?
My convoy is 5 vehicles. And you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know. The man that he's now fighting, you know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about, what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Hey,